over for years. Get the official #MSBuild playlist. DJ Sassy Black shares a playlist that captures the spirit of the region, aka
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm Caruana Gatimu. I run the Customer Advocacy Group in Teams Engineering. And no matter where you're joining us from, we're excited to kick off today at Microsoft Build from the 4th floor of the Seattle Convention Center, right in front of what they call the Hill Climb Atrium. Yesterday was a whirlwind of announcements and deep dives. We learned more about Copilot and the many ways AI is enabling developers everywhere to focus on creating the solutions of the future. We got the latest on GitHub Copilot, Azure OpenAI service, and of course, the Microsoft Cloud. Plus, with updates from .NET, the latest developments in analytics, as well as the announcement of Microsoft Fabric, yesterday was packed. And if you missed anything or want to check out the sessions again, simply save them to your digital backpack to review later. And keep the conversation going throughout our event on Twitter using the hashtag MSBuild. Remember, we've also got the Microsoft Build Cloud Skills Challenge going on now and for a limited time after the event wraps. Develop your skills in topics like AI, Power Platform, and .NET, and then compete against other attendees. Of course, when you complete one or more challenges, you'll earn a free certification exam. But let's move on to what's happening today. And I know my co-hosts, Seth and Christina, are ready to get underway. Seth, let's start with you. What's up, my friend?
Oh, I am so excited to be here. Day 2, if day 1 was packed, day 2 is also going to be packed. I'm excited to see what Panos and Rajesh. I think we're also going to see Scott Hanselman later on. There's a ton of amazing content. I'm really excited about it.
Christina, you had interviews yesterday's backstage. What were your highlights?
I had a great conversation with Amanda Silver and with Mandy Whaley, and I spoke with Arun after the Microsoft Fabric announcement. Really, really great stuff, and I'm gonna have a bunch of conversations today too, so prepare to be inspired and excited today at Microsoft Build.
Absolutely, that is so true. And Arun was so excited. I mean, I think everyone is. That was a really big announcement yesterday. But Seth, what are some of the other big themes that you took away from the keynotes?
Well, of course, if you're going to ask me, I'm going to say it was all about AI. Satya started with AI. Kevin talked about some of the Copilot infrastructure and how to build them. And then Scott rounded it out by showing how to actually do it in a practical way. And then Amanda Silver and friends showed some amazing demos about how to be a better coder. Overall, I thought it was really cool because it takes some of the stuff that feels a little mystical and makes it actually practical for businesses. I thought it was great.
For sure. And, you know, I know we're supposed to talk about being inspired by the announcements and the technology, but I've been inspired by the people here and online, like the community that's participating in Microsoft Build. Christina, you've had some conversations walking around here and online as well. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I want to give a huge shout out to both Debbie and Max, who I had great conversations with yesterday, and this is their first in-person build, and I think this is Max's first event ever, and I had a great conversation with them. It was great to see their excitement and what they're excited to do next, and just, you know, their responses to everything that was going on. I've also had some great interactions online, so, you know, everyone is really inspired, and that's why we're here. Like, it's not about the announcements, it's about the people and the people who are doing things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's something special when you get to meet the makers, right? You're meeting the people who are building this tech that you're going to go then use. And I want to give a shout out to you. Reminded me, there's so many new people that are here online, but also here, you know, welcome to the Microsoft ecosystem. We're happy to have you here. Seth, what did you see hanging out yesterday?
So just one anecdote. I've been walking around talking to people, seeing the excitement on their faces. But one anecdote, someone walked up to me just after I had done one of these kinds of things, and they said, Seth, the stuff that your team has built, and by the way, the stuff we present is hundreds and hundreds of people, thousands and thousands of hours working on this stuff for you. He came up to me and he said, the stuff you're building is going to save me so much time when I'm building my own Copilot. And it was pretty cool. I mean, it felt good for me, and it also, I'm sure it feels good for everyone working on this technology to hear this on the floor here at this conference.
Absolutely. It's that personal connection that we're making with the people who are using the things that, yes, hundreds and hundreds of people literally around the world are working on to bring here to share with others so that we can literally empower them to do amazing things. I just, you know, I've clearly drunk the Kool-Aid. I'm totally into it. I think it's awesome. And I get a lot of energy from it that I can carry into my day, you know, when we're working on things. So that's great. Thank you, Seth and Christina. We'll catch up with both of you again a little bit later in the show. Here at Microsoft Build, we love getting to meet and interact with our developer community. But we also want to take a moment to recognize all of our terrific partners that make this event even more exciting. Whether you're here with us in Seattle or attending from virtually around the world, you can take your Microsoft Build experience to the next level by heading to our partner directory. Search the session catalog for valued partners like Adobe, AMD, Elastic, Intel, NVIDIA, and Qualcomm to find free resources, tools, check out some demos and downloads, and discover lots more, including the many innovative startups that are also here at the show. Joining me now, my great friend and colleague, Heather Cook. We've done so much together. We co-chair the Microsoft Community Global Initiative, as well as co-host Mondays at Microsoft, our new show streaming live on LinkedIn. Thank you so much for joining me, Heather.
Thank you for having me. This is awesome.
Isn't this fantastic?
Yeah,
We get paid for this. This is amazing.
It's great.
Well, we're really here to talk about celebrating women in tech and their allies. We recently celebrated 15 years of Women in SharePoint,
Yes.
which we both participated in. But, you know,
And women in teams.
Women in teams,
As
lest
well.
I forget.
Yes,
Oh my
I was
goodness.
like, wait a minute.
That would be bad. My team would kill me if I forgot women in teams. But, you know, there's so many opportunities now for people to engage. But how have you seen it change over the time we've been in this industry for women to really start to engage in the business?
You know, we've been talking about this a little bit, and when you say the word ally and then add on allyship, I think that's part of it. That word has expanded and changed and just become part of the vernacular over the last while, which has been really great. And what does that mean? Right, and having those conversations. So I think it's about, you know, about giving people the chance to support each other, to talk about each other's ideas, to mention those things in meetings, that kind of thing. So I've seen that just expand over time.
It's really this new concept, well, it was new to me anyway, of active allyship.
Yeah.
And I think I've experienced that in my career, both when I was in the room and not in the room, which I think is really important. But, you know, I think that we want to thank our active allies.
Yes, we do.
It's also about, you know, sharing the load of moving things forward, don't you think?
Absolutely. It is about what people say about you when you're not in the room, right?
Yes.
How do they support you? How do we support each other? Fantastic.
Absolutely. And you know, some people, you know, we're here at Microsoft Build, and I know I struggled for a while really identifying myself as a developer because I felt like I wasn't good enough. I don't live in Visual Studio. I don't code every day. So I thought, oh no, I'm not a developer. That's not for me.
Or technical enough.
Yeah, exactly. Right. You know, and so, but talk about that now. I mean, I feel like everyone's a developer. That's really true now.
Absolutely. Yeah, and everyone is technical. I mean, we all have our fingers on keyboards. We are all creating all the time, whether it's business processes or code, right? So I feel like that expansion of that terminology has really changed as well, and that's something that I hear from a lot of people that I'm technical. Yes, you are.
Yes, you are. Absolutely. And I think you're probably the one who gave me the sticker, you know, assume she's technical and can breathe fire.
That
like
was Ree.
Oh, Ree
I
Merritt.
got it from Ree Merritt, so hi to Ree Merritt.
Yeah, big shout out to Ree for sure. Another leader in the Microsoft community. So that's a good segue because, you know, I certainly got my start in the Microsoft community. I know you've participated in it for a long time, but tell us a little about the community and where it's going now.
Absolutely. We've got, and there's a couple of great places too that I'll mention. So local user groups, right? We know all about those, but those are great to dip into, especially if you want an opportunity to speak or to hone your skills, to lead a meeting. You can talk to any user group leader, shout out to all of the user group leaders, right, who are a lot of MVPs in the world, and say, hey, can I get 10 minutes, 15 minutes to do a demo, right? So you've got that, the local user groups, and then we've got our, you know, communitydays.org, our free area online where you can go and add your event. Those have calls for content, right? So anybody can apply to that, and you can have your first time experience being a speaker, which builds that confidence that we all like.
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Confidence is so important, and building it in a friendly and safe environment that's very welcoming. There's so much going on. You can find so much of it on our new LinkedIn page, right?
And our new show.
Absolutely. So you can check that out.
Yeah, the Microsoft Community LinkedIn page.
That's correct. That is correct. And we'll help guide you to all of the various things. Well, as always, thank you so much for joining me. Thanks for being my partner in crime in all of this. And happy build.
Yes, you too. Thanks, everybody.
We're minutes away from today's keynote, and throughout the show, we'll have more interviews and content designed to expand on the news of the day, and maybe even inspire us to create something new. Seth and Christina join us once again. Christina, you've got some great conversations coming up, including a chat about AI and Microsoft Learn.
That's right. I'm actually going to be talking with the team who's built the new Q&A AI features in Microsoft Learn. I'm also going to be backstage with Scott Hanselman and Charles Lamanna, and I'm even going to be interviewing my boss, Martin Woodward, later today.
Ooh, that's it. That's always, to me, that's nerve-wracking. When I ever have to interview my boss, that is a little nerve-wracking.
It's nerve-wracking, but it's exciting too. I'm actually really excited to do it.
That's going to be great. Seth, you're talking with some really influential people coming up. Tell us about it.
That's great. But Martin, your boss is really nice, Christina.
Yeah.
Super nice guy. So I've got a couple of people. I'm going to be talking to Rajesh. I'm going to be talking to Panos right after their keynote. A ton of interviews. After that, I have someone with Mark Rusinovich. After his talk, I'm going to talk with Christos Fore about quantum. So we've got a lot of cool things lined up. I'm mostly excited to watch the keynote and see what the reaction is from Rajesh and Panos right afterwards. It's going to be exciting.
I think that's going to be fantastic. And I appreciate you teaching me more about quantum backstage. That was really insightful. I'll be learning more, too, about how Copilot can be a game changer for partners. Plus, we'll get some insider tips for some of the new features in Visual Studio. And, of course, much, much more. It's so exciting to have these different topics, but I feel like they're all coming together. Seth, and again, you were teaching me this information about quantum and how it does and doesn't support AI and the things that we're building. What do you think about how this is all coming together?
I think we're living at an interesting time in technology where a bunch of stuff from research is making its way faster into our hands today. For example, ChatGPT revolutionized the way people think about AI, and it happened everywhere. I had people that I had never seen before, well, people from high school that I don't talk to very much, talking about ChatGPT. People like my mom or people like my cousin talking about ChatGPT, and I'm like, wow, it's made it into the zeitgeist. And so I'm pretty excited that we're seeing a technological change here, and we're seeing it all come together yesterday with some of the co-pilots, and hopefully today with some of the operating systems, devices, and productivity apps, seeing how this all comes together into the future. We were just talking here with the crew that it feels like when we were kids, we were looking at the future in the future, and it feels like we're kind of just like going into the future now. It's pretty cool.
Well, and Christina, you and I were talking about this before, the accelerated velocity of change right now, and these research projects coming into reality and what's coming next. I know I feel it. I think you do too.
No, I was talking about this even with someone else earlier today. Like, I can't remember, just like you and I were talking about before, I can't remember another time when things have moved this quickly. And it feels like it took us a long time to get here, but now we're here, and just seeing the acceleration of what people are doing with now that the technology is actually accessible is so great. And it's across platforms, right? It's across APIs, it's across tools, it's with Power Platform, it's with Windows, it's with Azure, it's with GitHub, and that's really, really great.
Yeah, and I think also we're seeing this in each of the areas of the enhanced technology stack, right? And of course, that's where we work, so that's what we focus on. But I think the industry stories we're going to get to tell over the next 6 months, the next years, of how it's improving sustainability and healthcare and manufacturing. I'm really excited for those. I have a soft spot for industry. I came from that space. And so, I can't wait to see what people do in that area. I mean, I know you've seen a little bit of this already, Seth.
Yeah, I'm telling you, everyone's a technologist. It's amazing. Even my little kids are technologists. So I'm excited about that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you for all those insights. Talking to you makes my day much more fun, for sure. But now it's time to jump into today's keynote. Join us right back here when it wraps. This is Microsoft Build.
Please welcome Executive Vice President, Experiences and Devices, Rajesh Shah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm Rajesh Shah, and I lead Experiences and Devices at Microsoft. I'm just so incredibly excited to be here today to discuss how together we can shape the future of work with AI. And then Panos is going to join me later, and he's going to talk about the future of Windows. So yesterday you had Satya, Kevin Scott, Scott Guthrie talk about the Copilot stack, the AI architecture of the future. Today is about bringing that AI stack to Microsoft products that hundreds of millions of people use every single day. Microsoft is going to democratize the opportunity for developers. That means you and us working together to bring this new capability to users around the globe. Satya talked about it yesterday, and I've been in this industry a long time. I do think we are looking at the next frontier of computing. When I started in the industry 3 decades ago, a long time ago, graphical user interface was democratizing computing by making it accessible to people around the globe. Millions and millions of people started to be able to use computing. And AI is even more accessible. It's even more powerful. And working with you, we can transform the way work is done in society, letting people use natural language to do their work. First, I wanted to take a step back and talk about a survey that we call the Work Trend Index. We talked to 30,000 customers, employees, leaders around the globe in 30 different countries. And so we asked them how they thought work was evolving. And then we also asked, of course, about their perceptions and expectations of AI. And perhaps it won't surprise you that these 30,000 people around the globe, the one thing on the average that showed up was they're spending 2 days out of every work week coordinating in meetings, communicating. And so no wonder 2/3 of them, 64%, they said they are not able to keep up with work. They're struggling to innovate. And the leaders said the same thing. 3 out of 5 leaders, they said their teams were not innovating enough. And then we asked them about AI. Unsurprisingly, 1 out of 2 said they worry about what AI means to their job, what it means to their current set of skills. But fully 70% of the same set of people said they want AI to be able to delegate work to AI so they can do meaningful work. That is our collective opportunity. And why am I optimistic? Why together can we make a difference? Because these Microsoft products, they power businesses small and large around the globe. These are productivity tools, communication tools that people use to get their jobs done. Bing, 100 million daily active users. Bing and Bing Chat. People are finding information, they're learning, they're researching. Windows needs no introduction. 1 billion people around the globe using it every single month. 1 billion. Microsoft Teams, 300 million monthly Teams users doing collaboration, communication, productivity, synchronous, asynchronous for this modern world. And you've been a part of this journey. It's exciting to see the work that has been done by developers. We have 1,900 applications in the Teams App Store, and perhaps as impressive, 100,000 applications have been created by customers, developers creating line of business applications to bring productivity, business process in the flow of work. So, today, we're going to talk about the Microsoft 365 Copilot and our opportunity with the Microsoft 365 Copilot to shape work, the future of natural language. Panos is going to talk about the future of Windows and what that means in this AI world. First, I want to share with you a little bit about how we thought about designing the Copilot. You've heard Satya talk about it. We started with the spirit of Copilot, advancing the human agency, putting the user at the center, being grounded in the user's context. This is not autopilot. It's about letting people achieve more by having the AI work on their behalf, being grounded in their context. That is what you're going to see in the design language of all the experiences we build. And we're going to make this design language available to developers. As you extend AI, as you build AI applications, you'll be able to use the same design language. So to show you our vision with a Copilot, let me run a quick video. Now, the Microsoft 365 Copilot is not just about taking the most powerful foundational models. Yes, it is that. We are running some of the most powerful models out of Azure with the full safety delivered by the Azure cloud. But it's about grounding this AI, these foundational models, in the user's context. Who do they work with? What do they work on? Their meetings, their conversations, their documents. That is the Microsoft Graph. So the Microsoft Graph represents the user. It represents their context. That is what grounds the AI. And then the user experience is brought to applications and workflows that people are already using, whether it be in Office or Teams, and as you will see on Windows. That is Microsoft 365 Copilot. It is a system. Now, there are two capabilities that you're going to see today with the Microsoft 365 Copilot. You, of course, have the in-application assistance, and that's about completing the task at hand. When you're creating a document, whether it be a report or a presentation or a financial model, the AI, powered by natural language, is right there with the rest of the community in the application, right by the user to help them complete their job. So the in-application assistance is exactly what you saw in the video. That's what you would expect to see work. I'm also excited about the cross-application intelligence layer. This is like ChatGPT for the enterprise. This in-app cross-application intelligence reasons over the users, all of their programs and applications, their personal data represented by the graph, their enterprise content. It brings all these workflows across the myriad of contexts and applications that a user uses. This is what I mean by user at the center. Less about the apps, put the user at the center, bring everything around them, like ChatGPT for the enterprise. So today, for the rest of this conversation, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to you about the opportunity we have for developers. And we'll talk about this in 4 chapters. We'll talk about how can you extend this cross-application intelligence. Then how can you plug in at the data layer with the Microsoft Graph? How can you extend the in-application assistance? And then finally, we'll talk about developer success. What does it mean end-to-end based on the feedback you've given us over the years? So, chapter 1, let's dive into the cross-application intelligence layer in Microsoft 365 Copilot. It works across all your applications, your data, your organization's content. It's available where the users are, in Teams. It will be in Windows. It will be in the M365 app. And so to show you what it looks like, I'm going to invite Archana. Archana, welcome.
Thank you, Rajesh. Hello, everyone. Very good morning. Now, I'm going to show you how the Copilot is grounded in your company's data, thereby helping you work more efficiently and effectively. For this demo, I'm playing the role of Anika, who is an account manager. I have an important monthly sales meeting coming up with a customer at VentureWorks. My company uses both Microsoft 365 and Dynamics 365 to manage AdventureWorks relationship. First things first, I'd like to know when is my next monthly sales meeting with AdventureWorks. So I go ahead and ask that question to Copilot. Copilot is grounded in data from Microsoft Graph, so it can access my emails, calendar files, conversations, and more to help me with such specific information. I can also ask Copilot to do more than simply fetch information. For instance, I can ask it to summarize all my latest correspondence with the meeting organizer, which it does so by summarizing my emails. Now, in this email summary, I see some interesting order information, and I'd like to learn more. And because Copilot is also grounded in data from Dataverse, which is where my company's Dynamics 365 data is stored, Copilot can help me with specific order details, along with a link to the order itself that I can then click through and learn more about. And finally, I can also ask Copilot to take actions on my behalf. Like, for instance, to help me draft an email with everything that I just learned, like the email correspondence summary and the sales order activities, so that I can email that to my colleagues. Copilot helps me with this really useful email draft, which, of course, I can update with more information, personalize it, and make it my own, or simply copy and paste and send it via Outlook. So that's how, by helping me find, summarize, and synthesize information from all across my business data sources, Copilot helps me work even faster and makes me even efficient and effective. Thank you, and back to you, Rajesh.
Thank you, Archana. So to recap, what you saw was a simple natural language interface that captured the user's intent. It didn't matter if the data was in the graph specifically, or whether it was in some line of business schema like the Dataverse. And so the Copilot was able to reason over all of that and then available where the users already are. Now let's talk about extensibility. Yesterday you saw that we are going to make the Copilot extensible with plugins. And I want to talk to you more about what that means. So when you extend the Copilot with plugins, the M365 Copilot, the Copilot is able to get to your information's data. You get to control the user experience, and the Copilot is able to act on the user's behalf. Now, we've settled on the same open standard as ChatGPT plugins. So OpenAI and Microsoft, we basically are looking at the open standard. You take an open API, all that you need as a developer, an open API, a manifest, and then you can create a plugin, and that plugin works in ChatGPT, it works in Bing, it works in Microsoft 365, and more. And I think Scott showed you how he was able to create a plugin that worked in ChatGPT. And it was about a plugin that reasoned over a product catalog in natural language, brought the relevant content, and he showed that working in ChatGPT. That same plugin you will see now working in M365, Microsoft Teams. So in the Copilot experience in Microsoft Teams. That's what I meant by the interoperability of the work that you do. You do the work once to express an open API endpoint, and then you get the portability of your extensibility into all of these Copilots. Now, here's the great news. That's not the only way to extend the Copilot in Microsoft 365. All your existing investments, message extensions. So today, many developers are extending the Teams messaging. So you're able to throw your custom conversation types into the flow of conversations. Now we made that same thing work in Microsoft Outlook. And that is also going to work as an extensibility in the Copilot. Furthermore, over the years, we worked with many developers to take Power Platform connectors and connect them to all sorts of backend data sources. Each of those connections are also available as a new skill for the Copilot. This Copilot is like the operating system for productivity and business process, and we do that together. You build the extensibility through a plugin, whether it be the OpenAPI standard plugin or a message extension or using the Power Platform connector. Now, that is why we are excited that we're going to have thousands of plugins available for Microsoft 365 Copilot. It's not only the new plugins you build in the ChatGPT style of plugin, but also the existing message extensions, the existing Power Platform connector to business applications built by ISV and corporate developers that will all be available as plugins for Copilot over the coming months. Now, I'm also very excited to talk to you about the tooling work that we've done with our colleagues in Visual Studio. We built a Teams toolkit to make it incredibly easy to go build, debug, and deploy these plugins. And who better to show that to you than Archana? Please take it away.
Thank you again, Rajesh. It's demo time. Now, I'm going to show you how you can build a plugin to extend Copilot using the Teams Toolkit extension in Visual Studio Code. I already have Visual Studio Code running GitHub code spaces open in this machine here. Like Rajesh said, all you need to build a plugin for Copilot is a RESTful API that follows OpenAPI specifications. For this demo, we are going to use a repairs API, which we have already built following the OpenAPI spec. So this is a Node API built using Express in GitHub code spaces. First, let's simply explore the API. To do that, I've set the breakpoint in the project already and started the debug configuration. So let's switch over to the Swagger UI. Like you can see, the repairs API supports basic create, update, list, and delete operations on the repairs entity. Let's explore this. Let's go ahead and look for all the repairs assigned to a maintenance staff member. When I do that, the breakpoint is hit in my project, and like you can see, the response is returned. And the response contains basic metadata about the repairs entity itself, like the ID, the description, the staff member to whom it's assigned to, and so on. That's it. This is a simple API, which we are now ready to convert into a plugin for the Copilot. To do that, we are going to switch over to the Teams Toolkit extension, which is right here. I'll say create a new app, and then from the new project dropdown, I'm going to say plugin for Copilot. I'm prompted to enter an OpenAPI spec that defines my API shape and form. I already have one created for our repairs API, so I'll reference that. Like you can now see, I'm also prompted to select the methods in my API that I want to expose as operations in my plugin. I only want list and create repairs as the two operations that my plugin should support, so I'll select those. Of course, I need a project folder location and a project name itself, and we are ready to go. Now, the new project is being created and opened in this new browser tab. Now, a plugin has two key components. Number one is the manifest file that defines the plugin's basic configuration metadata. And number two are the adaptive cards, which define the UI using which users will interact with my plugin. Now, the cool thing here is, using the OpenAPI spec, which we just referenced a few seconds ago, the toolkit extension has already created both the manifest file and adaptive cards for me automatically. So let's click into each of them and explore. First, the manifest file. Like I said, the manifest defines the basic metadata and configuration about my plugin, like the plugin name, the description, and all the operations we just exposed for our plugin. Now, plugins can also support authentication. So if your plugin supports auth, you can specify that in the manifest. Repairs API supports anonymous access, so I'll skip that step. Next, let's click into the adaptive cards. Like I said, adaptive cards define the UI using which users will interact with my plugin. Using the Repairs API response parameters, Teams Toolkit extension is already created adaptive cards for me, which of course I can change. For instance, I'd like for this thumbnail image of the repairs item to be a bit larger. So I'll go ahead and make the change. And like you just saw, the changes are reflected in real time in the preview surface, making it super easy for me to make these changes. All right, so we made a couple of changes, and we are ready to test the plugin. To do that, we'll switch over to the debug configuration and then say launch in Copilot. When I do that, Copilot will be opened in Microsoft Teams, and my plugin will be side-loaded and made available for testing. So now we are ready to run a quick test. Now, Copilot will open in Microsoft Teams, and I can go ahead and test with a prompt to fetch the repairs that are assigned to a maintenance staff member. When I do that, the Repairs API that we just specified in the manifest is being invoked, and the response from the API is being fetched and rendered in the form of both text and adaptive cards, which we designed in the toolkit. So there you have it. Awesome. So we just built a plugin using an existing API and have it already working in Copilot in Microsoft Teams. And we did all this with just a few steps in under 5 minutes. Go build these. Thank you.
Thank you, Archana.
Thank you.
Awesome. So I think this toolkit to build a plugin is going to be a huge time save for the developers to extend the Copilot capabilities. We would love your feedback as you use the tool in the coming weeks. So we talked about extending it, at the cross-application layer. I want to now talk about extending the Copilot at the data tier. So the Microsoft Graph. Think about the Microsoft Graph as something that gets built and refreshed every single day from the trillions of signals that we get from customers as they use Microsoft 365. Every day, we see hundreds of billions of documents and messages. And so what the graph is, it's partitioned by customer, by tenant, because the graph belongs to the customer. And it is permissioned by user. So whatever I have access to is what the graph represents. So we take the Microsoft Graph, and that is the brain behind the Copilot's amazing reasoning capability. So we take the graph, we ground the AI in all the user's context. And like I said, the security and the permissions are maintained because the graph represents exactly the individual's permissions. And so the graph is being used, the customer's data is being used to ground the AI. We, of course, do not train the AI on customers' data. We use that to ground it. And the Microsoft Enterprise Compliance Promise, basically we treat all the interaction of the user with the AI no different than we treat their documents or messages. Now, there's one other very important thing that we are doing to bring the graph forward for the world of natural language. Human language, natural language, needs a deeper semantic understanding of the graph, and so we are now building the semantic index. Let me talk about that for a bit. The semantic index is, of course, a vector index. It's an embedding space for the billions and billions of entities in the graph. But it is much more than that. It is an understanding of the relationships that exist in the graph. What do I mean by relationship? Every one of us, we work with colleagues. There are some meetings that really matter to us, some documents that are trending in our organization, the projects we care about, the tasks assigned to us. That is the relationship that's captured in the semantic index. That is what allows us to then take the natural language intent expressed by the user and get the most relevant data to go into the AI. And that is what we want to make available to developers. I want the semantic index to be as powerful an asset for developers as we use it internally for first party. And the way you do that is by extending the semantic index with graph connectors. And to that end, I'm going to invite Yina, who's our expert. She's going to talk about how plugins and connectors work together. Welcome, Ina.
Thank you, Rajesh. Hello, Build. I am Yina, and I lead the Microsoft Graph team. So far, you have seen the power of plugins integrated with Copilot and how you can get started building them. We have also shown the value of building a Microsoft Graph connector to bring your data into the semantic index for Copilot, and message extensions to integrate seamlessly in Teams and Outlook. Now, I'm going to show you a scenario that illustrates how all of these things can work in Microsoft 365 Copilot together. In this demo, we're showing you how Daniela, who's a project manager at Dentsu, which is an integrated marketing and media company, might manage the process of updating the branding of a client's website. First, she uses Copilot to gather and summarize information about the website deployment guidelines. Second, she uses Copilot to invoke plugins in context. Here, she created a ticket in her project management tool and assigning it to someone on her team. And finally, she asked Copilot to retrieve and update a Contoso logo to the newly created project management ticket. Now, here, all of these happened on a snap. But consider how tedious it would have been to do all of these manually. It requires multiple steps, aggregating information from multiple sources, and working across many different interfaces. With Copilot, she can do all of it without breaking the flow of work. Now, let's take a closer look at what is really going on each step on this process. First, this is the first turn. It's gathering information. Here you're seeing the deep retrieval and summarization capabilities of Copilot. Copilot is not only able to traverse all the data that Dentsu has in Microsoft Graph, to include SharePoint documents, Outlook emails, Teams chats with colleagues, and more, but it is also traversing data from Confluence, using a Confluence Microsoft Graph connector, which is bringing index data from Confluence into Microsoft Graph. In addition to what Copilot extracted from Confluence, it also includes new steps in the process that were identified from email data, like the rollback plan, updating the logo, and the performance monitoring. Copilot returns a summary of all of the deployment guidelines with citation for each relevant artifact, chats, emails, and documents. And now, because Copilot is powered by full semantic search, it was able to include steps in the deployment guidelines that otherwise might have been missed. Now, the second turn. Here's where we are invoking plugins in context. Dentsu uses Jira as their ticket management tool. Jira integrates with Teams and Outlook using a message extension. With Copilot, the Jira message extension now functions as a plugin and creates a ticket using the context and information gathered in previous turns. It pre-populates several fields, like the project name and the summary, and it also includes a description based on the context it found on an email. Now, but as helpful as Copilot may be, we still need to make a few edits, like adding the ticket owner, and then we're all set. Now, back in Teams, Copilot has already summarized all of the actions, as we're going to see in a second, including the reference to the newly created ticket. Now, the third and final turn for this demo. Here's where Copilot interacts with an enterprise application, in this case, to retrieve a branding asset. Dentsu's brand web catalog is in their internally developed CS Assets application, which integrates with Teams using message extensions. Using precise language in the prompt, like the example in the asset catalog, increases the fidelity of Copilot's response. When we have confirmed that Copilot has retrieved the right branding asset from this line of business tool, it is just a matter of telling Copilot to update the Jira ticket with the Contoso logo for reference. And Copilot does the rest, finding the previously created ticket from the context, invoking the comments dialog, and pre-populating the comments with a link to the logo file. Copilot then summarizes the changes to the Jira ticket and includes the references to the artifacts. And we're done. So to summarize, as a developer, you can use Microsoft Graph connectors to bring your data into the semantic index for Copilot. You can also use plugins and build plugins to integrate skills into Copilot. These plugins can be from the OpenAI standard, or they can be message extensions. And finally, Copilot can combine insights from Microsoft Graph connected data with actions coming from the integrated product plugins into multi-turn processes, boosting productivity and keeping customers in the flow of work, all while preserving the integrity of your app experiences and the attribution to its content. Thank you very much. Back to you, Rajesh.
Thank you, Ina. That was awesome. So what we just saw was how by using the Microsoft Graph, you get the full power of the semantic index that we built. And we want developers to be able to take full advantage of our investments in Microsoft Graph and the semantic index, so we have a deeper understanding of the user's intent. Now let's talk about extending in-application workflows. Good news is the way you extend that is the exact same way you extended the cross-application capability. The same architecture for plugins and message extensions also work here. And this is about bringing the full power of all the commanding. You think about our Office applications in your Windows, there's so much richness. Now we're going to unlock that with natural language. And you're going to be able to extend that as developers. And so I'm going to invite now Wamvita to actually show you this in action. Welcome, Wamvita.
Thank you, Rajesh. Good morning, everyone. In this demo, I'm Daniela, an account manager at a Datum, a renewable energy company. And I have an upcoming sales meeting with ReliCloud. Let's see how easy it is for me to prepare for my meeting using the Viva Sales integration with Copilot. Starting in Word, I use Copilot with Viva Sales to quickly assemble several relevant resources from my CRM system, my calendar, and Word documents from my company's OneDrive. Copilot then generates a summary document for me using the information gathered. And as I scan through the document, I notice a specific deal that looks relevant to my upcoming meeting. So I prompt Copilot for more details. Copilot uses Viva Sales to retrieve a detailed summary of the deal and prompts me to add it into the Word document. With the document updated, I save it to my CRM system. I can also use Copilot with Viva Sales during my pitch call on Teams. Copilot can process my customer conversation in real time. And using Viva Sales, it's able to recognize that the customer has mentioned a competitor, Prosware, is also pitching to ReliCloud. Viva Sales prompts me to get more information on Prosware and quickly returns an analysis of its strengths and weaknesses. And when the customer asks for insights into how similar companies have deployed a Datum technologies, I can prompt Copilot to pull up the customer success mural that my field engineers and I use to document our success stories and share them directly into the meeting. We agree on next steps, including a formal proposal review, and we're done. Now, I want to create an engagement report, something that would normally take me about 30 minutes to complete. But without leaving Teams, I can prompt Copilot in Viva Sales to do it for me, using the meeting transcript from my Teams call. Soon, Copilot produces a Word document I can edit and save into ReliCloud CRM records. After my conversation with ReliCloud, I think I'm close to closing the deal. So I send an email to Kat on the legal team asking for help drafting a contract with a 15% discount applied. I've attached a typical master agreement for reference, and when Kat receives my email, Copilot gives her the option to draft the requested contract in Word. And when Kat launches Word, Copilot already has the context it needs to assemble a draft. All Kat needs to do is hit generate. Kat's team uses Thomson Reuters legal services. The Thomson Reuters plugin enables access to multiple trusted resources, including Practical Law to support drafting, and Westlaw to assist with legal research. Kat can modify the contract generated by Copilot for Word. For example, she can replace the limitation of liability clause and verify her changes are enforceable in California. Kat prompts Copilot to provide her with a summary of changes by clause for a quick review using Thomson Reuters Document Intelligence Service to quickly extract and compare modified clauses. With her review complete, Kat can now send the contract back to me for presentation to Relic Cloud. Thank you. Back to you, Rajesh.
Thank you, Amrita. It's pretty cool to see how these sophisticated workflows are all happening in the application and developers adding to the, just the friction-free nature of completing these business processes. So in a similar vein, we've been working with partners like SAP, and there was this announcement last week of how SAP SuccessFactors is plugging into the Copilot inside of Microsoft Word using the Copilot extensibility. And so, for example, if I'm creating a job description, the data in the SAP SuccessFactors helps me create this with all the right metadata, all the fine-tuning made possible by the business logic in SAP SuccessFactors. So in a similar vein, I'm also very excited to announce the Microsoft Syntax plugin for the Copilot. For those of you who may not know, Microsoft Syntax is content AI. Every organization has tons and tons of content, whether it be in SharePoint or OneDrive or Teams and a bunch of other places. And so Microsoft Syntax is an AI tool that enables classification, that enables workflows that are possible on this content, unlocking the knowledge in an organization. And now that entire corpus is available as a plugin in Copilot, and that allows business processes to be grounded in the user's context in the plugin. So let's take a look.
The Syntax plugin makes it easy to add new content as a column, automatically extracting metadata, all from within Microsoft 365 Copilot. You can leverage the metadata to search and find relevant content with precision. The plugin will enable you to build new documents from structured templates, combining data sources and your own inputs. And review that new document, spotlighting key details. When you're done, the same plugin can add syntax e-signatures to your documents for your approval, all from within Microsoft 365 Copilot.
So, what we've seen so far, if I was to summarize the extensibility that we walked through, first, plugins. Whether these are ChatGPT-style plugins, all you need is an open API and a manifest. Whether it be a message extension, your existing investments. And then we showed a toolkit, the Teams toolkit. And finally, we talked about how to extend the graph with graph connectors. But we know that what's really important is to enable your success as developers. And we've really been working on the feedback we've gotten from developers in terms of it's not just about the productivity of the developers, but it's about the impact of the work that you do. How do we get you distribution and reach? How do we enable end-user discovery of the work that you do? And then if you're an ISV, how do we help you monetize that? So let me just take a few minutes and walk through each one of these. On productivity, just as you saw in the demos today, we make it possible for you to create a plugin easily. You can customize the user experience with adaptive cards. And then you can debug and deploy this once and have it work in the host applications or as Copilot extensibility. Now, in terms of reach, of course, in the organization, IT has the accountability for making sure any application is secure, that data privacy is maintained. And you have to earn IT trust. And it's something that Microsoft has spent a lot of time with IT on. And so our investments on reach really are to help developers to make their applications compliant. So what we have is a tool now that assesses and suggests remediation for your application to win IT trust. Based on feedback from developers, we've created a Microsoft 365 certification program. So we take a look at the controls that industry standard frameworks recommend, and we assess your application against that. And if you get the Microsoft 365 certification, that builds trust with IT and will speed up the deployment of your application. And for IT, we have invested in different views and badging and filtering so they can judge which application fits which role, what is the security profile of these apps. And the thing that we recently brought, which is a win-win-win, win for IT, win for end user, and win for developers, is this auto-installation of these applications and extensibility. So if IT has trust in your application and they want to deploy that to some set of users, they can auto-deploy it so the user doesn't have to go one by one, go find the application and then deploy it. Reach is not enough. You have to get the end user to discover your application. Now, none of us go into work thinking, oh, let's install a new application. Usually what happens here is we go by the recommendation from our colleagues, from our leaders, and of course, IT's recommendations. And so what we are doing in the realm of discovery, of course, we first went and solidified, we were a little chaotic. We've got now one store experience in Office, in Teams, and Outlook, where users can go discover applications and extensibility. The thing that we recently enabled that I'm very excited about is what we call seamless discovery with link unfurling. So if somebody sends me a message and I don't have the application installed that the message refers to, we go to schema.org and we can show you the experience even if the recipient doesn't have the application. This helps the virality of your apps. And then, of course, we've made sure we've added user experiences to get the right application to surface in the right context. So for example, in Microsoft Teams, if you're on the meeting stage, you can go and figure out the relevant applications in meetings and bring that in. Same thing with channels and chat. And in terms of monetization for ISVs, we've created a commercial marketplace. So in ISV, you can figure out how to distribute your app at a regional level, at a department level, at a global level. And for IT, we've given them tools on how to manage users and licenses. So, taking a step back, what we've talked about today, and my call to action to all our developer colleagues here as we go forward together in this world of AI, go build Teams message extensions today, because these also act as Copilot extensibility. Take advantage of our investments in the semantic index and the Microsoft graph by annotating the graph with your data and metadata. And then give us feedback on the Teams plugin, which is really about streamlining your ability to build, debug, and deploy plugins. Now, we have several other exciting announcements beyond Copilot. I'm sure you've heard the word Copilot multiple times today, but we have other announcements. And so I really want you to encourage you to take a look at the breakouts and the demos for some other very exciting announcements. But there are two things I want to spend a few more minutes on. One is Teams Live Share, and the other is Microsoft Mesh. The Teams Live Share, what do you see here is Autodesk. Multiplayer Autodesk. This is an SDK that is now released, is generally available. This SDK is about bringing gaming quality, multi-user capability to your application. You don't have to do any back-end work. We've done the work. We use these ourselves for Excel Live and PowerPoint Live. The idea here is, in a hybrid work, in a distributed workforce, across time zones, across geographies, don't you want your applications, when they are brought in the context of a meeting, to be co-created, co-edited, co-annotated? And that's what the Teams Live SDK does. This is now generally available. Let's talk about Microsoft Mesh. This is about building connection. It's about building fun, about immersive experiences. Now, you can create personalized avatars for Microsoft Teams. Your reactions, your personality is represented in a meeting, even when the video is on, because the video fatigue is a real thing. I'm also very excited that in private preview, we have 2 new capabilities. As developers, you can extend any Teams meeting to be an immersive experience, to build stronger connection. And it doesn't matter. The cool thing is, it doesn't matter if one of the attendees has a headset on and in 3D and the others are in 2D. It works in this heterogeneous setup. And really, you can build now any meeting. You can build templates for immersive meetings. And the same technology is now available for you to build custom immersive experiences. Imagine there's a town hall, or employee onboarding, or some social gathering. It's all made possible by Microsoft Mesh. Let's take a look.
Sometimes hybrid meetings can feel a little impersonal.
Hello?
Avatars for Microsoft Teams gives people the choice to show up how they want, helping them feel more comfortable and included. But can we take digital presence a step further?
Just a minute.
Immersive spaces for teams help interactions feel more engaging, more connected, and more natural.
Great job, Miriam.
Yeah, nice presentation.
But what if we could take it even further by building a custom immersive experience just for your organization? Microsoft Mesh elevates orientations, trainings, and employee experiences by transcending time and space. No matter where you are, you can come together in one place. Connect like never before with Microsoft Teams and Microsoft Mesh.
So we've talked a lot about plugins. I talked about how you can build a plugin, have it work in ChatGPT, in Bing, in Microsoft 365. There's one more place that your plugins will reach users. And that place has 1 billion users, and that is Windows. And to tell you more about that opportunity with Windows, let me invite Panos to the stage.
I love it. I love it when people get pumped about Windows. You a little bit pumped about Windows? A little bit. Me too. All right, I'm pumped also. I'm pumped to be here at Build. I'm honored. I have to tell you first, I just represent this incredible team of product makers. They're in Redmond. They're around the world. They're watching right now. Let me just say thank you for all you do, for all you put together. I'm grateful. And also thank you to everybody here. Thanks for being here today. It's awesome to be at a live event together. And for those of you online, welcome. It's an exciting day. I think when you look at everything Rajesh talked about, just so amazing. It also happens to be an incredible time to be a developer, especially a developer on Windows. Now, we've talked a lot about AI. You've heard a lot about it. It's clear. It is driving the largest technology shift of this generation. There's no doubt. The possibilities across industries, healthcare, finance, education, tech, Even in your own homes, in our homes, the possibilities are endless. But we're moving so fast. Sometimes, every now and then, we can lose sight. What does it actually mean for us as people? Like, what is that transformation for each of us? Now I'm going to do what I'm not supposed to do on stage and ask a question. You never do this in a keynote, just so you know. When you ask a question, if people don't answer it, it's a terrible moment, so just stick with me. So true. Don't do it. You always lose your audience. But let me just say, how many of you remember the first time or the early days of the internet? All right, good. We got a lot of hands. That helps. You heard Rajesh talk about GUI and the transformation that started to come, but let me just shift it a little bit. I remember for me, and some of you, I'm looking out there, you're like, what do you mean? The internet's always been there, so I'm dating myself. I saw you. I'm like, oh, right, you were born in the internet. I got it. For me, I remember I wanted so bad to understand what it was. It seems crazy, right? Because it seems so obvious now, but I wanted so bad to understand what were people talking about. And I had this connection, and it made these noises, and it was this dial-up modem, and I tried so hard to get on, and I used this thing called Gopher. I was like, what is this? Why do people think it's good? Then I got my first job. I got to work, and I had this thing, I think it was called DSL. This is great tech, and now I have a connection. I remember the first few days at work. Don't get me wrong, I did a little bit of work, but I also remember being on the internet. Probably more than the actual work I was doing. It was magic. The feeling, it's indescribable. Even then, in online infancy, the opportunity felt so vast, it was almost impossible. It was impossible to comprehend. I think those first couple of weeks, I read the entire internet, for sure. I read the whole ESPN catalog. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I read everything. But the level of knowledge at my fingertips, it felt transformational. It was transformational. Then came the advent of online dating, Wikipedia, social media, the thing in your pocket, that phone, new device form factor, streaming, and it just goes and goes and goes. But that feeling of immensity, the feeling of possibility, I had never felt it before. I had never felt anything like it. And I haven't since, until right now. Until right now with you. Until the advent of AI and the truth of what LLMs are bringing forward and the opportunity that's in front of us. But it's not just about the features or the models. It's about being part of, getting to witness and participate in something that will change the very fabric of how we live our lives. Did you catch that? We are there together, and it's only the beginning. So, for the devs out there and the devs to be, some of you might just be getting started with AI, like me when I was trying to figure out the internet. Or you might not know where to start. Or you're looking at me and you're thinking, I've been creating AI models for a year, I'm the expert, you're not, get out of my way. No matter where you are, on that journey, this presentation is about Microsoft and Windows being there for you. See, I look at technology a lot like you look at a ladder trying to just get up the side of a building or a wall or a fence. You don't go from the ground straight to the top. Some of you can. You have to take steps along the way. Windows will give you the tools each of us needs, and in this room, to be the wave makers, the creators the pioneers of this next generation of technology to empower yourself, to empower your customers, change the world. And by the end of this keynote, you're going to see a few things. You're going to see how you can increase your engagement and ability to serve customers with the all-new Windows Copilot and AI plugins. Shilpa's going to come out here. She's going to show you how we're accelerating your ability to build seamless workflows on Windows 11. You're going to see Dev Home, Microsoft Store, widgets, other innovations we just released. I don't know if you saw this, but we just released a full build of Windows yesterday. It's so exciting. We're not going to talk in great depth of it today. Shilpa will hit some of it, but get in there, read the blog. It's crazy cool. It's crazy cool. Then Pavan's going to come out here, and I really want you to hone in here. He's going to talk to you about how Windows is fundamentally, and you will see it, the absolute best endpoint for AI, and is the home for every one of your high ambition AI-powered apps from edge compute and OSS models coming together. And you heard Kevin yesterday. He really nailed this. Pavan will bring that together for you. Then Stevie will come out and show you innovation and how it's not slowing down. And if you are on Windows 11, whether you're building on it, using it, it is what will keep you ready for what is coming next as we pioneer our way through this opportunity together. Okay, let's jump into Copilot. I'm going to come down here. I have to share with you. We've been working on this for a while because we get asked all the time. And when you work on details for a long enough time, they're a little bit too close. And so regardless of what it is, regardless if it's a pixel on the screen or one of the hundreds of scenarios we have for the Copilot coming forward for you, you look at it, you thrash through it, you try and get it right. How you doing? But fundamentally, you then want to tell the story as best you can. So we build this video, we built it with bits, we then record them, we then render them, we try and bring them as perfect. I've watched this video at least 1,000 times, I've edited it, I've seen it, but I haven't seen it the way you've seen it. So we're going to watch it again, and I'm going to watch it with you because this feels awesome, and I haven't seen it on this stage, so let's do it together. This is what Satya showed you yesterday. All right. I know, it's super rad. Now I'm going to frame back again a few things you saw, but I want to talk about them a little bit differently. I want you to come along with me on this journey. Yesterday, Yusuf had showed you the demo that was in the video, but there was a lot of purpose to why we picked that, and I want to just share a few small things with you as we look at it together, and I'll show you a few new things, but let's take a look at this really quick. So the first thing to understand is I get asked a lot, and it probably seems super obvious in this room, you know how to get to AI, you know how to get to Bing, you know how to invoke ChatGPT. Of course you do. But not everybody does. They hear about it. They've heard about the internet. So what's the first thing we do? We bring AI front and center to everybody. For you, think of this as a platform, a funnel for all those plugins that you can bring forward. The 2 days of plugin palooza that you got. The opportunity to take those and bring them to 1 billion people. So we put Copilot right there on the taskbar. Just simple, important, and it comes there. And you heard Satya say it yesterday, every user is a power user. You start to see that, where you can talk to Copilot, ask it what you need. Think about 30 years of history in settings and the understanding of a platform and the power of being able to just say, make it easier for me, and dark mode shows up because it's easier on your eyes. You may not even know that dark mode existed. Cracks me up when everybody applauded yesterday for dark mode. That was rad, you know. But that power uses, think about any setting within Windows. But people don't think of it as settings. That's just a platform. They think about it like this. I need to cast my screen to the TV. Right? That's a power user move on Windows. Not anymore. Just write it down and watch it happen. Okay, now there's a nuance I want you to catch. In the bottom right corner here, you can see Copilot talking to you, not you thinking about what prompt you need. This is the power. This is where the plugin can just wake everything up. Just look at the nuance. It clicks. It then says, would you like to listen to some music? Yes. The plugin shows up. It makes a suggestion. You pick chill vibes. I would never pick chill vibes, but somebody does. But here's the better part. Watch the next suggestion that just happened. If you missed it, the nuance is important. At some point, Windows recognizes you've made a mess. Let me help you organize your windows. You don't have to find Snap, although a lot of you do. You don't have to wonder how. It'll just offer it. And it cleans up your desktop. This is speed. This is staying in your flow. All right, look at this next demo. This is a little different. Okay, here is a Kubernetes manifest in Notepad. All right, in this case, I'll select the config. But watch what happens when I do. It'll copy it, it'll drop it there in Copilot for you, and then simply ask you, after you decide to give it to Copilot, what do you want to do with this text? You clearly copied it. So for me, I've always dreamed of being a dev. Don't worry, I practice, I try, but I'll never be able to claim I am one. But I will tell you, the idea here where I can get the config and just ask it to explain to me the time it saves me and what it might mean for you. Now think about this on third-party applications. Think about it on anything that sits on your desktop today. What could you do with it? I'm giving you the most simple of demos, but it's powerful. Unpack that thought and work through it. It's really kind of cool, isn't it? Now go to the audio files. Okay, I record voice recordings of myself all the time. I know that sounds weird, but I do talk to myself. The best way to capture what I'm saying is just to listen to myself later, and I can't stand my own voice. Is anybody else like that? But I will listen to it. But here's what's beautiful. Just grab the file, drag it over, make a decision that you just want to hear it translate for you, transcribe for you, and just like that, you're saving time. I only put this demo because it's the one I wanted. It's pretty powerful. This is great. This is going to be perfect for my father when he drags over a note, a voice note, or even a video in the future, and he wants to translate it into Greek. He's going to do so. The power of that, the speed of that, the possibility is endless. Okay, I want to take you to this last demo, and it's probably the most important one to catch the nuances on, so I'm going to walk you through what's happening. You can see Microsoft Word here, no doubt. And you've heard a lot about plugins. You saw the Spotify demo. That was an important demo to just understand. Yusuf showed it yesterday. You just saw it here. That plugin showed up. It made sense. But here's another. This one's near and dear to my heart. This is how you move creators into their flow. If you're thinking about the funnel and the opportunity that you have to the billion users on Windows, the billion plus users on Windows, what can happen here, what you will see is when the user says, help me generate a logo, it literally brings up Adobe Express there in Copilot and say, click here, let me take you through. Pause, understand that. Copilot brings you a plugin and just keeps you in your flow and you're creating. When you're done creating it, you drag it back into the chat and then you can share it with all of your friends. The steps of opening, closing, removing, they all go away when we say we're going to help you do things differently, that AI reinvents everything on Windows. This, what you're looking at, is just the beginning. There is so much power here. If you think about plugins with ChatGPT and Bing, what you heard yesterday, Windows is your platform for high ambition AI apps. It's sitting right in front of us. Okay, you're going to get a ton more here in just a few moments from Pavan. How do you do it? How do you build it? How do we get into it? But let me just share this. Windows Copilot previews in June. So we're a month away. For those of you who can get on it, let me just make an ask. Go get it in preview. We're going to learn together. I say that from a true point of humility. We don't understand everything yet, but boy, do I know it changed your workflow. Do I understand for sure the opportunity that's in front of you to bring those high ambition apps to Windows, to have that AI experience, that interjection? And we'll evolve together. What did you guys think? All right, let's switch gears a bit and let's talk a little bit more about those apps that are on Windows. Because Windows 11, look, it's not just about, it's not only, it goes way beyond AI. We all know that. We all know that as developers. You've known that for years. Such an important platform. And we announced Windows 11 nearly 2 years ago. 2 years ago was an announcement right about this time. It was exciting. You've been so gracious. You've helped us build this platform. We have more people at speed getting on this platform than ever before on any version of Windows, choosing it. I'm so proud of it. The usage is growing. The engagement is up. We love it. There's no question. But this growth, it extends first to developers. It's awesome. Just since the last year, 24% increase in developer monthly active devices. That means you, the group of you, more of you developing. And some of this growth is driven by an increase in segments like Python developers, which is cool because that also points to AI becoming an even more critical tool to reach our new customers. But it's also about the fact that the role of the PC has changed. It's fundamentally changed. It's more integrated into our lives than ever before. Windows 11 has created a little bit of a transformation for each of us. The PC became the place to connect, play, work. And we also know there's no limit to what you can do from local compute to cloud compute. And as you listen to Stevie and Pavan talk about that hybrid architecture, which is coming, so sweet, there's no limit. But then you look and you go, there's apps like Spotify, Snapchat, Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, so many more that have recently come to the Windows Store. That increase, and you'll hear from Shilpa, has been awesome. And you have to understand, these apps, I know they seem obvious, but they were just mobile apps only 2 years ago. Only mobile apps 2 years ago. I mean, it's incredible. Sophia, she's 17. I haven't seen her in a few days. She's traveling. I miss her. She uses these apps on her PC every day. I'm blown away. I mean, I love it, but I'm blown away. It's so powerful. You can keep your phone in your pocket and you stay in your flow. It's almost a dream of mine. And now, the advent of AI is only making that stronger, faster, more opportunity. WhatsApp's my favorite example, so I want to share it with you. They created an amazing Windows app. They made a native experience for the PC. People are loving it. There's no doubt it's the #1 app on the Microsoft Store. I use it for my fantasy baseball league. I use it for my uncles in Cyprus. It's really impressive. Best way to understand it, we have Will here, which I'm proud of. He's here to share the news with you with what's happening with WhatsApp on Windows. Hey, Will.
Thanks, Panos. It's great to be here and share with the Build community the work we've done in partnership with Microsoft to reimagine WhatsApp on Windows. WhatsApp is the #1 messaging app in the world, and it is the best way for people to communicate privately. We're always investing in new experiences, and a priority for us has been to work with Microsoft to create an amazing WhatsApp experience on large screens. Our users deserve the best experience of WhatsApp across every device and platform, especially the more than 1 billion Windows devices. So, after years of development, we are thrilled to now have brought the first native desktop companion application to our users. And on new Windows 11 PCs, you can easily find it in the Start menu just a click away. It was built from the ground up using native technologies recommended by and in close collaboration with Microsoft. And with the new app, our users will be able to run WhatsApp with significantly improved performance and reliability, benefiting from reduced battery, CPU, and RAM usage, as well as deep OS integrations, such as background processing and notifications. Unlike before, the app does not require you to stay tethered to the mobile app after authentication, so you can use WhatsApp even if your phone is off. Other exciting features such as group calling are now available. People can connect with their friends and family through 8-person video calls and 32-person audio calls. And best of all of this is backed by end-to-end encryption, so your personal messages and calls remain truly private. We're working with Panos and the team to deploy cutting-edge technology that will make the WhatsApp experience on Windows truly remarkable. For example, we're using ARM64 architecture to enhance app performance while minimizing power usage. We're also leveraging Windows Studio effects, which run AI models on the neural processing unit to create the best video call experiences. We know users are going to love the functionality this makes possible, like background blur and noise suppression. We're excited to continue collaborating with Microsoft to innovate for the future of private communication. Back to you,
Thanks,
Panos.
Will. Okay. Before we move on, I want to acknowledge something. When I first took on Windows, I must tell you, the most passionate group that gave me feedback, it was devs. As a matter of fact, funny enough, as I was walking through the aisle, I saw a few of you. You had actually sent me PowerPoints with every single detail of what needed to be changed in Windows. It was pretty awesome. It doesn't stop. Now, I'm going to say the feedback was not gentle. It's my best way of saying it. But it was necessary, and I want you to know, like, we're listening. It's so important. Like, you've inspired us to improve everything, from the details in the UI to foundational OS changes, like the new file system optimized for developer workloads. You continue to push us for better experiences, whether it's across terminal, WSL, GitHub integration, and yesterday you saw another response to that in Microsoft DevBox. But today, we want to bring you the best Windows development experience yet. We want to build a home for devs. So we did, and we called it Dev Home. Take a look. we got a lot of exciting stuff to cover from here on out. Shilpa, an incredible product maker, a dear friend of mine, and absolutely one of the leaders in Windows, is going to come out here and take you through every single detail, including the latest release of Windows. Shilpa?
Thank you, Panos. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see everyone in person after so long. Okay, so let's get into it. When developers asked us to support Bash on Windows, we knew that meant making Linux a first-class environment with WSL. When developers asked for a modern command line experience, we created one of the most popular projects on GitHub in Windows Terminal. And when power users wanted more flexibility to customize Windows, we launched Power Toys. And together, we've made it a top 5 community-supported project on GitHub. You were right on all counts. And when I say you, I'm referring to you, Windows developers. We love it when our developers give us feedback on how we can make Windows the best place to create software. And the best part, we're still listening. We've heard from you that it takes too much time and too many clicks to set up Windows for coding. We've heard that disk performance slows down your inner-loop productivity. And we've also heard that the Windows experience should have more options for power users. And we're going to address all those 3 things today. Now, as you saw in the video, we are really excited to introduce DevHome, a brand new experience in Windows to help developers quickly get productive and stay in the flow. And we know that when you're coding on Windows, you're working in an ecosystem of both local and remote services. DevHome will make it easy to connect to GitHub and set up your machine to code for the repos you care about, easily installing all the tools and packages you need to get running. And once you've connected to GitHub, all your surfaces across Windows will light up with developer functionality, all the way from File Explorer to Windows Terminal. DevHome can also configure your coding environments in the cloud using both DevBox and GitHub Codespaces. The DevHome setup experience is powered by a brand new feature in Windows Package Manager called wingetconfig. You can define a dev environment in a single file and apply it to your local system, to your code spaces, and to your DevBox with a single click. Oh, thank you. That's great. The teams worked really hard on this feature, and one of the things we've really prided ourselves on is helping you save time. So I'm really glad that many of you liked it, and hopefully you will use it as well. And DevDrive is a brand new storage solution tailored for source code, packages, and working folders. Now, inner loop scenarios often deal with repos containing thousands of files, and these really slow down I/O-constrained builds. So DevDrive is based on the resilient file system, and it's combined with a new performance mode capability in Microsoft Defender antivirus. So DevDrive will yield up to 30% improvement in build times over what you get on Win 11 today. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's great. And obviously, the lesser the amount of time you spend on builds, the more time you can spend creating value for your customers. Now, once you're set up to code, DevHome helps you stay in the flow by removing distractions with our dashboard feature. The dashboard is a customizable surface that provides a glanceable overview of dev environment state, project information, code reviews, issues assigned to you, and CI system status, alongside widgets that help you quickly track your tasks in your to-do list. Now, this dashboard we're showing you is extensible. In fact, we're collaborating with Team Xbox to bring the GDK to DevHome to make it really easy to get started with dev creation. And because DevHome is open source, you can contribute to and extend this dashboard as well. Now, this holiday, everyone will have DevHome in Windows. But you right now can get DevHome in preview from the Microsoft Store today. Okay. I'm going to switch gears a little bit now and talk about all the improvements we're bringing to Windows 11 to increase your efficiency and productivity. Now, these will start rolling out to our Windows Insider program in the coming weeks. Obviously, you've got a lot to read in the blogs. Panos talked about it as well. I'm just going to touch on a few of these today. So we're adding native support for additional archive formats. We also have the ability to easily end a task from taskbar without opening the task manager. Yes, yes. Yes, that is a favorite, yes. And you can quickly identify every single access and access every single instance of each app with just a single click. Windows Terminal will also now have tab tearouts to help you organize your different shells on Windows. I'm so glad you're glad. The team's going to be thrilled. This is awesome. Now you heard Panos briefly talk about this earlier, and I'm really excited to share that Windows Terminal is getting smarter with GitHub Copilot X integration. This brings the power of AI to your command line, making it really easy to run correct commands and troubleshoot errors directly in Windows Terminal. And you can also use the experimental Copilot chat right where you need it. To get access to the new Copilot features in Terminal, please sign up for the waitlist on GitHub. Okay, so now you've used DevHome to be productive and you've built a great app. So let's talk about how we can help you acquire and engage customers with your app. Today, we have a new release for Windows 11. I know this week has been fantastic. There's several improvements in here. I'm going to touch upon the widgets board, which enables quick, glanceable content for customers in Windows. Now, if you haven't developed a widget yet, now is a great time to do it. In February, we introduced support for third-party widgets on the board, including new experiences from Meta, Microsoft, and Spotify. Now, the biggest feedback we heard was the desire to customize the content on this widget board. So as part of the latest release, the board will now have a larger surface area and a dedicated space for widgets right next to the feed. We're giving you more space. And later this year, we will have additional board layouts and the ability to tune the board so you can display widgets only, the newsfeed only, or a mix of both. The board will also have space for recommended widgets, and we've added on-install and banner alerts so we can make new widgets easier to discover. We're really excited to make widgets great for customers to stay on top of what matters to them the most and to amplify your apps and your services. So many new features today. Now, I would love for you to get a chance to build your widget and have it reach millions of customers. So we've talked about how we can help acquire more customers for your app. Now, let's talk about retention. Today, for the top 100 apps on Windows, we see a 40% retention after a user sets up a brand new PC. Now, I want to make sure you can retain your customers even if they choose to switch to new devices. So Windows is making it easier than ever with your improved restore experience. So as soon as a user sets up a brand new PC, they will automatically land on a desktop. This will include all of their store apps right where they need them. And it's on the start menu as well as on the taskbar. This new capability, yes. No sense in losing customers when they set up new devices. So we're happy to have this capability roll out in preview starting today in Windows Insiders. Now, we just talked about widgets, we talked about restoring apps, and now it's really important to complete this picture by sharing what's new with the Microsoft Store on Windows. Now, in the last 12 months, the Microsoft Store has had over 1 billion unique visitors. Now, what is really energizing is that Windows 11 users are really engaged with our store. They come at nearly twice the rate of Windows 10 users. And we're really proud of our open store principles, allowing developers to bring any app type with industry-leading revenue share. And this has led to outstanding success. We've seen double the amount of apps since Windows 11 launched, and more Android apps as well. And if you're around, we have an on-demand session for the Windows subsystem for Android. I'd love for you folks to drop in and see the team there. In March, we released Microsoft Store ads in the US market. Now, one of our partners who used Store ads shared feedback that they experienced a 25% increase in their app installs. So next month, we're going to be expanding Microsoft Store ads to 150 regions. Awesome. So now we begin the next chapter for the Microsoft Store on Windows, as we embark on leveraging AI to help you be more productive and expand your ability to reach your customers. We're introducing a new feature called AI-generated review summary. What this does is summarizes thousands of app reviews into a few sentences, making it easier than ever for your fans to inspire and influence future customers of your app, and also to provide summarized insights back to you. Now, one of the biggest challenges in getting your app discovered starts with using the correct search terms. Let me show you how AI-generated keywords will recommend which keywords you should be using based on AI insights that are uniquely available in the Microsoft Store. And I'm really excited to share that we will soon be introducing the new AI Hub in the Microsoft Store
in the coming months. It's a space that will showcase the best of AI apps for our customers. It will educate customers on how to get started in their AI journey and inspire them to use AI as part of their everyday workflow. Now, you heard me about increasing your productivity with Dev Home, leveraging widgets, getting your app restore experiences so that you can engage and retain your customers. And now you can take advantage of AI Hub to enhance your app with AI in the store. You're about to hear Pavan Davaluri share more about the tools that can help you build your AI-powered app and have it show up here in the AI Hub. Please welcome my friend and colleague, Pavan. Thank you.
Thank you, Shilpa. That was fantastic.
Awesome.
Thank you, thank you. That was amazing. It's really exciting to be here with all of you here today. Yesterday, Kevin shared that Windows is the best client for AI development. And as we just heard from Ponce and Shilpa, there are more developers now on Windows than ever before. I'm here to show you how AI can work for every developer here, whether you're just getting started with AI or you're really wanting to take it to the max. Here's what you're going to hear today. If AI is new to you, Windows can get you started with in-box models and APIs. If you're wanting to center your apps and experiences around new AI features, we have Onyx Runtime to help you take it to the next level. And if you're really ready to take AI to the limit, optimize your models, create differentiated experiences, we make that easier than ever with Onyx Runtime, the Olive toolchain, and of course, the hybrid loop. Now, I want to talk to those of you who are just maybe getting started or even don't know where to get started. If you're on Windows 11, we have AI models for you to integrate into your apps right now, no heavy lift. No extra work. You know the Windows Studio effects you saw earlier in Will's keynote? The WhatsApp team was able to integrate those with just a small shift in settings. And you can too. We're building a Windows AI library for you with Windows Studio effects and a range of in-box models and APIs coming soon. Thanks, man. OK, let's take it to the next level. If you're familiar with AI and you want to be able to tweak your existing models, bring your own models, Onyx Runtime is going to be your best friend. And to me, the best way you can show the impact of Onyx Runtime is to see a developer using this technology. Camo is an app that enables any camera to produce incredible video. And you're going to see how they've used Onyx Runtime, Windows devices, and modern silicon. Aiden from the Camo team is here to show us more.
Thank you, Pavan. Camo gets you more than great video quality. It also adds next-gen effects like spotlight, AI auto-framing, beautiful bokeh, privacy mode, color grading, and drag-and-drop overlays. These features are great for content creators of all types, whether planning a big meeting, producing YouTube videos, or live streaming. And we're not done making Camo the best third-party native Windows app. With the advent of NPUs on Windows, our roadmap's got even more ambitious. I'd love to show a sneak preview of what we're working on right now to bring that vision to life. Camo's emoji hands feature is a visible and natural way to signal a reaction when you're on a video call or stream. Perhaps you want to politely interject with an idea, lift an index finger and a light bulb appears, or raise a hand if you need to. And when you need to drop, peace out. How's this for a hand-wavy demo? Obviously, there's a lot of ML powering this. Today, Camo uses CPU and GPU to segment the user from the background, to track hand gestures, and to spot those hand gestures, all in real time. Up to 4 models are in play for this. And computationally, it doesn't come cheap. In an app like Camo, we need to use as little resource as possible, because when users are live streaming games on Twitch or presenting in Teams, we can't afford for them to see dropped frames, reduced performance, or jumpy video. In fact, the only way Camo can run the emoji hands models in a performant way today is by combining the power of a PC with an attached phone. But thanks to the NPU, Camo can now afford to do much deeper image analysis on every frame of live video, using any camera or webcam. All this without touching the CPU or the GPU. So it's not just much faster, but it helps overall system performance and battery life too. We're confident there's a lot of great things we can build using the OpenAI runtime and the new Olive toolchain. You'll be able to check out emoji hands and other great additions later this year when we ship Camo with NPU support on Windows 11.
It's great to see the Camo team democratize amazing video experiences through AI. Cassie Brevu from the Onyx Runtime team is going to join us shortly and show us how all of this works behind the scenes. Before that, to get to the next level, you need Onyx Runtime, the Olive toolchain, and the hybrid loop. This is a great way for you to optimize your models and create performances and experiences that are tailored for your customers. Cassie, super happy you're here today. Glad you could join us.
Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit more about Onyx Runtime and the Olive toolchain?
Yeah, so sure. Let's start with Onyx Runtime, which makes it straightforward to deploy and run your AI models on any platform, including the web.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what that means?
Yeah, so Onyx does all the heavy lifting of dealing with diverse platforms and hardware, freeing developers up to focus on delivering delightful AI-enabled solutions. And Onyx Runtime also enables you to target the cloud, which we'll talk about later.
That's fantastic. One thing to note, this is the same development pattern and set of tools we use internally at Microsoft for apps like Office, Edge, and Teams. And this really inspires us to build the best product we can before we share it with you. Now, if I'm a dev who really wants to optimize performance of my models, I'm going to be targeting the rich and diverse Windows ecosystem, and that can be a lot of work at times.
Yes, it is. And that's where Olive toolchain comes in and really shines. Olive brings together all the optimization steps and tools to make this process simpler for developers, from hardware to data processing to inferencing in multiple languages. If you're just dipping your toes in this space, Olive has walkthroughs to get you started. If you're a data scientist that has been creating and optimizing models manually, Olive simplifies your workflow so you can focus on fine-tuning your model.
Okay, to summarize, Onyx Runtimes help you run across platforms, and the Olive toolchain really streamlines your workflows. Let me tell you just a quick story about how Olive came about. Devs and data scientists at Microsoft working on models were dealing with the same model optimization complexity, I want to say about a year ago or so. And this last year, I think they just sort of threw a fit and they were like, this is just stupidly complex, we have to simplify this. And so it was Yuan on the AI platform team and Stevie who led this effort to go solve the problem, and that is how Olive was born. Cassie, let's show them what this looks like in action.
Yeah, so I'm going to take you on a quick tour of what this optimization process looks like and show you the results. We'll use Stable Diffusion for this demo, which is a hugely popular open source image generation model. Let's look at how to use Olive to optimize Stable Diffusion for better performance with the DirectML execution provider.
All right.
So first you'll see here, this is a JSON config, and this is how I tell Olive what I want to do to optimize my model. Now let's take a look at the generation in this C# WPF application. So this is going to run my Stable Diffusion models locally, and I've watched this progress bar a lot while building this out.
It's taking a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so cool, excellent. SD image landscape in about 10-ish seconds.
That's right, but we can do better than that.
Boom. 2 seconds. Fantastic. Excellent. Can we do that again?
Why not? It's so fast.
It's awesome.
Do it all day.
The 5x improvement in performance. That is impressive. If you'd like to go check out and get a deeper view for Onyx Runtime, the Olive toolchain, or really the DirectML execution provider, please take a look at our workshops this afternoon. Cassie and our Onyx experts are going to be there. Yeah? Okay, great. Now, at last year's build, one of the concepts we introduced that was new was this idea of the hybrid loop. That is about seamless computing across the cloud and the client. It brings together the benefits of the edge, things like performance and responsiveness and privacy, with the power of the cloud to run large models, to house massive data sets, to be able to invoke cross-platform capabilities. And while the concept of hybrid loop can be simple, in practice it can be complex. Pulling this off requires managing a bunch of services, virtual machines in the cloud. And the beauty of the Onyx runtime is you don't have to deal with any of this complexity. Azure shows up as a co-processor in Windows just like an NPU or a GPU. Cassie, let's show us what this looks like.
Yeah, so now I'll show you a simple logic flow like this in your code where you can control whether your model runs locally or in the cloud. And for the data scientists in the audience, Olive enables this hybrid loop by creating a single end-to-end model to reduce the amount of code you need to write. So the first thing I'm going to do is select Cloud Inference On, and then I'm going to load my file. This is a quote from a book that I like. I'm going to click transcribe. You can see in my breakpoint that I'm hitting the Azure Execution Provider.
Yep.
And I'm using the OpenAI Cloud Endpoint for the Whisper large model running in the cloud.
Yep.
So it's going to send that up, and I'm going to get back my transcription.
Fantastic.
So now, if I want to run locally, I'm going to turn the cloud inference off, and we're going to run the Olive-optimized Whisper Tiny model on my tiny, cute, adorable laptop here.
That is a lovely machine, for sure.
And I'm going to choose a quote from the Kevin keynote yesterday. And then I'll click transcribe. Now you see, I'm hitting my local execution provider.
Yep, I see that. And here we go.
There you go.
Fantastic. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
OK. Let's take a minute to process that. What we just saw is how you can use Onyx Runtime across platforms, silicon, cloud, and client to take your AI to the next level. I know many of you are web developers. We see you and we love you. And with Onyx Runtime, or ORT, you are covered for AI development on the web. ORT Web can run your ML models in the browser using web-based tools. It natively integrates constructs like WebAssembly and WebGPU, with WebNN support coming soon. This gives you the flexibility to target a whole range of hardware accelerators and Azure in your web apps, just like you saw in the SD demo and the Whisper demos. But really, how do you accelerate these models and apps across the range of the hardware ecosystem? Really, GPUs and NPUs are two great ways actually going forward. Let me start with GPUs. Windows 11 has a large and powerful ecosystem of GPUs for AI-accelerated workloads. Running behind me, you should be able to see 2 LLMs in the class of 10 billion parameter models. The DALL-E model you saw in action yesterday in Kevin's keynote, and NVIDIA's NeMo model, fully optimized, running on Windows Client with NVIDIA client GPUs. You can reach more than 200 million discrete GPU customers today for acceleration of AI models on Windows. That's right. It's kind of amazing, actually. It is kind of amazing. Partnering with NVIDIA, we're making these and other cutting-edge open source models available to you soon. Now, let me switch gears a little bit and talk about neural processing units, or NPUs. NPUs are powerful accelerators, purpose-built to accelerate machine learning workloads. And as we look to the future, NPUs in the Windows ecosystem will continue to scale and grow and get you plenty of opportunities. AMD recently announced the Ryzen Mobile 7040 series, along with the Ryzen AI execution provider for Onyx Runtime. Intel's Keem Bay accelerators are going to be in market shortly, and the Meteor Lake platform comes to market this holiday, featuring Intel's first integrated neural processor with OpenVINO support for Onyx Runtime. This means by the end of the year, you'll be seeing a lot more NPU devices in market. And there are already some incredible NPU devices out there showing us the power of AI on modern silicon. The Qualcomm Snapdragon Compute Platform and devices like the Windows Dev Kit 2023 that we in fact announced at Build last year, and the Surface Pro 9 5G are empowering developers to create some amazing AI experiences. Luminar Neo is a great example in my mind. Luminar Neo is about making creativity accessible to everyone and empowering photographers of all levels with AI-assisted editing features. A single feature in Luminar Neo, like automatic background removal, relies on more than 20 models are running behind the scenes. So the speed at which these models run is critical to the user's experience. With the latest NPU-powered devices, this kind of a workload in Windows is drastically accelerated. Like their Super Sharp AI feature. It uses AI to fill in and sharpen blurred details. On a CPU, this could take about 2 minutes. But that same operation moved to an NPU takes only about 8 seconds. That is extra time for all of us to get creative. Like Shilpa mentioned, thank you. That's awesome. I agree. It is pretty phenomenal. Like Shilpa mentioned, there will be some incredible apps and tools for you in the Microsoft Store AI Hub, including Luminar Neo and other amazing AI apps. With Windows, AI-enabled silicon, Onyx Runtime, and the Olive toolchain, we are empowering every developer to be an AI developer. And we can't wait to see what you will create on Windows. Last year, Stevie Batiste shared a vision for the hybrid loop and how your models can run on cloud and client. And what you saw with Cassie in the Whisper demo is that vision is now a reality. Looking forward, the hybrid loop will continue to get more seamless, providing you with richer capabilities. We believe we're in the infancy of what this transformation can look like. And Panos is going to come back here to tell us what this opportunity looks like in the future. Thank you very much.
Sorry, that was Stevie. I'm not Panos. He's a little shorter. I got to admit, I'm actually feeling a little vulnerable. You see, last year, I had a bunch of really cool demos to lean on. This year, Panos handed me a blank piece of paper and asked me what I should write and say to this audience. And so I did. And I'm here with no demos. So I have thoughts for you, and I think it's worthwhile. All right, everyone's already said this, but really, AI is bringing unprecedented change. And at times, I really do feel like I'm an intern all over again. And it can be daunting on where to start and even how to think about its impact on your apps. But here are 3 thoughts for you. First, between Windows, M365, and Azure ML, we're giving you the latest and most powerful tools to help. Pavan and Cassie just showed this to you. They showed the Onyx runtime, the Olive toolchain. Use them. Use them to compile, deploy, and run your AI efficiently across the most diverse ecosystem of devices on the planet. But it doesn't just stop there. Yesterday, Scott talked about new tooling that allows you to fine-tune large models with techniques like LoRa with just 1 click. I mean, geez, taking something at the scale of GPT 3.5 and retraining it, making your own, that's groundbreaking. Something that was so difficult just last year is now so easy. Second, contextualize every interaction. Earlier, Rajesh spoke about the importance of the person being at the center. One of the most powerful ways to do so is use the Microsoft 365 graph and its APIs to help ground the API and personalize every interaction, every prompt. This contextualization is a key differentiator that will enable you to go broad and deep with your customers. And third and finally, Panos just mentioned it. AI is the new interaction technology. Or really, what does that mean? 50 years ago, the industry had a milestone event. Take a look at this demo with Doug Engelbart, showing off the mouse and keyboard interaction. That impact of those innovations revolutionized application design. And amazingly, that application structure hasn't changed much since. It's wild. Until now. For the next 50 years, this direct, very explicit interaction model will be completely transformed by what's happening today. And we already see it. Our interfaces are transforming from being exact to being more implicit and fuzzier, less programmatic, more piloted. To seize this opportunity to build the next generation of apps and services, I want to take just a brief moment, because I got to catch a plane actually right after this, so just a brief moment, to share the patterns we're seeing and how people infuse AI into their experiences. 3 new AI application structures are emerging, shaped by how AI functions relative to your application. Is the AI beside your app, inside, or outside? It's a simple frame to use alongside what Kevin Scott spoke yesterday. In the first application structure, the AI is beside your application, helping your tasks, being a helper. It's like a co-pilot. It is a co-pilot. It's very appropriate that the first types of significant AI experiences are co-pilots because it enables us to get in the game quickly. It keeps the original app architecture definition and is minimally disruptive to what our customers already know. Yet, this new application structure delivers immensely capable tools and experiences that did not exist before. We're excited for the new Windows Copilot and all the category-specific copilots like M365, Bing, and even the ones you will create. Use them, write plugins, integrate with them. In the second application structure, the AI is inside as the main scaffolding of the app. It's the main input loop. Here, you use AI to completely redefine the application interaction model and even its purpose. The interaction model will be less dependent on point-and-click commands. Things will become much more automatic. We see glimpses already happening in applications like Designer, ClimChat, and Luminar Neo that take pro-level skills and turn them into one-click, slider-driven intents and much more intuitive interactions, all without compromising the result. Here, there are fewer toolbars, fewer deep menus, simply because you don't need them. You want to just intuitively direct the app with what you're managing, and this task is accomplished from within the context of the application. And this brings us to the third and final application structure, where AI goes from executing from within the context of the application frame to AI being outside, executing globally. Here, the AI will orchestrate across multiple apps, plugins, and services, functioning more as an agent. This structure will bring code to the person rather than the person going to the code, allowing the agent to connect, orchestrate, and keep context across entire workflows, across devices, and even across vastly different timescales. You see these ideas already emerging in agents and orchestrators like Microsoft Jarvis, Semantic Kernel, and the Bing Orchestrator. In fact, if you take a step back, the Windows shell itself is an orchestrator. In fact, maybe one of the most powerful orchestrators across apps, across content, across the graph. Imagine with AI and natural language, you start to see glimpses of the opportunity with the Windows Copilot. And it is here when you get intelligence that's functioning not at just the granular details, but at the higher levels, where you get a mixing of both tactics and strategy. You get both vision and execution. It's like a copilot of copilots, a very powerful application structure. And with the plugin models from Bing, Windows, and M365, we'll already start to see these outside structures emerging, and you can start creating them today. Each of these three new structures offers unique advantages and purposes. And with the solutions we're providing you, from our copilots to our plugins, from our foundational models to our AI runtimes, you can start building on one, if not all three, of the new AI application structures. With all the new amazing technologies and opportunities, I feel like I'm learning all over again. And maybe so are you. But Microsoft is here alongside you, providing the easiest tools to build, the latest AI to delight, and the broadest platform to deliver those cutting-edge experiences and revolutionary interaction models. Each of our solutions build on each other. This is so important for you to understand, each of them. So use the tools we're building for you. They help you optimize and customize your AI for your applications, and that enables you to personalize and contextualize every interaction, which helps you reinvent your interaction model, further enabled by embracing one of the three new AI application structures I just talked about: beside, inside, and outside. Look for ways to use AI and agents to achieve your customers' overall goals, not just their individual tasks. Doing so will make your work more intuitive, yet functional, more natural, yet powerful. All this to enable and reach and empower more people. With that, I would like to bring Panos back on stage to help us close it out.
Stay here, stay with me. So on behalf of the entire Windows team, I hope you love what you saw today. What did you think? Rock. Just remember, the Windows Copilot is that first high-ambition AI workload for the client and remains at the center of the new AI app platform on Windows. We are grateful for your time. Thank you for all you do. Go change the world.
Welcome back to the Seattle Convention Center. We are fresh off today's keynote, Shaping the Future of Work with AI. And good news, we've got more from the main stage, backstage that is, in just a moment. Plus, our event coverage continues throughout the day. We've got an interview outlining how partners can jumpstart collaboration and productivity by taking advantage of Copilot with Microsoft Teams. Then did you know Microsoft Learn Q&A tools is powered by AI? The team will be here to show us how the enhancements can help you get the most out of those learning modules. But first, it's time to check in with Seth backstage. Seth, who do you have with you?
How are you going, my friends? I've got none other than Rajesh and Pano straight after their keynote. I'm so excited to be here with them. So we don't have a lot of time. AI is infused throughout your keynote. Tell us about what you've done.
Well, I mean, we really brought AI in a human-centered way in a couple of different ways. One is we brought it into the applications that people use today in the context of meetings, in Word and Excel and PowerPoint, and you'll see it, infused next to the commanding surface areas of these applications. But I'm also incredibly excited about this cross-app intelligence that brings the AI at a higher level across all the apps and data. It shows up in Teams, it's going to show up in Microsoft 365, and of course, it's going to show up in Windows.
And this is the cool part because, in productivity apps, AI is awesome, but you've actually managed to put it down into the operating system. Let's give him the mic here. Tell us about how the mic. Tell us about how the AI.
First, tell me who's watching.
Everyone's watching.
Oh, all right.
So the question is, how did you put AI into the operating? Because there's been times, I'm kidding you not, where I'm like, I wish I could just have ChatGPT here so I could just do this.
I think that's
and more.
Yeah.
That's a common statement, right?
Yeah.
It's not just ChatGPT. It's so much more. It's the depth of Windows. It's that 30 years of architecture in the product that so many amazing deep devs know how to unpack or power users, but the everyday user has no idea. So it's that and actually the scenarios are going to create themselves over time. And so the power of that is it's unprecedented. But to your point, a lot of people want to know, how do I, where do I, what do I? And when you get to those questions, when you're thinking about the customer, how about you just click here and we'll help you. And I think that's that is the empowerment. And then if you're a dev on the other side of it, you have a funnel, an opportunity, you have plugins, and those plugins for 1 billion plus users are right there and ready. And now in workflows that you or I or Rajesh couldn't do before, they're presented to us to go get done. That nuance, you present me a workflow, which is a dorky word, workflow, I get it.
I know, but it's
but
important.
Present me something, a task, something I want to get done. A creation I don't know how to do, hand it to me. And that's what Windows is going to do for you.
And I love how it's all just infused throughout. We're out of time. Thank you so much for being with us. And now we're going to go over to Christina. Good job, guys.
Thank you so much. All right, Copilot was talked about a lot on day one and today as well. But my next guest is here to tell me about how game-changing the features with all the Copilots can be for Microsoft partners. Srini, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so tell me a little bit about some of the features that were announced this week that partners can start taking advantage of.
Sure, absolutely. It's so great to be here. First of all, it just seems like there is everything everywhere all at once, right? So, but let me clear the deck here. So we announced 3 major things. One is Copilot extensibility with plugins.
Love it.
We also announced Power Platform connectors and also message extensions. Apart from that, we also did something called Teams Toolkit, which actually helps developers actually build a lot of plugins, and also Teams Live Share, where you can actually use multiplayer to be able to bring to all your applications as well.
I love this, and I really especially love making it easy for developers to build and test these things out, since all this is so new. I wanted to ask you, do you have any examples of some partners that have already been using some of this stuff to give people some ideas of what they can build in the future?
Sure. We have a lot of early adopters, and some of the few ones that we actually did demo and we announced was Adobe, Atlassian Jira, Box, Moveworks, Mural, Thomson Reuters, and many more. Actually, we are pretty excited to actually see what the other developers can do with us, working with us closely.
No, I totally agree with you, and I'm looking forward to seeing that as well. Where can people go for more information about these plugins?
aka.ms/M365 Copilot _plugins.
All right, aka.ms M365 Copilot _plugins to get all your information. Srini, thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to hand it back over to Caruana.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Earlier, Seth met up with Fractal's Chief Alliances Officer, Dylan Diaz, to talk about the deep partnership between Microsoft and NVIDIA that's helping to bring about this age of AI. You can find this and other great conversations after the show by searching for NVIDIA in the featured partner directory.
All right, if you haven't noticed, we've been talking a lot about AI here at Microsoft Build, but part of that story for us is how we're actually using it ourselves to make learning easier for you. And I'm here right now with Joe Friend, who's going to explain more to me.
Yeah, we were really excited today at Microsoft Build to announce Q&A Assist, which is great new AI functionality for Microsoft Q&A. And we have a sneak preview for you to show you how it works.
All right, so what are some of the features that people can do with Q&A Assist?
Yeah, so Q&A Assist
Q&A,
really...
the home for technical questions and answers, just got better. Introducing AI enhancements to Microsoft Q&A from Microsoft Learn. Start using the power of Microsoft AI to get the right answers to your technical questions fast. Here's how. Sometimes asking the right question is half the challenge. AI can help with that. Simply type your question, request help, and you'll get AI-powered suggestions for how to improve your question. And what if others have already asked similar questions? AI enhancements can help you find them. In just a few clicks, see all the answered questions that match your query. But if you didn't find what you need, now you can request an AI-generated answer. While complex questions may require answers from people with subject matter expertise, lots of simple questions can be answered instantly using AI. Get fast answers to your technical questions more easily than ever before. Try the AI enhancements to Microsoft Q&A on Microsoft Learn today.
All right, this is really exciting stuff. Where can people go if they want to learn more about this? Because we're running out of time. I know you built this really fast, and it's really exciting.
Yeah, aka.ms, Microsoft Q&A.
All right, aka.ms, Microsoft Q&A. Thank you, Joe. Very exciting stuff. Back to you, Caruana.
We are moments away from Scott Hanselman's session. But first, we're going to talk with Christina again. Christina, come on back. Let's have a chat. Or... and there's Seth. There's Seth too. That's fantastic. Welcome to both of you. Christina, you've been logging more miles, more steps across the event, catching up with industry leaders along the way. What are some of the reactions to the announcements we've made, like the ones we did today?
Yeah, I mean, what was great. I was just having a conversation with Srini from our partner team earlier, and we were talking about how, everything is happening all at once, and that people are really thinking about, how can I have this technology not today or tomorrow, but how can I have it yesterday? And that's really the big thing I've been hearing, is that people are already ready for it. They can't wait to start doing things with it already.
I know. That's why I think our learning experiences are so important, because people are ready to learn and do and build legendary stuff. As we prepare for Scott Hanselman to take the stage, for those who don't know, what can they expect from a Scott Hanselman session, Seth?
A lot of developer goodness, a lot of happiness, a lot of feel goods, and also very practical information on some of the cool stuff that they are working on for the developer experience. I'm actually here backstage behind the keynote area. So if there's darkness behind me, that's because the keynote area is literally just over there. It's pretty cool back here. I got to watch all the keynotes from backstage.
Absolutely. Remember to get in on the Microsoft Build Cloud Skills Challenge to earn a free Microsoft Learn certification exam. And jump into our social feed. It's alive and well. Be part of the fun over on Twitter by using the hashtag MSBuild. And with that, it's time to join the party on the main stage. We'll be right back here after the session. This is Microsoft Build.
Please welcome Scott Hanselman and Kayla Cinnamon.
Woo! Hey, friends. I am Scott.
And I'm Kayla.
I work in the developer division.
And I work on Windows.
I've been working on .NET and open source for many years.
And I was the former PM on Windows Terminal, and I'm now the PM for DevHome.
Yay!
Woo, DevHome!
So we're both developers, and we love developing on Windows. We choose Windows. We like spending time in Windows, and we are, as you saw before, excited to announce DevHome.
Yes, DevHome is the new home or hub-like experience on Windows for developers, and it's fully open source and extensible, so you can get the features that you need all in one place.
Open source, absolutely amazing. So this is any dev, not just Visual Studio devs, not just Azure devs.
That's right. Any dev on Windows can find something helpful in DevHome.
Okay, so things that they care about, and you said open source, which means it's extensible.
Yes, and it also has a fully customizable widget dashboard, so you can get extensions that have widgets, and you can customize a view that you need.
Dig it. So dev drives are being announced. These are really cool. This is using REFS, which is coming from on high, from the workstation SKU, down to not just Pro, not just Enterprise, but also Home.
Yep.
This is really meaningful because we worked really, really hard for students, many of which run Windows Home, and they use WSL, so they're going to get the benefits of that workstation quality, speedy file system, except they're going to have that on Home and Pro in the form of dev drives, and they're going to get great performance gains. And then WinGet configuration. This is really, really cool, because I've actually been doing my configuration with basically batch files.
Yeah, so WinGet configuration lets you get into a desired state. So they're called DSC, or desired state configuration files. And we've been using them quite a bit over the last couple of days, just rerunning these machines and just getting to a setup that's been really handy.
We've set up probably 15 different demo machines, paved them, and brought them back, all using WinGet. And instead of a batch file that's just WinGet install, we're saying WinGet configure. And it's also going to support other desired state configuration providers like Chocolatey, Ansible, Chef, Puppet. It's going to be super cool.
Yeah, and we've been working with popular repositories as well to get YAML files on there, so you can get started contributing to those repositories also.
All right, cool. So let's shave this yak. You're not familiar with that term? Is that like
No.
Did I just age myself?
A little bit.
Okay. So yak shaving is like when your boss asks you to do a thing, and then they come back a couple days later, and you haven't done the thing, but you're doing really important stuff that has to be done before you do the thing.
Right.
And you're like, yeah, I'll do that as soon as I shave this yak. Is this, you're not?
It's...
No? Okay.
Okay.
All right, here's an animated GIF from Malcolm in the Middle. So he comes home and he turns on the light. Oh, the light doesn't work. Shoot, I got to fix this light bulb. I'll go get a light bulb. Oh, the shelf is messed up. I'm going to go ahead and fix this shelf. All right, I'm going to go ahead and grab hey, this is kind of a squeaky drawer right here. Let me get some WD-40. I'm going to fix that drawer. Oh, I'm out of WD-40. Oh, I get the car, go to the thing. Oh, I can't start the car. Oh, shoot. Hey, did you fix that light bulb? What does it look like I'm doing? Is that not the developer experience, like all day long? That's like everybody, right? So here's the thing, right? Like starting your machine, getting your machine set up is a hassle, and we're trying to solve that both in the cloud with DevBox and on physical machines.
Yeah, exactly. So Scott, if you wanted to join Kayla Incorporated, you'd have to set up a machine right now.
Right, you would have to give me a Word document, because whenever you join a new company, they give you a Word doc, and they say, here, you have a month to set up your computer. What is this?
You have like 45 minutes to set up a computer.
So you are bringing me a Surface?
Yeah.
In the original shrink wrap?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to luxuriate in the shrink wrap of it. Hang on. All right. It's got that new Surface smell, which is a lot like the new convention center smell, if you've noticed that.
Oh.
I have to read this EULA.
Yeah. I'll trade with you.
It's a good week.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring that up. So I'm bringing up this brand new machine here on number 1. And we'll see, I saw the Windows logo pop up for a second. What happens next? Did I not push the wrong? Just a moment.
Just a moment.
Just a moment.
Here we go.
Okay. This is called Ubi, out-of-box experience. And then if you've seen it twice, this is true, it's called Scooby, which is second chance out-of-box experience. So how many moments is it?
The sound of Windows.
Ah, yes. Is this US? Yes.
Here. You type kind of slow. I'll do it. You can go back.
Fine. All right. So you're going to go through Ubi?
Yeah, I'll do it. I got you.
If anything interesting happens, stop me.
Okay.
Okay, 'cause it's important. All right, let's go to PowerPoint. Cool. All right, so the idea is onboarding is a hassle. You're going through the out-of-box experience. You want to get set up as quickly as possible. We've all seen that Word document, that SharePoint, that wiki that explains you step by step what you have to do, and it's a huge hassle. What we're trying to do is introduce stuff that removes developer toil. The opposite of developer joy is toil. It's no fun to do this stuff. I want to make developer Ubi faster and easier. I want to use things like Winget to decide what the desired state of my machine is and then set that machine up easily. When I get through Ubi, I want to be in developer home. And I want to have a place to start. I want to clone my repositories from wherever they come from. And then I want my inner loop as I'm coding to be faster. And I'll be using like a developer drive in order to get that experience. We've all done this kind of stuff before. Many of us have used tools like Chocolatey or Ansible or Winget to make those things better. We want to centralize that experience so it's a great and fun experience and a joyful experience that is easy, as opposed to what it is now, which is a huge hassle. I can see you kind of clicking through that. And then you're going to go and add my Microsoft account. So just to make sure you see that she's working through Ubi, and she's going to go and log in as whatever Scott Hanselman demo.
That's right. But do you see this? Wait, before you switch.
Look at this. Look at this.
We've added the VS Code icon to the login page to represent developers right when you get Windows.
It's a little small. I feel that should be larger. Let's get that fixed. Okay, so go ahead and log in. Log in as okay, so you're going to log in as me.
I got you.
Okay, so she's going to keep doing that. Okay, so she's logging in. So developers are actually recognized in Ubi. We're going to get there in a second. Then the developer's inner loop is a really interesting thing. This is you code, you build, you maybe test. I've seen some of your code, and then you deploy, and then you do it all again, right? If you're a web developer, you make a change, you hit refresh. You're going to use tools like hot reload. You're going to use faster builds. You want that loop to be as tight and as quick as possible because that is supposed to be where the fun is. That's where things like Copilot are going to make it more fun. That's where faster systems with dev drives are going to make it more fun. Performance matters at this point. Then outside the inner loop, this is when you send your code to your coworkers. You maybe push the container to a registry, you then deploy it, and then you build it out in the cloud. It gets tests, and then you might, you good?
I need you to.
Oh, you need to?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, hang on.
I need to answer one simple question.
Okay, let's customize your experience.
There's only one right answer here.
There's only one right answer. Do you do school? I don't do school. Do you track expenses? No. Oh, I don't want to click that button. I'm not a business person. Ooh, delightful apps and websites. So there's a developer choice now. I've always felt underrepresented in the out-of-box experience. I'm looking for a developer, and it's not there.
Yeah. So we've just added this development checkbox. And for now, it will just install DevHome for you and pin it to the start menu. But we'd love to know if there's anything else you want this checkbox to do to help you get started easier on Windows for developing.
Very cool. So the developer intent, the idea that this computer is for developers, gets you to DevHome. Because DevHome is open source, you tell us what you want that to do. How far should it go? How configurable should it be in order to get us to this inner loop and this outer loop faster? So she's going to keep clicking through there and go through Ubi because sometimes it takes a minute. And back over to here, that experience as you're building, testing, and then also doing things like static scans and governance are your team working. And then these are all of your kind of favorite apps or favorite features of Windows that you're going to want to use. Some of these icons you might recognize. Some of them you might not. So here we see the new DevHome.
DevHome logo.
Yeah.
Then we have a nice icon for dev drives.
Right.
WSL got a refresh. They got a new logo.
This is cool. That's WSL, right?
Yep. And Winget actually got an icon as well. So this is the new Winget icon.
Okay. And then over here, we've got DevHome plus GitHub because you can have plugins.
Yep. So we've created a DevHome GitHub extension, and then we made an icon for it as well. So when you install DevHome for the first time, it will install the extension alongside it.
Very cool. And then down here, we've got Terminal, Power Toys, and not WSL, but WSA, the Windows subsystem for Android.
Yep.
So it says build and develop and run Android apps on Windows, just like apps, because they're apps, which is really cool.
Exactly.
All right. So
I think we might want to jump back over to this machine.
Okay, so we're going to fast forward time just a second here to a machine that's just completed Ubi. So this machine has nothing on it. We've got Dev Home ready, though. I see Dev Home sitting in the taskbar there.
Yes, so when you first launch Dev Home, you're greeted with this awesome set up your environment page. This shows you all of the features that you can use in Dev Home. So the first thing that we'll probably want to do is get all of our favorite apps, because we just showed our favorite apps. We want to get them here. So one way we can do that is by clicking Get Started, and we'll head over to the machine configuration page. And I'm actually going to click Configuration File. So this will let me launch a Winget configuration DSC YAML file to get my favorite apps right here using Dev Home. So you can see in the YAML, I'm actually going to start installing things like Visual Studio, and then we can get all of our other packages as well to be successful developing on Windows.
So I could put this YAML file, and it's a bummer it's not XML. It's old.
Yeah.
YAML is XML for young people.
Oh, okay.
The angle brackets are there, you just can't see them. You're invisible.
But I don't have glasses.
Oh, so mean. So what's cool about this is that she just picked a file called Scott's Faves. That could be in a gist, it could be in OneDrive, and that could describe just the stuff that are my favorite utilities, my favorite apps. And we're going to see how we can use YAML files a little bit later in another way.
Cool.
Cool. So you're going to start installing Visual Studio.
Yep.
Okay, and again, some of these are apps, some of these are experiences, some of these are built into Windows. We can go and configure all of those things. We can set up WSL, we can install Power Toys, we can put a Ubuntu on a machine, or in this case, install Visual Studio, which is super cool. Now let's talk a little bit about how far we've come. We dug up a couple of tweets in here. Here's one from 2018, so what is that now, 5 years?
Yeah.
Or a half decade, as old people say. Where I proposed, like, maybe we have developer mode, developer Ubi, developer home. We're starting to get this sense of making a place like, hey, I know I'm a dev. I want control of my machine. I want perf. And then we made this checkbox here, this checklist, back in 2019. Open source terminal.
Yep,
Thank you for doing that. Check. Native Linux support. Check. We made the indexer smarter to know about Git repositories. We're going to talk about virus scanning as it relates to dev drives. We're getting better window management with Power Toys and fancy zones, Winget integrated package manager. Like, a lot of these ideas and the stuff that we're making actually came from the community. A lot of this stuff, it's so important that, like, I don't know, I just think it's crazy that Dev Home is open source and in-box.
Yeah.
Was that hard to get them to let you do that?
Well, so we got a lot of street cred from Windows Terminal, so we were able to replicate the same open source process and then now give Dev Home, and then we can work with the community to make Dev Home better too.
Yeah.
And what's cool is Terminal has about 30% of the pull requests are from the community.
30% of the pull requests to Terminal are community.
Yeah.
Wow. You know, when I think of street cred, I don't really think about walking around with like a terminal. Maybe you're hanging out in cooler streets than I am.
I think I am.
Okay. Oh, it's the little digs. It's the twisting of the night. Did we not pay the designer?
Did you make this?
I did make this. Thank you. This is what happens when you let a developer get PowerPoint. I was like, Copilot, make this better. And it was like, you're a developer. That's as good as it gets. Although Copilot for PowerPoint did suggest that I remove the little like animated pixel digging construction guy from MySpace.
That was probably best.
Yeah. These are actually some of the features that we've brought to community, for developer community over the last 5 years. So look at some of these things. We've got WSL, the Windows subsystem for Linux. Some of these I actually don't use, but I didn't know about. Quake mode.
Yeah.
Was that you?
That was our team.
Yeah.
Yeah. And some other new ones. There's new ones here that we are announcing today, tomorrow, yesterday.
Cool.
So some little Easter eggs in the slide too.
Yeah, I recognize that there was an issue here because people have been arguing about whether we call them terrible tabs, because they're just terrible, or tab tear out. So we put that in there twice. Yeah. Running GUI apps on Linux, paste as plain text. We're going to hear about those in your session later this afternoon. And there's actually going to be 3 sessions. We'll give you a slide telling you, go to these sessions, check them out, see them happen.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay. Let's actually play a little bit. Is that okay? Are we going to go back over here? Oh, you got more? Let's take a look. So how are we doing? This button here?
Yep. Cool. So I just set up with our YAML file, got our favorite applications.
Okay.
Now I'm back on that welcome screen in DevHome, and I'd like to talk about this little connect to GitHub piece. So we did mention the DevHome GitHub extension that comes by default. If you clicked connect accounts, you can sign in with your GitHub account here, which we've already got Scott signed in, and then we can customize our dashboard. So here we've just got a few GitHub widgets. We also have system widgets that show performance of your machine, so then you can have everything that you need in one place.
These are really cool because these widgets are, like you see, custom to me. This is all real and pulling from both the local machine and the cloud. But you mentioned that, I don't know about you, but my inbox is full of notifications from GitHub about stuff that I don't know if I'm supposed to do or not.
Yeah, I found that this has been super helpful, and we've been using DevHome to develop DevHome over the past few weeks, and it's just really helped us keep up with issues and PRs on the GitHub repo.
You said something about notifications, which I haven't actually used yet.
Yeah, so there's a little nugget of a feature that comes with this GitHub extension. So if you are signed in with your GitHub account and then you submit a pull request and you have a check that fails, so that's like a build pipeline, a bot that's failed, something like that, Windows will send you a notification saying that your pull request has failed. So this saved us a ton of time over the last couple of weeks because we've been using Azure pipelines, and sometimes the builds will randomly fail or time out. We would be notified right away, click the notification, go to the PR, and run the checks again.
Cool. And I went and pinned GPU and CPU and memory and things like that because I care about perf. DevHome can also help me make my disk more performant.
Yes, when you use dev drives.
When I use dev drives.
Yeah, so if we come back over here, you can see the create a dev drive card. And if we click create dev drive, we'll head over to the disks and volumes page in settings.
This is actually cool because you just jumped from DevHome into systems. So I feel like as a dev, are we more well represented inside of settings?
Dude, check this out. Look at this. We're right here on the system page.
Hang on, let me see this. We are not as important as nearby sharing. We are more important than activating your machine. Rock on.
Baby steps.
Baby steps. All right, very cool. Intended for development use only. You know that my parents are going to go in there and start clicking checkboxes.
Absolutely. So to make it faster to go back.
That's cool.
Yep. So the best way to create a dev drive is just by clicking create dev drive here at the top. And you're offered two different options. So you can make a VHD, which is a virtual hard disk, or you can resize an existing volume and use your hardware on your machine. If you allocate memory to the VHD, it will dynamically resize, so it won't use all that memory at once. If you do the existing volume option, it will save all that to a new drive.
Similar to the way WSL makes a VHD and puts ext4 or one of those Linux file systems, you're going to make a VHD and put REFS on it.
Yep.
Or you said resize my existing volume. So that means on a raw, like on the raw disk.
Right.
For perf.
Yep, exactly.
I don't believe you. Yeah. I love that we're in dark mode and it's all modern and everything, but I'm going to go and hit Windows X and I'm going to click disk management and I'm going to go screaming into the late 90s into MMC. Okay, look at that. NTFS C drive, REFS D drive. Okay, now I do in fact believe you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're
I
welcome.
wouldn't lie to you.
Would you though? All right, thank you for that. Thank you for that smattering of applause. Can I have just one drive? Can I have multiple drives? Can I have different projects? How do I decide how I want to have my dev drives be?
You can make as many drives as you'd like, and you can also clone multiple projects to one drive or have them split up one drive, not one drive, and then have them split as you'd like in that way.
And at home, I've got my C drive and my D drive already. They're physical drives. I could make C system and then D a dev drive.
D for dev drive.
D for dev drive.
Yep.
Dig it.
Cool.
All right,
And I
cool.
think we've got a slide for this.
All right. Do we have a slide for this?
Yeah. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, check this out. So this is really cool. This shows some of the dev drive performance improvements that we are seeing in the labs. Right now, we are seeing, in some cases, you can see like a Git clone of a local Node.js repo is 41% faster. Builds on .NET, in this case, we're building Orchard Core, which is a CMS. In the lab is 22%. Now, this is coming out this week, which means that you're going to have this in, was it Windows External?
Windows Insider Program Dev Channel.
Okay, Windows Insider Dev.
Yes.
We want you to test it. How do we get people feedback? Because some people are going to see better perf, some people are going to see less perf. We want a diverse bunch of hardware to test on.
Yeah, I think the best way might be on Feedback Hub.
Yeah.
We actively triage on Feedback Hub.
Yeah, so hit Windows F when you're doing this. If you see good perf, bad perf, we want to share that with the team because, you know, when this comes out later this fall for everybody, we want this to work great so that you're going to see super cool performance improvements as well. Cool.
Cool. All right, so we need you to continue being productive. You're joining my company, right?
Okay, back to the Ubi.
All right, so we're still here on this disks and volumes page. Just close that out. We'll go back to Dev Home. Another great feature of Dev Home is the machine configuration piece. We did show off this configuration file bit, but you can also do the end-to-end setup, which will help you clone repositories, install apps that you need, and then also you can create a dev drive from there too.
Cool.
So here you can just click clone repositories and get started from here. But I know you're a big fan of the command line.
I do like to drive stick shift.
Yeah, I'll let you do that.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Well, this is cool though, because you could go and do it all at once. You can do parts of it in Dev Home. Like no one's dictating how you want to do things. So you said it's D?
Yep, D for dev drive.
D for dev drive. I'm going to go and I'm going to clone with recurse subdirectories ASP.NET Core, because ASP.NET Core is a really big repository. It looks like we're getting about 10 megabits a second. You know, Wi-Fi and internet at these kind of conferences are a little bit up and down. So here we've got about 13, 15 megabits a second. This is a large one, and it also has sub-modules.
Right.
So this is a good thing for you to test when you get a dev drive, is clone on your C, clone on your D, do it multiple times, file feedback, and see how things are going. In this case here, we've already brought that down. All this part here that is disk specific, not network specific, is where your perf's going to happen.
Exactly.
Is that right?
It's right when those file I/O scenarios happen, which is great in cloning.
Right. So in that case there, I cloned all of ASP.NET and all related submodules in, I don't know what that was, like 30 seconds. That's pretty cool. All right, so I'm starting to believe you that this is going to be a good thing.
Cool.
And I'm going to probably have to go and build this at some point at Kayla Incorporated, correct?
Yeah, that's the job.
All right, cool. Actually, let's go into that repository and see what came down. That is in GitHub, dgithub, ASP.NET. I pre-cloned this earlier because I wasn't sure how fast the net would be here. So here I'm going to go and say start dot, which is a good tip for folks because that'll go and launch Explorer. And within here, we've got a VS config file. VS config files are super interesting. Let's go ahead and bring that over. And VS config files are not part of Winget. They're part of Visual Studio.
Right.
How do they talk to each other? How is that related?
So you can call a Winget or a VS config file from a YAML Winget configuration file so that you don't need to rewrite everything twice.
Nice. So then here is, this is going to be checked in today, a YAML file that's not for Scott's faves, but for ASP.NET that says, in order to build ASP.NET from scratch, I need what? I need JDK, I need Yarn, I need Node, I need Visual Studio, and look at that. And the VS config file. You've all ran Visual Studio installer and then gone to optional.
Yep. More, import, VS config file, wait.
Scroll down, checkbox, checkbox, checkbox.
Yeah.
So you can put these YAML files in your repositories and then clone it and then say, set my machine up so that I can run that. And in that case, what we would do is we would say, winget configure that YAML.
Yep.
And it just sets up the machine. But you've already done that because you did it from Dev Home.
That's right.
That's very cool.
Cool. So I think we should build ASP.NET since
but this is ugly. Like you put my stuff on it, but I'm known for a really attractive terminal. I like my fonts a certain way.
Yeah.
It's going to take me a bunch of time. I got to go into settings and change the colors and stuff because this is kind of mid.
Now, it's not going to take that long. We actually have, like, I know a guy.
Okay.
I'll get him out. Hey, Carlos, are you here? We've got a developer on Windows Terminal.
Oh my
Carlos
God.
Zamora.
It's Carlos.
How you guys doing?
Why do you have a backpack on?
Hey, I'm always on the go. You know, got my keyboard with me. Got the cherry keys.
Look at you, freaking hipster. He's got a keyboard. Did you just literally tell me they were cherry keys?
Yeah.
Are you also like a cross-fitting vegan?
Not yet.
They'll, you know, I'm just saying, if somebody's got MX cherry keys, they'll tell you before they introduce themselves.
Oh yeah?
We're going to introduce you first, though. This is Carlos. He's a developer on Terminal. So a lot of the features in Terminal, you can thank Carlos and his team for it.
Thanks.
All right. So what, are you going to have him set this up and click around?
I got an expert.
All right. So
I'm a pro.
Impress me.
Yeah. So one of the new features we have on Windows Terminal is actually portable mode. So here on my little flash drive, I can just plug that in. And I can just copy over Terminal to our desktop. And when you open that up, this is just an unpackaged build of Windows Terminal, and I can run windows terminal.exe, and that's running its own local copy that's just from that folder. So this is my own custom configuration with a background image and everything, just wherever you need it.
And this is a different version of terminal than I might have.
Yep, this is my own custom version of it, 1.18 versus you might be on 1.16, for example. And another thing I want to highlight is if we open up the dropdown, I also added some nested profiles. So, oops. So right here, you can actually see all of the developer prompts that Visual Studio comes with. I put them in a little folder in the dropdown so that it's nice, a little bit more neat.
You have a custom background here. You could have custom anything, and then we got the Dev Home and Dev Drive icons.
Dev Home, Dev Drive.
Got to represent.
With the nice Microsoft Build background. Another highly requested feature that we have is tab tear off. And it just works. And you can even move your tabs from one window to another. And yeah, I mean, the whole thing is it just works.
That's pretty cool. I think that the people who use Windows 11 will be excited about that.
And the people that use Windows 10, actually, because we've decided to, I know, isn't it amazing? We've decided to backport default terminal to Windows 10. So now you can actually make Windows Terminal the default terminal on Windows 10. So if you open up CMD or PowerShell, it should just open in Windows Terminal once you set it that way.
And that's announced today.
That's announced today.
Thank you for doing that. Fantastic.
I'll be at the Windows booth. Gotta put terminals everywhere.
Got your cherry keys. Good job.
Cherry keys, man.
Thanks, Carlos.
Yeah, have fun.
All right, cool. So are we thinking we're going to actually try to build something?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So we were on D, GitHub, ASP.NET Core. This is all of ASP.NET. And we'll go and say build.ps1. And what this will do is it'll have a stopwatch. So we'll have a stopwatch going. And that'll tell us how long this will take. Now, this is a non-trivial build, and there's a reason that we picked this. We didn't just randomly say, let's build this. We could go and build Dev Home. It might take, I don't know, a couple minutes.
Yeah.
We wanted to make something work. We like the ASP.NET build. If you want to go ahead and do whatever you need to do as far as like stopwatches and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
What's cool about this is that within the source code, we are building the source code of ASP.NET, is it's hard to set up. Historically, you can go and do this yourself and try this test. You go into GitHub, you go to the README, and then you have to install all these things. We installed them all with Winget.
That's right.
We installed Java and Yarn and Node and et cetera. And it has C++, JavaScript, it has minification, it has Yarn calls, and it has managed code all in one repository. Cool.
All right, ready?
All right.
Here we go.
One other thing that's worth pointing out is that anytime, some of you who are devs who have 2 drives will know that there's like temp folders and caches, and why is that important in a dev drive world? So the idea is that if you have like temp, it's on C temp, and if you have a NuGet cache, it's on C whatever NuGet.
Right, that makes sense.
Right, so if you're going to be bouncing back and forth between a dev drive and a non-dev drive, you're going to want to think about the characteristics of your language and your world, so you're going to think about that. In this case here, we basically did some custom work.
Right.
So what we did is I made that PS1 file and set a bunch of environment variables to say, put my NPM here, put my NuGet cache over here. It was a hassle.
Yeah, I think it would actually be really cool if we did some sort of feature for that in Dev Home.
Right, so Dev Home, which set up my whole machine, should be smart enough to know, oh, I'm Python dev.
Exactly.
Put my caches over here.
Yeah.
Now, that's the kind of feedback we need from them.
Yeah, so you could file a feature request on GitHub.
You want me to go and file? Okay.
Yeah.
So you're not just going to take that and do it for me?
No, I'm busy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So mean. All right, I guess I will file that bug. Cool. So, but that's kind of the idea. Now, I think it would be cool, though, if we spend some time while this is building talking about the last couple of years, which has been pretty cool in this space. So here's my personal terminal on my personal machine. My personal machine this is real. It's mostly just headshots of me and then Stack Overflow links to like how to make Hello World on stage.
Okay.
But this is my personal computer. And you can see here I'm using Oh My Posh. And in my prompt here, I'm getting these cool glyphs. You can actually see my blood sugar in real time because I'm diabetic, which is also as important as my current Git branch. And my blood sugar is a little high. Don't worry. It's just because I'm super stressed out because I'm giving a talk at Build.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it'll come down a little bit later. I thought it'd be cool to show you like how we used to use terminals. You know what I mean?
Okay.
The elders.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
I'd like
this
to
is,
see how
this
that's
is,
different.
This is nice. What, you think that your terminal is so cute?
Yeah.
Okay. No.
Oh.
This is how the good Lord intended a terminal to look. So this. This is actually using the same kind of HSLS or HLSL shaders that you would use in like video games and stuff.
Yeah.
How am I able to do this in terminal?
So this is actually a really cool feature that came from the community. So one day we were just at the office and we received a pull request to add retro terminal effects to the terminal window. And we weren't expecting this feature. We didn't plan to make it, but we saw it and we were like, that's cool.
Yeah.
We got to have it. So then we just merged it in. And then that's the underlying architecture, because that is itself is a shader. So now you're using other shaders here to make that happen.
Right, and this is warping it and making it superior. But I want to show you how to make it even better.
Superior.
It's superior. And
Right.
by superior, I mean old. So we're just going to roll in here. And this is how we, the better people. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the set of this basically this is configuring my terminal for a specific demographic of people, which is effectively men my age who are me. Is the target market for this kind of work.
I get it now.
Yeah. So now it's green.
Superior.
Superior. Look! You can see the scan line going by. I just wanted to make sure that you saw the scan line here. But what's actually cool about this is that if we wanted to, and you showed me this, if you don't want to be awesome, you don't have to be awesome if you don't want to be awesome, Kayla, I'm just saying, is we can go in here and I can search for shaders, and we can pick other ones. I think there was one that was called like
Neon Road.
Neon Road. Okay, let's take a look at that.
Oh.
Right? And you might say, why?
Took the words right out of my mouth, Scott.
And what is the answer? Because it's freaking awesome. Right?
Superior.
Old. It's awesome. Why not? Why should you not be able to do this? I just kind of think that that's really cool. Being able to do stuff, like someone asked me like, well, what business problem are you solving? This is a Microsoft people talk like that. Well, that's really great. What business problem are you solving? Well, I don't know. But if you have this problem, I have solved it for you. Right? So in this instance here, I now realize that Carlos has actually solved a huge problem for me because I have this pile of multiple Linuxes, multiple PowerShells all installed. So I'm going to go and make a fly-out Linux nested profile.
Yeah, you should do that.
Yeah, and I can go and run, if I wanted to, a split-screen Ubuntu and go and do something like that, which looks a lot like what we're seeing in the back wall right there, which is pretty awesome. Which means then I can go and compile C code, C++ that's in Windows or in Linux, and I can run Linux GUI apps.
Using WSLG.
WSLG, G for graphics, I can go and run stuff. And if we go right here, I could actually run notepad.exe.
A Windows app.
A Windows app, but I'm running it from Linux, but I'm on a Windows machine, so when I hit enter, Linux is like, and Windows is like, right? Which is cool. So what's something, this is building still, what's something that I could go and build here?
Okay, so we were talking about superior things in Windows, and the oldest thing that I can remember is that pinball game.
The oldest thing you can remember is Space Pinball. Okay.
Yeah.
So Space Pinball, unfortunately, is copyrighted, and it's under Windows XP, and we would never want to break any kind of copyright rules. But it's on GitHub, which probably means it's fine. What this person has done is they have decompiled Space Pinball for Windows, and then we can recompile it on Linux, because why not, right? So then we'll go here to Linux, and I'll say GitHub repo clone, and I'll clone this. Now, they don't want to break copyright law, so they did not include any of the resources, WAV files, MIDI files, anything like that. However, I happen to have a copy of Windows XP.
Just lying around.
At my house, in the original wrapper. And I'm going to go and grab the MIDI files. And a MIDI file, young person, it's like an MP3, but it's better.
Superior.
Old.
Old.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Control-C and I'm going to copy that. Now, you saw me run Notepad before. I'm going to say explorer.exe. And then this is where hell freezes over, because I'm going to run explorer.exe in Linux, which is going to open Explorer in Linux. And then I'm going to bask in the glory of Tux in Explorer. And then I'm going to Control-V, pasting in the MIDI files and the WAV files for Pinball. Then I'll come back over here, I'll run CMake, which will generate the make file. It's going to go and make sure I have a C compiler, C++ compiler, and all that kind of stuff. So I've generated the make file for Space Cadet Pinball. Blah, blah, blah. Logs, logs, logs. Found some stuff. OK, cool. Now I can go and say make. So this is going to actually, let's just make sure we reset here. This is going to compile Space Cadet Pinball under Linux, which was previously decompiled from Windows XP in a time warp 20 years ago. And then we took the WAV files and the MIDI files and we brought them over here. But this is a Linux GUI app.
Yeah.
And Linux GUI apps are cool because if you look at my start menu here, we've got like Dev Home, I've got like Mastodon, I got Blue Sky, I got Visual Studio that we installed. I've got a Linux app, and you see Tux right there. So Linux apps, Android apps, Windows apps are all cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria in the start menu. So now, can we run this? Let's find out. And I'll just make sure that my audio works. All right, here we go. All right. I don't know how to use this. Push space. Do you know how to do this? Do you remember? You push space, it goes down, 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 and then what do? You just let go?
Yeah. There it is.
All right,
There it is.
it works.
It's okay, you got it.
And I want to point this out, that this, that's not a problem at all. This is a Linux app, so it looks like a Linux app, and you can see as my mouse moves in and out of it, Windows, Linux, big mouse gang, small mouse gang. You can do that, and I can run any utilities that I want to, and I have full control. This is the kind of stuff that we've been doing for the last half decade, and I'm really excited to see like what's coming in the next half decade.
Yeah.
Oh, and how does it draw like that? Because I know we had Android apps and we had Linux apps.
Yeah, so WSL is using a virtualization platform, and WSA, Windows Subsystem for Android, uses that same virtualization technology so that you can render Android apps as well on Windows.
Right, and I can run like the Amazon App Store, or I can use .NET MAUI apps, or run Android apps in WSA. And you said that the code is shared, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Rock on. Okay, cool. How's our build doing?
Looks like it's
cool. So we built, okay, looks like the build took 6 minutes, 37 seconds, and the whole thing and all the generation around it took so less than 8 minutes. We built ASP.NET from scratch, from source, on this laptop in less than 8 minutes.
Right, and we also went from Ubi all the way through setting up with a dev home, using a YAML configuration file to get your apps, then we cloned, then we got the dependencies from another YAML file, and then we built all within 30, 40 minutes.
Right. So the goal here is that you receive a machine and you can go and take it out of the box, set it up, sign in, everything that you need is in your repository.
Yep.
Windows knows how to get it the way that you want. You can carry around, if you're a hipster, a keyboard and a portable terminal.
I don't know.
Ready to go.
Who would do that?
I don't know. People do that. That gives you the flexibility that you want. Where do you see this going in September, right? I want to have all this information in my GitHub somewhere, in a gist, or maybe on my OneDrive. We set up 15 machines in the preparation of this demo.
We were able to clean and rebuild and completely wipe the OS and then be productive again within, I don't know, under an hour.
Right.
Yeah.
So you click click development during the out-of-box experience.
Yep.
You go into Dev Home, and then right now, the one that we released today has that one extension. We want to see extensions. We want to see other widgets.
Yeah, so the thing that we're working on now, so we've added that GitHub extension. We're now working on adding an Azure DevOps extension with similar parity so you can manage your Azure DevOps repositories and tasks and widgets from there and boards and that sort of thing. So that's what we're actively working on now.
And then when we did the winget configure to install Visual Studio, we were actually, it wasn't that winget knows how to talk to Visual Studio, is it? It's the desired state configuration provider for Visual Studio. So you can use existing DSCs, desired state configuration providers. You can plug those in so that your YAML file could set up other stuff.
Yep. And then we also built with that dev drive, which also works on Windows Home, not just Windows Pro.
Super important. We talked about a little bit about that WSL, the ability to run Linux, compile apps, run Linux graphical apps, exists on all SKUs of Windows, as does dev drive. So you're going to get that ReFS, that resilient file system available even on your student machines that you might be using in college if you're on home. Cool. Did we miss anything? That's pretty awesome.
That was pretty good.
Do I get to keep the machine that you had me unbox?
I mean, I did set it up.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll wipe it and we'll do it all again tomorrow. So we've got a bunch of really great stuff for you at Build. I want you to take a picture of this slide right here. These are related sessions that will dig really deep into each of these things. So you're coming up next, right?
Yep. So my session with Charla is the new developer experiences in Windows session at 1:30 today. And we will be walking through Dev Home, showing you more dev drive stuff, and going really deep into the new experiences that we've delivered. And then after that is the learn how to get your machine to a ready-to-code state with Demetrius and Ryan at 2:45.
Yep.
And they will be going into a deep dive of Winget configuration files. And then lastly, to wrap the day up, we have a discussion session with the folks from WSL, Windows Terminal, PowerToys, Dev Home, talking about how good team culture is making Windows better for developers.
Cool. All of this is meant to reduce toil, increase joy. Another thing I want you to understand, if you put all of these parts together, because you noticed that we didn't do any cloud stuff, we did everything on physical machines. Here's the part that's going to make you go, if you saw Amanda Silver and them, Winget Configure, Dev Home, Dev Drives. What's that going to look like in Dev Boxes? You can imagine a world where I set up my machine, I have my dev box on my physical machine, I can do local builds, I could then jump into a developer box with another different Dev Home experience.
Sure.
In that world. All of these things are coming now and later this year, and it's all going to help, hopefully, make things more joyful and less sucky.
Yeah. So would you say that we shaved the yak on stage?
We have 100% shaved a yak live on stage.
Cool.
Thanks
I
for
get
doing
it now.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Good job.
Cool, thanks.
Okay, Boomer. All right. Thanks for hanging out with us, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Additional seating is also available on level 5. Welcome back to our coverage of Microsoft Build. I'm Caruana Gatimu. We're fresh off that session with Scott Hanselman and ready to hit the ground running with more Microsoft experts diving deeper into the news of the day. Coming up, we've got the latest from Visual Studio, including some tips and tricks to optimize your workflow. Plus, the team from Microsoft Mechanics are back. This time, they're demoing Copilot in Power Platform. All that and much more to come, but first it's time to check in backstage with Christina. Christina, over to you.
All right, so thank you so much, Caruana. All right, I am joined right now by two of my favorite people, Kayla Cinnamon and Scott Hanselman. They were just on stage in an amazing presentation. Honestly, I was captivated. I'm here backstage, and I was missing cues because I was having such a good time watching you two on stage. Kayla, I want to start with you. Tell me a little bit about DevDrive and some of the work that your team has been doing to make devs more productive.
Yeah, so we've created a dedicated drive just for developers, and it uses ReFS, which is the resilient file system. So we're hoping to get about up to 30% speed improvement. And we've also added different modes for Defender so that you can kind of use a slider of how much Defender tracks your files and makes an impact there.
That's huge. I mean, 30%, that's a massive, massive improvement, potential improvement. Scott, I want to talk to you for a second. We were talking about the whole kind of demo, you're using Dev Home. It's really, really extensible, but why did we focus on the features that we did for Dev Home?
Well, not only are we developers that work in Microsoft, PMs that work in Microsoft, we're also thinking about and trying to put our empathy hats on for those that are out there. And we see people consistently saying that it's a hassle. I may have to rebuild a Windows machine from scratch. Or that's a really complicated repository. I'm going to spend more time setting up to build than actually building. So we're trying to get developers into that inner loop faster.
Yeah, absolutely. Kayla, I want to talk to you a little bit about PowerToys because I have to say PowerToys is one of my favorite like applications is one of the best things. When we brought it back a few years ago, open sourced it, made it part of it, something the community can contribute to. It's so good. Some of the new features that have been added, there's PowerToys Peek for quick file viewing, Mouse Without Borders, which is now open source, which is super, super great. There's like a registry file editor. Can you tell me more about some of the other things that have been going on with PowerToys?
Yeah, so PowerToys is almost like a playground for us where we try to bring all the features that people love, that they want to have in Windows, and we can make it in an open source fashion. So that's why we brought Mouse Without Borders over. And PowerToys Peek is the latest toy that came out, I think, yesterday or today, which helps you quickly look at files in just a quick pop-up window. And if you wanted to do more action, you can go into an editor from there as well. And they work really well with developer file endings like C#, C++, that sort of thing. So it's been a really great tool to add.
Yeah, and Markdown files works too, which is really, really great. I love that.
And they do the full rendering as well.
Yes, super, super exciting. Scott, I want to ask you about WinGet configure, because WinGet, I guess that was 2-3 years ago now. How is this working, and like what is desired state configuration, and like why should people be so excited about that?
So when you set up your machine, if you've been doing it for a very long time, like we have, you might make a batch file or a CMD file, or if you're sophisticated, a PowerShell file. You might use tools like Chocolatey and Ansible and stuff to set your machine up. But simply, in my case, making a batch file, making a script, isn't very sophisticated. It doesn't deal with reboots. It's not very resilient. Rather than describing a series of steps to get my computer into a state, why not just describe the state? It is the desired state. And desired state configuration is a thing that's been in Windows for a long time. So WinGet is putting a friendly front end on top of that. So instead of saying WinGet install, I'm saying WinGet configure this machine. And I can do it as Kayla did with one YAML file for Scott's faves or that specific repository. Here's what you need to get that thing working. So you clone, configure, and build.
No, I love that so much, because I go through that problem all the time where I really only need a specific configuration for a specific purpose, and getting to that state can be really complicated. Kayla, I want to talk to you for a second, because you and I think we first met when you were working on Windows Terminal and doing so much stuff there. Feedback is something that your team runs on. I mean, you were even, when you were showing off the terminal emulator with Scott's retro or old, if we should say, the scan lines, that was something that someone made a pull request to. So can you tell me about how your team runs on feedback, and what the process is if people want to bring more suggestions or feedback on anything that you were talking about today?
Yeah, so the best way that we use feedback is by open sourcing our products. So we've open sourced Terminal, we've open sourced DevHome. And then in there, we actively monitor issues, especially if they've been highly reacted to. Sometimes for releases, we just sort by most reacted to and then just go fix or add those features. So that's kind of how we operate in an open source fashion. And that's how we make really exciting tools for developers, because we're just giving them what they want, which is awesome.
No, that is awesome. I mean, honestly, I think that's really what I got from your amazing talk, was this answering a lot of developer questions, really trying to, help people solve problems and make people more efficient, but also have more fun. I mean, it was a lot of fun watching you decompile a Windows app, compile it for Linux, then run it in a Windows machine in a Linux VM. That was fun.
Why not?
Yeah,
right?
Sure. Why not?
It's awesome.
All right, where should we be directing people so that they can learn more? Actually, I've got it. It's aka.ms/devhome. And Scott, Kayla, you're two of my favorite people in the world. See you later in the group chat. All right, back to you, Caruana.
Thanks so much. This year's event is focused on bringing practical learning opportunities to break down the latest from tech like AI, .NET, and the cloud for next generation development across industries. Let's bring in Seth.
Thanks,
Seth.
Caruana. There's been a ton going on today. Those keynotes this morning were delightful. I love how Panos just sort of pauses in a really unexpected. I tried to do it. It didn't work, Caruana.
It doesn't work because only Panos can do that kind of
I tried it.
rhythm. Yeah, but we can try. We can aspire to that kind of greatness.
And it was cool to see how in productivity apps there's AI, and how now in the operating system I can literally hey, I want to change my settings to this. And it's okay. All I had to do is hook up a microphone and be like, can you please help me with Windows? I'd be like, sure, what do you want to do? It's going to be great. I'm excited about that.
Well, and I'm excited about that because, my mother is visually impaired. And so this idea, I really learned a lot about accessibility when helping her. And Windows has been so fundamental in her ability to experience this show like she is right now. But think about what she's going to be able to do, and people all around the world. It's inclusive technology. Which I find amazing, right?
Yeah, and one of the things, though, is I was sad to miss Scott's talk I saw them working all last night and the night before. They worked really hard for some of the cool stuff they showed. I was in a session that I had to be at, and so I'm looking forward to it. And this brings up an important point, that if there are sessions that you missed and that you could not see, like the one I did not get to participate and enjoy, then you should put those sessions in your backpack and watch them later. I mean, there's a ton of goodness there.
I love my backpack because, you know, and also it gives me time to really ingest the knowledge. Like I can watch it, I can play with it, I can read, because some people are more hands-on. That's how I learn. And so I feel like it gives people the opportunity to figure those things out. And I also know we have more, for instance, on low-code development with Charles Lamont and friends coming. There's just so much more coming. So yes, use that digital backpack for sure. Make sure that you're giving yourself a minute to not only learn and review the sessions, but really think about, what does this technology mean for you? What does it mean for the business that you're in? You know, think about how you're going to get creative and apply it, because that's what we can't wait to see, is what you do with all this.
Absolutely. And there's a ton of Microsoft Fabric videos that were released digitally that you should totally go watch as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, I mean, there's just going to be more, but I just want to make sure people don't get overwhelmed. Take it a step at a time. And thank you, Seth, as always. I appreciate you. We're going to check in with you later in the show also. Remember these keynotes and breakout sessions. They're available on demand, as we were just discussing. Make sure you put them in your digital backpack. We've had that conversation, but it's really important because it also shows you the people you can follow online to keep getting more content from them. Earlier, Seth had the chance to talk with Intel's deep learning software engineer, Mansi Sharma, about how Intel is helping their customers collaborate on AI projects without sharing sensitive data like patient records or classified secrets. Find that conversation after the show by searching for Intel in the featured partner directory.
Hey everyone, I'm Ed Donahue, Director of Content Experience here at Microsoft Build. You'll catch me here from time to time sharing tips on how to maximize your Microsoft Build experience. And this is one of those times. A great way to get the most from Microsoft Build is joining live discussions. Here to tell us about discussions and what we can look forward to on day 2 is Alex O'Donnell, who's joining us once again via Microsoft Teams. Alex, thanks for joining us.
Why, thank you for having me, Ed. Always a pleasure.
Okay, for those folks whose first day of Microsoft Build is today, let's start with a quick overview of what makes our discussion format unique.
But of course, so for discussion sessions, it is all about the Q&A. Each one happens in a familiar Microsoft Teams meeting with the option to get involved or simply enjoy the organic conversation. They're generally 30 minutes, although we have a few that could run up to 45 minutes max. But what's really important about the discussions is that they're topic specific and designed to be highly interactive. Some discussions correspond directly to the content of an earlier keynote or breakout, giving everyone the opportunity to dive a little bit deeper. Other discussions stand alone with a specific topic like a product, feature, or solving a common technical challenge. And some are just about step-by-step learning. But what all of these discussion sessions have in common is that they give you direct access to world-class experts and to your global community of peers with similar interests. Oh, and did I mention that discussions are all virtually slide-free? We want the focus to be on dialogue, not slideware. So if you catch any of our discussion leaders clicking through with more than 1 or 2 PowerPoint slides, you have my permission to tell them that Alex O'Donnell said, get to the good stuff.
Okay, just how many individual discussions are there?
Well, we have about more than 70, I think, discussions available to you across an array of topics, programmer joke in there, and product areas. So if you're browsing discussion options in our session catalog, we highly recommend refining results even further by ticking any number of the various topic filters. You can narrow down to just the discussion topics most relevant to you.
All right, let's talk for a moment about day 1 discussions. If we missed any of the live ones yesterday, can we still check them out?
Oh, Ed, I love a leading question. Yes, indeed, we are fully aware that it's likely impossible for you to join all 70 plus discussions live. So you can save the ones you can't attend to your digital backpack. Then you can enjoy them later at your leisure with a cup of tea in your pajamas. They typically don't take long to become available on demand after their scheduled live times. And great news, everyone, they stay available long after Microsoft Build is over.
All right, coming back to day 2, what can we look forward to in the way of discussions today?
Well, there was no way we could fit it all into the first day. If our attendees have questions from yesterday, now is a great time to get them answered. Specifically, I've got my eye on the computer vision Q&A, no pun intended. Plus, there's a dedicated accessibility discussion as well. And I don't know if you've heard about this AI thing. It's been in the news a bit. We've got something on AI in practically every time slot. So get them while they are hot.
Thank you so much for sharing with us, Alex. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, Ed. You too.
To add discussions to your scheduler backpack, open up the session catalog right now. You can refine results by session type and select discussion. Start browsing the full menu of options for the ones that are most valuable to you. There are so many great flavors of opportunity. Thanks for learning about discussions with us. Until next time, I'm Ed Donahue, wishing everyone a fantastic Microsoft build.
Their mission is to build the tooling and playbooks to enable developers everywhere to become AI native, and they're doing it all with less than 40 people. From Copy AI, please welcome Shakar Singh. Hi.
Hi.
I'm super happy that you're here. I really enjoy preparing for these interviews because I learned so much, and you and your perception of the way we should all be thinking about this now really blew my mind. It was just amazing. But tell us about Copy AI and what happens there.
3 numbers tell the story of Copy AI. 8 million users, 28 months, and 36 employees.
Wow.
That is the foundation of, frankly, why I'm so excited to work here. Yeah. I think, there's a lot of companies that are trying to figure out what it really means to build and, actually scale a company. This was the only company that stood out to me as a company that's really dogfooding what it takes to go from 0 to 100x the value that you can actually generate from a single person.
Absolutely. And I think that goes directly. I mean, you've been in the space for a long time. What I really liked, and I learned so much from you because you've been watching AI for a while, haven't you?
5 years, even longer than that. But professionally, I've been working in natural language understanding AI for the last 5.
Yeah. And so, what in your understanding of this space made you choose to dedicate yourself to what Copy AI is doing? What's the differentiator there?
I think fundamentally, when you zoom out and think about the major challenges that organizations have and major challenges that employees have, no one wants to sign up for a job to drown in the mundane things that we actually ultimately have to do. And so part of the big vision for what AI means for the world at large, what makes Copy AI different, is we're not afraid to actually sign up for these major initiatives, and we're constantly building and we're constantly shipping. Our latest product literally allows any business user to automate whatever they want by describing it. So, I mean, foundationally, that is a game changer.
That's huge because you're the one who taught me the famous quote. We're going to give you credit right now. If you hate it, automate it. There you go. I'm like, that's so important though, because it's important to realize that this is what AI is bringing to the table in your world. And I think we're still really trying to understand, like from a business perspective, what does that unleash for us, right? What does that unleash for businesses as they're thinking about this?
What it means for businesses is that it's now possible to do things with way less people that ultimately allow you to scale your business in a way that is meaningful. And Copy AI lives this story. We get 50,000 inbound leads a day. We convert them to meetings with literally one person. We find new challenges, and our focus isn't, finding a way to just attach someone to that project. It's actually making it disappear entirely. And when you think about what that actually means for a business, that means hiring people and letting them do what they're passionate about and actually ensuring that they get the same satisfaction on day 9,000 that they did on day 1.
And it's like, and we also had this whole conversation, because it's not necessarily, it's about the unlimited creativity you're unleashing and the unlimited capacity that you're bringing to the table with people. It's not necessarily about, how many people you have, but what they're doing, the quality of the work that they're getting to actually do, instead of me having to dig through, which I don't read, my thousands of emails a day, which everyone knows I don't read. I could have AI bring that to the table, but you're really democratizing that in some interesting ways. Tell us a little bit about how you're teaching and onboarding customers to your tools.
We found very early on that the entire world needs to have a good understanding of really the foundation of what prompt engineering is, how they can actually use these models to do something meaningful. What we've actually learned is that by giving people the tooling that they need to be able to experiment, edit prompts, be able to effectively describe what they want and build it for them, they're actually significantly further ahead in their goals. As a big part of this, we have focused a lot on user education. We've launched features like instant prompt improver that allows you to basically put in a sentence and then get actually a great prompt out of the other side.
Wow.
But the bigger picture here is that we through our webinars, we help our customers really understand what becoming AI native is, and we do these weekly. Beyond that, we're launching Prompt School, which is, as a part of Copy AI University, is going to help people really democratize access to this technology.
And I think this is so important. I've been talking throughout this entire event, and it's worth saying it again, that now is the time to invest in yourself, reinvent your career, add this as a capability, understand this, and Copy AI's University is really a concrete step forward alongside like what we do at Microsoft Learn to help empower people, right? Whether you think you're a developer or an engineer or anything like that or not. Maybe you're like me at the beginning. I was a business user, right? That got into technology because I wanted to solve a business problem. And I think what you're doing is really centered around that in many respects.
100%. When you actually zoom out and think about the value that a business user provides any organization, never before in our history has it been possible for that business user to do a project, automate something entirely on their own, right? The people with the problems typically have to fight for the resources in order to be able to, solve a real company problem. And today, you don't have to staple a project manager to an engineer to an ML team to a PM to a business analyst. The people with the problems are actually empowered to be able to automate their own work.
I'm really excited to see what you all do next. Thank you for joining me here, Ashakara. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining us. We've got more from Seattle in just a few minutes. This is Microsoft Build. We've got another Microsoft MVP to introduce you to. This time, we're catching up with Veronica.
Hi, I'm Umaima Taluka. I'm a software engineer at Microsoft, and I'm excited today because I'm interviewing some MVPs at Microsoft Build. I have Veronica with me today. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, and you?
I'm great. Can you tell me a little bit about your work?
Sure. I'm a senior software engineer at Liberty Mutual in Boston, Massachusetts. I'm mostly working on backend, writing services and APIs and all that fun stuff.
That's amazing. So you're pretty deep on the technical side. Can you tell me what you're most looking forward to in the AI space? Because you told me you were an MVP in AI specifically.
Yes, AI is really exciting, especially that new service, which is Azure OpenAI service. It is really changing the world, changing technology, and how we all are working.
That's amazing. Especially as software engineers, I'm really looking forward for all the innovation that's happening related to OpenAI and ChatGPT. About Microsoft Build, what are you the most excited about?
I am excited about all those AI sessions and application of AI tools both internally in all the Microsoft products like Power Platform, Office 365, and also those services that Microsoft provides to developers like cognitive services, and Azure OpenAI is actually part of that cognitive services suite.
Yeah, lots of announcements and features to look forward to. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for joining, and enjoy Microsoft Build.
Hello, my friends. I was walking around because Microsoft Build is for developers, by developers. So I was walking around. I saw this guy, and it looked like I was looking in a mirror.
It was amazing when I first saw you. It was a mirror. I thought I was in. Yeah.
Is your name?
It's Seth. Yes.
I thought I was looking in a mirror, and we have to have Seth come on. So this is going to be the first interview by Seth, of Seth,
for Seth,
about Seth's. So we're pretty excited about that. Where are you joining us from, my friend?
I'm actually here in Seattle. So I'm here local and had an opportunity to come into Build. My background is the business application space.
Oh.
And so not quite a developer, but as we've learned, this is not about
We're all developers. Look,
that's right.
if we make stuff in computers, we are developers.
That's true.
And with a name like Seth,
oh yeah,
we've got to be a mediocre one at best. Just kidding. No, that's a joke. We're really good developers. So what are some things that you saw at the conference that were inspiring to you?
Yeah, so one of the most inspiring things at this conference so far is the ability to really go extensible, right? It's understanding the stack. I think it's important for people to understand what the stack is all the way up. Because where you play and how you play as a developer is going to be different, right? Are you in the UI? Are you helping building models? Are you in the middle there as you're training? And so understanding the stack is going to be important, but the ability to really be extensible, right? Now that it's in Windows, that ability to tap into applications is going to be huge. That ability, maybe I don't know how to use Adobe or maybe can't find that Spotify playlist. How can I really tap into that? And I'm very excited about the extensibility, the ability to really engage in and around that.
What about the AI stuff? Is there anything around the AI stuff that you're just like, wow, that's really cool, or wow, I need to look into that?
Everything, right?
Yeah.
And so it's interesting. My background was accounting and ERP, and that's not AI, right? I wasn't a data scientist.
Right.
And so as we've been seeing sort of the opportunity for an AI to empower people, and we talk about Copilot, it really is that ability to somebody that isn't trained on something in depth, right? Text to image. I don't understand Aperture. I don't understand lighting. I know there's a lot of great capabilities there, but the problem is I don't know that. But an AI can help me come alongside and really empower me to do things that I never thought possible.
I mean, that's really cool. And I want you to think about this question as I say this next thought. What are you going to do with AI to be better? And I'm just going to say, like, this is probably, Seth is so eloquent. I mean, are you kidding me? So what are you going to try to do?
Really simplify things. And it comes back to that, right? It's amazing these features that are being released, the capabilities that are there are impressive. But at the end of the day, we have to help people, right? It's about empowering people to do more, right? Satya talks about that. And that's really when I think about what's ahead, it's how do I simplify onboarding new hires, onboarding our team members? How do I make sure that they're getting the most out of what was being offered? Not because they can't find it, but because they were able to achieve more. So I'm excited.
We should have a colony of Seths where we just have deep thoughts.
Yeah.
This is great. Thanks for joining us, Seth.
I appreciate it.
Now over to you, Caruana.
A colony of Seths. I don't believe you said that, dude. I like to welcome Mads Christensen. Mad, you're here to give me some Visual Studio pro tips.
Yep, that's what it's all about. We got a bunch of cool new things and a bunch of old things, and we're mixing it all together. And
absolutely. You have so much passion for this space, and I really get enthusiastic about it when I listen to you talk about it. I remember that from getting ready for this interview. So tell me what you're most excited about here and what I should be doing now.
All right, well, I'm really excited about the new releases that we just had a week ago for Visual Studio.
Wow.
Both the new update for the stable channel, but also the preview for the next stable release that's coming out, which has a bunch of new features, a cool enhancements, and just a bunch of delighters that makes us more happy, more productive when we're using Visual Studio, which of course we all are every day, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, and you've been in that space for quite some time, so you've kind of seen the trajectory. What are some of the hidden gems, whether new or old, that you really want all of us as developers to know about?
Well, yeah, I've been around Visual Studio for like almost 25 years before joining Microsoft, and then 13 years now almost with Microsoft on the Visual Studio team. And a lot of things have changed, not just with Visual Studio, but also with the different apps that we built. It's just a different landscape, and Visual Studio has evolved over time with that changing landscape. And new features, we love to talk about new features, but sometimes we forget to tell about the good old stories that really help us to build those apps that we do every day. And there's a lot of hidden gems. There's a lot of things that we can take advantage of that will just help us be more productive. And I hope to show and share some of that stuff because Visual Studio has so many features that it can be very hard to keep track of them all.
It can. But it's such a central part of the developer journey. But you actually are the one who taught me something about quality of life improvements, which I think is a concept I'll take back to Microsoft Teams. Not that we don't already have it, but I love that phrase because it also shows the way we're focused on developer feedback, really understanding the end-to-end workflow, and empowering people to learn, but also deploy. Write the code. That's what people want to do, right? And so what are some of the quality of life improvements you think of?
I think a lot of them are like really small sometimes. One that just was released was colorized brace pair, like brackets and parentheses and so on. Like it's a small thing, but it just is really, really helpful. And I love those small things. And it is quality of life enhancements. And we have a bunch of them. And I'm going to show a bunch of them. And I like to call them delighters as well because it's something that puts a smile on our users' faces.
Yes,
and,
absolutely. Great. And they are delighters, but I'm a visual person. So those color-coded, brackets, that stuff really helps me. It helps me read through and then keep the focus on what it is I'm trying to understand in the code versus, just trying to find that one that I didn't close, which there's always one I didn't close. Maybe not so much anymore with Copilot helping me. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe not so much.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
But with complex code, it can be hard to keep track of, indentation and so on.
Absolutely, all of those things for sure. So what should we do now? Do you have a session coming up? Is it in the catalog already, or are you doing it coming up?
It's coming up. It's at 5:15 later today. So I'm going to share a bunch of productivity tips and tricks. We're going to look at some old things that you might not know was there that's really, really helpful. And then we're going to look at some new features that we just released. And we're going to get a little glimpse into some things that we're looking for in the future. So I think there's something for everybody, whether you're new to Visual Studio or if you've used Visual Studio for like 20, 25 years like myself.
You just reminded me of something though. So to me, Visual Studio, the first time I installed it and started to play with it, I was a little intimidated. I have to admit, I was like, okay, am I ready for this? Like, am I good enough for this? Because usually I use other tools. Like, what do you recommend for somebody who is new to Visual Studio? How should they get started? Like unlocking the potential of it. Should we be following you online? Should we be taking a class? What should we do?
Yeah, I think it's always a good idea to go look at like the YouTube channel we have and the blogs to learn about the new learning series coming out. If you want to learn about C#, let's say, and how to build your first .NET application in Visual Studio, there's a bunch of materials that get you started very quickly. And once you're in Visual Studio and you create your project, that's when the magic happens, right? So when you have stuff like Copilot that helps you write the code, you got the great documentation online as well. We have some brand new features that actually makes it very easy to discover samples and how other people write code that you're about to write. That we can do all that within Visual Studio, and I'm going to show that later. And it's a very powerful way to learn and expand your capabilities.
I love samples. We have a sample solution gallery on adoption.microsoft.com that we maintain. We should probably wire it in there someplace. And also the Teams toolkit that has that plug-in capability helps accelerate that. So this is great. We're looking forward to your session. Thanks for joining me here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Mad. Make sure to check out that session. Next up, have you signed up for one of our live Q&As? Here's Ed to tell you more.
Hey everyone, I'm Ed Donahue, Director for Content Experience here at Microsoft Build. Over the course of the event, you'll catch me here sharing expert tips on how to get the most out of Microsoft Build. Earlier, we checked in with Alex O'Donnell about the diverse menu of discussion sessions available to you. Now let's double-click on a fan favorite within the discussion session type, Learn Live. Joining me now via Microsoft Teams from Zurich, Switzerland is Learn Live Program Lead, Laurent. Hi, Laurent. How are you?
Hey, Ed. I'm very well. Thank you. It's great to be here.
Thank you so much for spending the time with us. I'm hoping that you can tell us all about what makes Learn Live discussion so unique.
Absolutely, very happy to do so. So Learn Live is a specific discussion format where we always have two presenters, and those presenters are really top experts in the field. We chose them within Microsoft, but also outside of Microsoft, amongst our fantastic, most valuable professionals. The session is going to be centered on one or sometimes two Learn modules, Microsoft Learn modules, and the presenters are going to go through this Learn module step by step, but also bring their expertise. And moreover, those sessions are live, which means that if you watch the session and while you are watching it, you can actually ask questions using the Q&A tab. And we have a big lot of moderators who are also experts in the field who are going to be able to answer those questions for you during the session.
Okay, you mentioned something I'm hoping you can give us more info on. What's a Microsoft Learn module?
Yes, so Microsoft Learn is actually a big area of the Microsoft.com website. If you go to learn.microsoft.com, you will find everything about Learn. And in there, specifically under training, we have a large number, I think more than 3,500 Learn modules, which are units of learning. And this is something that you can do at your own pace. This is really cool because we are actually also providing some resources. For example, if you do a session about Azure, we are going to give you some virtual machines, some app service so that you can try on your own. And those Learn modules, you can actually do them at your own pace. You're going to gain some experience points, but also we have some knowledge checks so that you can check your learning yourself. And this is all on your own in learn.microsoft.com/training.
That's awesome. Okay, bringing it back to Microsoft Build. If I missed yesterday, can I still watch the day one Learn Live sessions?
Yes, absolutely. Those sessions have been recorded. We are very busy right after the session has been recorded to add some captions in multiple languages, just like our Learn modules are also translated in multiple languages. And the sessions should be available within 48 hours from the live session itself.
That is incredible. Okay, day two. What can we all look forward to in the way of Learn Live discussion sessions?
Yes, we have again, just like in day one, a very diverse program, very excited about it. So for example, we have one session about 5G technologies in Azure Cloud Services, because this is very current. You know that when you have IoT devices, or if you have a mobile device, you want to use 5G to go faster. So this is exciting. It's actually a brand new service that we have. We have what will probably be our most popular session, which is about Azure OpenAI services. And so, of course, as you know, this is very current. We also have classic sessions like, for example, publishing a web application to Azure with Visual Studio, publishing a web app with Blazor, and we also have some Power Automate sessions as well as some classic SQL migration sessions, which are always very popular. And also the learning continues after Build, because we are going to continue our Learn Live session right after Build and all the way into the summer with more content.
Oh, that is so incredible. Thank you for sharing with us, Laurent. And before we go, I just have to tell you how much I love your classic Microsoft Build t-shirt.
Yeah, this is actually Microsoft Build 2018. That was my first Microsoft Build as a Microsoft employee. It was definitely not my first Microsoft Build because I love being at Build.
Thanks, Laurent. Now that we got the lowdown on Learn Live from Laurent, time to start adding these sessions to your schedule or backpack. Just search Learn Live in the session catalog, browse your results, and select the ones that will be most impactful to you. I'm Ed Donahue. Thanks for spending this time with us, and happy learning, everyone.
All right, so as we've been talking about before, if you haven't noticed, AI is sort of a theme at this year's show, I think.
Sure is.
I'm back right now. I was talking with Joe Friend earlier from the Microsoft Learn team. We were unfortunately not able to talk as long as we wanted to, but I brought him back, and I'm really excited to talk about Q&A Assist for Microsoft Learn. Can you tell me a little bit about this and the way that your team is using AI to actually build AI products and AI content?
Yeah, absolutely. Q&A Assist is a new feature that we've rolled out. It obviously uses AI capabilities to improve the question and answer experience for our users. And a few things that it can do for you is it can, as you write your question, it can give you tips on writing a better question. It can help you it can actually do a rewrite for you of the question, which is great for people, especially people who maybe aren't a primary English speaker.
Right.
Yeah, really helps them. And then it can also actually give you an AI-generated answer.
That's awesome. So it can help you with that question process, and it can also, in some cases, give you an AI-generated answer, too. And that's really impressive. Here's what was so interesting to me. We've been talking a lot about how quickly things have been moving in the AI space here at Microsoft Build. But when you and I were talking earlier, I was kind of blown away by this. When did your team start working on Q&A Assist?
Yeah, I mean, it was a hackathon project that came out, we started working on right around the time when ChatGPT first became, the thing everybody was talking about.
Right.
And we just wanted to explore and figure out, like, hey, what could we do in the Microsoft Learn context with this? And so we started working on that. Really in just a few months, we've built out this capability, and the team just got bitten by the bug and realized this is really going to transform a lot of the learning experience.
That is so cool to me. I mean, I love this, is that literally you see this new technology come out, you want to figure out how you can harness it, you have it as a hackathon project, and then a few months later, it's actually something that is now being, is this beta right now?
This is an experiment right now, so about 25% of the people who ask questions on the site will see it, and they can choose to interact with it. It's not something that's forced on you, it's an option. Yeah.
And what types of ideas do you have, for the future? Are you planning on future experiments or future things that people can expect to see? Because I'm sure you're looking for feedback right now to see, and also technology to advance.
Yeah.
But what are you looking forward to in the future?
Yeah. So we're already experimenting with assisted authoring for our internal authors, right? So for articles, for videos. So AI is already playing a role there. That'll help us have more complete coverage. It'll help us keep our content up to date, and will really be a huge, impact on our team and being able to do more with the people we have.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to think too. I was talking yesterday with Aaron and Laura.
Yeah.
It's really cool, I think, that not only are you using AI to build these features, but at the same time, a lot of the content you're building is also to help people do this stuff too.
Absolutely.
So I have to think that what you're building is also really informing what type of content we can create.
Yeah, and we've released new training and documentation for all of the things you're hearing about at Build, right? So, Learn really is the place to go to be able to take your journey, with learning about AI, and it can have such an amazing impact.
Totally.
So we really want developers and everybody else to come to learn about AI, take this journey with us. We're learning, you're learning, and we're gonna share it with you as we do it.
We're all gonna do it together. I
Absolutely.
love that. This is to me the perfect type of dog fooding. All right, Joe, thank you so much. People, if they want to learn more, they can go to aka.ms/
Microsoft Q&A.
Microsoft Q&A, aka.ms/ Microsoft Q&A. Thank you, Joe. Now back over to you, Caruana.
Thanks, Christina. It's once again time to welcome our friends over at Microsoft Mechanics. Jeremy, over to you.
Thanks so much, Caruana. Can Copilot generate apps, workflow automation, websites, and chatbots without code? Well, let's find out. So joining me today is Principal PM Manager Emma Cooper. Welcome. So we've got a lot of developers, I think, watching right now that are maybe if you're new to the Power Platform, or maybe you just want to save time. How can generative AI and Copilot then help in that case?
Yeah, so Jeremy, Copilot can help you save a ton of time, whether you know how to code or not. And of course, knowing code even gives you broader flexibility for what you can do with the Power Platform. So let's start with Power Apps.
Okay.
So in this demo, just from a couple short description, track inventory for mechanical parts, Power Apps can generate a table for you, complete with columns, sample data, and column types. And so it even gives the table a name here, Mechanics Parts Inventory. And I can go further and add a description field to this table, and you can see that Copilot has added it to that table. And then I can even do more commands, such as adding more rows of data. Here it's populated the next several rows of sample data. And I can ask it to give me additional relevant contextual suggestions. For example, here it's suggesting that I should add a price column for my inventory as well. And so I can go ahead and select that option, and it will go ahead and apply that to the table with those changes. Now, if everything looks good here, I can go and hit Create App. And on top of this table, it will create an app that connects to that table, can read and write and update all of the information as a part of it. And so really quickly, from just a quick description, I have a fully working app out of the box, just supercharging all of the productivity in order to go and further the digital transformation I'd want for my business applications.
One of the impressive things, I think, and we actually built a 3-part series with Emma that you can check out. We'll give a link at the end of the show where you can find that. But what we just built here in about 60-ish seconds, we took about 30 minutes to reverse engineer and build manually. So Copilot can really save you a lot of time. But what else can it do?
So Copilot, you can even add end user controls so that people for the app that you're building, they can interact with the data behind your app using natural language. And so here, if we go to this demo, I can go ahead and insert a Copilot control into my app. And I'll select the same table that we saw before, mechanical parts inventories. And in that control, I'll be able to go and use natural language to query on top of the data inside of that app. And so no need to go and look for search or filtering or other controls. Right here, I can ask Copilot exactly what I need in my app. And so it gives me a few suggestions off the bat. For example, what is the average price of a bolt coming from my inventory? It says $20. But I can also go and ask it other broader questions like what is the most common part type, or even ask it intelligent questions like what am I getting low on inventory on, and so on. So really kind of bringing to the forefront of the apps that people can build really quickly Copilot directly within them.
Right, it was a pretty expensive bolt, I've got to say. It must have been military grade.
Yeah.
All right, so what happens then if I'm maybe just starting out with data and I want to build an app, maybe an Excel spreadsheet or a table or something?
Yeah, absolutely. So that works too. You can start with an Excel file and start building an app in just a few clicks. So here in the demo, I can go ahead and hit upload Excel file, drag in that Excel file, and within the data, we actually use AI in order to detect all of those different columns, what type they are. So a date field is a date field in the table, currency, a currency field, and so on. And so using the same technique, we can go and build a ready-to-go app right on top of it, where I can see all the data, read and write, and make those changes right away.
Very, very impressive in terms of just being able to build an application in just a few seconds. But I know a lot of people are probably building their own apps. And one of the things just to point out, if you are a developer and you do know how to code really well, you can really do a lot more even beyond kind of the low-code nature of what the Power Platform can do for you. Now, what if I've got an existing app and I want to add some controls to it? Can I use Copilot for that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So not just for creating net new apps, but Copilot can also help you edit existing apps as well. And so here in this demo, you can see that here I have Copilot on the right side, and I can ask it to perform commands for me, such as adding a button to submit an invoice for this. And so it will go ahead and perform those actions on my behalf. And it will also give me default suggestions for other things that I can do here, such as adding a new screen or changing any colors or formatting. And it can also go beyond and also write expressions for you as well.
So very cool stuff. So just in about 3 minutes, we were able to use Copilot to create, customize apps, as well as add Copilot user controls powered by natural language into your own existing apps. Now, beyond Power Apps, we just had a show with Steven Siciliano that published literally this morning on mechanics. And all this gets even better because it goes beyond Power Apps into the rest of the Power Platform. So first off, if you're building Power Automate flows, now you can use natural language to generate those flows. So here you can see when an email with an invoice arrives, get my manager's account. Then for each file, start and wait for an approval. It will actually suggest you a flow. And then you can use that to build out the actual flow. And now we've got a brand new interface here to be able to zoom in, make any edits, adjust your flows, et cetera, right from Power Automate. Again, using Copilot and natural language to be able to generate automation. But if you're also using Power Pages, something else that you can do is generate pages for a website. So here, for example, we're seeing that Copilot can be used to author the entire page along with the image that you see on the screen. But not only that, even the copy within the page, you can use Copilot to be able to generate the copy within the page. And then it gets even better because you can use Copilot to also create forms in Power Pages as well. Now, a couple other things I want to show you is using Power Virtual Agents with Copilot. So you can actually do a couple of things. So first, we're using something called Boost Conversations here on the screen. Just by pointing it to a domain, you can have it basically parse and index the components on your website. Then you can build an FAQ bot directly into your Power Page or your website. So that's very easy to do. And then from a Copilot perspective, you can actually build out your own bots using Copilot as well. So those are just a few things that you can do from the Power Platform. There's so much more that you can do. Emma's also got a huge series that's on Microsoft Mechanics. You can get to aka.ms/PowerApps authoring. Check out Steven's show at aka.ms/PowerPlat AI Mechanics.
Hello, my friends. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Artificial intelligence is truly going to change the way we work, live, and build. And you might have noticed AI is in the headlines almost every day now. Avanade has been working on AI technology for years, and they've consistently been at the forefront of experimenting and collaborating with Microsoft on generative AI. I'm joined now by Avanade CTO Florin Rotar, who's here to tell us more. How you doing, my friend?
I'm good. Thanks for having me, Seth.
So they have questions for us, but we were having such a lovely conversation.
I love that. I love that.
So let's start. What does Avanade do?
Well, we're this fantastic company, of course.
Of course.
Which does system integration, advisory, and experiences for enterprises based on Microsoft platform. And we've been doing it for 23 years with 65,000 people.
And that's amazing because you're on the ground doing the actual work. What are you seeing, some trends with AI and your customers?
That's a great question, Seth. So, what we've seen is almost this exponential hockey stick growth around enterprises being interested in using generative AI, thanks to ChatGPT, of course. And they've had questions around, can I use my own data? Is this secure? Can I have the right privacy, safety controls in place? So we're super delighted to see AI Studio being announced yesterday to help us with that.
Yay, that's amazing. So can you give us examples of some of the applications that these folks are building and how you're helping them? Because I love the idea of generative AI, but maybe people don't understand what they can do with it, and you have a ton of experience.
Yeah, a common scenario we see a lot with knowledge-heavy industries is around helping put AI in front of knowledge management. So helping people or teams of people to have this sort of conversational discussion with a knowledge management capability and ask it really difficult questions that they might historically have taken weeks or months even to try to answer, and then to get together and mesh sort of unstructured data, semi-structured data from line of business applications, and actually, have that ChatGPT experience in knowledge management. So that's fantastic. it is changing knowledge management as a concept.
And what was cool is we were having a little chat before because I'm not on all the time, and we were chatting. It really brings information closer to users in a more natural way. Are you finding this is empowering your customers to do more?
It does, but I also think it really challenges customers to think differently about this, because we firmly believe, generative AI is not just about data or technology. It's actually more about the people, to be honest. And
that's cool.
Having that notion of how do people fundamentally work differently when they engage with co-pilots,
right?
And how do you use this as a way of, satisfying their wishes and wants and make work a delightful experience and help them learn new skills and sort of express themselves in new ways is so powerful. And actually, I believe it's much more interesting than the sort of sheer automation, do more with less type of thing.
I love it how you're putting humans at the center. Where can people go to find out more about Avanade?
So, unsurprisingly, avanade.com.
Hey, that works out. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being with us. Be sure to find Avanade in the featured partner directory to find all of their sessions, plus other resources curated for you, like in-depth demos, exclusive to the Microsoft Build audience. Florin, thanks you so much for joining us, my friend.
Thanks for having me, Seth.
We've got more in store right after this.
great way to navigate your session scheduler and keep track of all the great partners and startups we've got lined up for you. Visit that partner directory. That's how you do it. Head to the session catalog to find expert discussions with Microsoft, GitHub, and partners, and the latest news from partners like F5, Lead Tools, SnapLogic, and more.
Our mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. As a part of our mission, Microsoft's Entrepreneurship for Positive Impact has aligned its efforts with the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals and is built on our key impact pillars. Entrepreneurship for Positive Impact is supporting entrepreneurs working to solve our world's most pressing challenges. Here is their story.
Pakistan suffers from a unique supply and demand gap. There are a lot of patients and very few number of doctors who are looking after them. My name is Dr. Sara Saeed Khurram, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Sehat Kahani.
My name is Dr. Fadzafar Agha. I'm the co-founder and COO at Sehat Kahani. Around 15% of Pakistani doctors leave Pakistan for better opportunities abroad. As a result, 50% of Pakistani population doesn't have access to healthcare. The major brunt falls on women and children. We have created a network of virtual doctors that are available 24/7 in our clinics as well as on our mobile app. A patient from anywhere in Pakistan can connect to our mobile application or walk into our clinics. They can be connected to a doctor, a specialist, and a mental wellness experts. We also enable e-diagnostics and e-pharmacy so that all the patient needs can be available under one roof. Our mobile application has more than 1 million downloads, and we're working with around 400 plus corporate organizations who have enabled access to this service for all of their employees. For Sehat Kahani, I envision a scalability at a point where there are more than 100,000 patients actively logged in at one point, seamlessly doing consultation.
In working with Microsoft, we have greater opportunities to expand our impact. We use their technology to optimize our service across Pakistan. Sehat Kahani is moving towards making healthcare preventative rather than curative. The machine learning and AI technology that Microsoft has today can help us make sure that we're helping the patient preventatively as well. If we can help these patients, we can help a lot more in Pakistan and get their healthcare better and help them lead a long and healthy life.
All right, our next session, the future of app development with Microsoft Power Platform, is right around the corner. But first, we are talking low code with April Dunham. April, I'm so glad to see you.
So glad to see you too.
And this is your first in-person Microsoft Build, right?
It is, yeah. Virtual, I've did that before, but first in person, it's been an amazing experience.
I was going to say, you've been having a good time.
Yeah,
I know you've been super, super busy doing a lot of sessions and demos and stuff with people. Now, when we think about the Power Platform, I usually think about it for people who are trying to do low-code solutions. But is there a place in the Power Platform for people who are code-first developers?
Well, I love that question because it ties into a workshop that I just did on Monday, talking about that same thing. So what can pro coders do with low code and all that? And there's definitely a place. There's so much we can do. There's things to integrate your backend APIs with custom connectors. There's things we can do for customizing the UI with custom components and Power Apps component framework and all of that. So there's definitely a place, and I would argue that we need those kind of code-first developers to extend the solutions. We have such a rich extension platform in the Power Platform, and I think you'll see probably in the session after this, like lots of cool announcements in the pro code plus low code space. They're just making that story even better. And really one thing we've been working on a lot is bringing the experiences to where developers already are. So making it to where they can integrate with the Power Platform inside of Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code. So I think you'll see more of that kind of stuff coming, and just even more integrations and possibilities for pro devs to get involved and extend the Power Platform.
No, I love that, because to me, I don't like it when we put that, what feels to me like a false kind of dichotomy between the two worlds. Like, we're all developers, regardless of what tools you're using. It's just what, how you happen to be doing it. I did want to ask you, though, when we're talking about low-code solutions, how is AI, which is, of course, the term du jour, at Build, how is that changing how we approach low-code solutions?
Another great question. AI, I think is changing how we think about building solutions in general, not just low-code solutions, and then not only how we build them, but how we use them. One thing that I love that was recently announced in Power Apps was we have an integrated Copilot control. So,
nice.
not only to help us build Power Apps and build, Power Automate and all of that kind of things, but also use it in our applications so we can let our users be able to browse our applications and interact in a chatbot kind of Copilot-y type of way and see information in their data, like that, like what's our total sales, and ask that kind of information with the control. So I think it's really flipping the script there on what we can do with building solutions and just making it easier too. We have low code, but it's also making it even more of a no code story so that you don't have to have as many barriers to learning, Power FX and these different, technologies to get started, because AI can help you now with that.
So one of the things we hear a lot about when we talk about AI is, like prompt engineering and prompts. Seth was showing off some stuff yesterday, and we've been talking a lot about it. And when it comes to the Power Platform, where can people go to get ideas for what prompts they want to use in these solutions that you're talking about?
Yeah, another great question. So with that, that's something I've been working on my team really, really hard on, because I think that's the next big thing that we're going to need for being able to get the most out of all this AI capability in the Power Platform is how do we get the right prompts in there?
Yes.
So we've started creating a prompt library. So if you go to aka.ms/Power Platform prompts, that'll take you right there. And we've curated a few examples of how you can use that and AI Builder and Azure OpenAI service and Power Apps and all that. But this is an open source repo. So so that's the important thing that I wanted to share is everyone can contribute to this. So if you have prompts that you've been working on that you work really well in some of these AI functionalities in the Power Platform, go check out that repo and contribute your prompts to that and help everyone else out to get the most of these.
Absolutely. I love that. All right. So submit a PR if you want to add your own prompts. And April also does the Low Code Revolution show. Be sure to check that out. Thank you, April. Our coverage of Microsoft Build continues right after this.
Our mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. As a part of our mission, Microsoft's Entrepreneurship for Positive Impact has aligned its efforts with the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals and is built on our key impact pillars. Entrepreneurship for Positive Impact is supporting entrepreneurs working to solve our world's most pressing challenges. Here is their story.
Nigeria has the largest population in Africa and the largest GDP. But it suffers from really the worst electricity grid in the world. Half of the Nigerian population on a good day is getting maybe 3 to 4 hours of electricity. And that's a major problem. I am Emmanuel Ekweme, and I am the co-founder and CEO of ICE Commercial Power. ICE's mission is to develop reliable, renewable, distributed micro-utilities in the most vulnerable communities around the world. And together with Microsoft, we're planning to upskill about 10,000 youth and connect 100,000 small businesses to clean energy by 2025. We're creating job opportunities and providing them with the necessary digital skills that they need for the future. We're also working with these small businesses and increasing their productivity, giving them access to clean energy, which mitigates climate change, but contributes to their bottom line. We're creating community strengthened by the goal of a sustainable future.
Artificial intelligence is going to be an incredibly important development for just about everyone moving forward. And that includes foundational technologies like search. Elastic has empowered their already robust Elasticsearch to help you build applications using natural language for just about any task you could think of. And I'm joined right now by Matt Riley, who is Elastic's GM of Enterprise Search, to learn more. Hey, Matt, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks.
All right, so talk to me a little bit about how you and Elastic see the democratization of AI.
Well, we've seen this sort of incredible explosion of interest in AI and related technologies, and in this sort of the same way that consumer expectations are starting to be heightened and they're expecting to be able to interact with these new technologies in a variety of new ways. The companies and the kind of customers who we work with need access to the technologies to help deliver those kinds of applications.
Right.
And so in the same way that we built Elasticsearch to be this great developer tool to democratize access to search, our goal really here is to do the same thing but with a lot of the underlying capabilities needed for the new wave of AI-powered applications.
And I know that I talked to you a little bit about some of this stuff earlier. Like Elasticsearch 8 and Microsoft Azure OpenAI, you've been building some capabilities to make those things working together. Like I think you have something called like Ezra and Elser. Can you tell me a little bit about some of that stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. So Ezra, which we launched yesterday, is kind of the combination of a bunch of those underlying technologies. The component capabilities needed to be used either in isolation or in combination to build some of these new kinds of search applications or AI-powered applications. For this, that includes the introduction of vector search and vector database technology inside of Elasticsearch, the ability to do hybrid search between that and more traditional text searching capabilities. And then our sparse encoding model, which is a proprietary model that does just improves relevance overall for any kind of text data that might be inside of Elasticsearch. And if you want to get the most relevant results back, some combination of those technologies together, which we call Ezra, is kind of the approach that we expect people to be taking.
And what side of role, like what role does Elastic play when we talk about a role with like ChatGPT and these other, AI, these large language models? What role does Elastic play, do you think, in this situation?
Yeah, so we really think of ourselves as the bridge between what is proprietary data that probably sits inside of a data store like Elasticsearch, that sits inside of an enterprise, and the public training data that has been used to build these really powerful LLMs like ChatGPT and GPT-4. And so the idea is for Elasticsearch to be able to provide context at query time to the LLM so that these LLMs that were trained on public data have the opportunity to give answers based on data that is private to an enterprise, right? And that needs to be done in a secure way, and it needs to be provided at query time, and it needs to be relevant. It has to be the most relevant content inside of Elasticsearch. We can't just push all of your data at the LLM and expect it to figure the answer out. So our job is to kind of provide that top set of relevant documents, provided at query time in the context window, what was referred to in the keynote as retrieval augmented generation, I think is the terminology that was used. That's really the role that we're playing there.
No, and I think that's such an important role because you mentioned, the security aspect and the privacy aspect of this, but also, just the fact that there's a lot of information that you have in your Elastic storage, but you're not necessarily going to want to have uploaded, to something else. So having that way to still get that context is really great. Can you give me any, like real world solutions or case study examples about how people are already using these things?
Yeah, so everything from very public types of use cases, like an e-commerce retailer who wants to make sure that the answers being generated by an LLM are specific to their own product catalog and the things that they may have in stock at the given point in time. That's one use case where providing context at query time is really critical.
Yeah.
And similarly, for things like what we call a workplace search use case, where you're searching over all the data inside of your business, and it's specific to your company. If you want to be able to ask a question about your company's 401k policy and how you enroll, or certain types of tax elections in the country that you reside in, the capability of helping bridge that internal company data into the LLM and provide a really prescriptive, nice answer is really the kind of case studies we're seeing people, look to build already today.
Yeah, and you're even telling me that you can even kind of like more granularly say, like, I have access to this information, but someone else might not, so that it can be even more customized based on access roles too, right?
Exactly.
That's so cool. All right. Well, how can people take advantage of these new search things? Where can they go to learn more?
So go to elastic.co. We're all of the things that we released yesterday with Ezra are publicly available and easily available on Elastic Cloud, or to be downloaded and used in your own devices. And we hope you do.
Fantastic. All right, be sure to find Elastic in the featured partner directory to find all the sessions they are participating in and to get free hands-on access to free trial software. Thank you so much for joining me, Matt.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, Ed Donahue here with you again, and it's time to share another great way to get more out of your Microsoft Build experience, the Microsoft Learn Cloud Skills Challenge. Here to tell us about it is program lead Pam Spear. She joins us via Microsoft Teams from Bozeman, Montana. Hi Pam.
Hey Ed.
So for those who aren't familiar, can you tell us what this is all about?
Sure. The Microsoft Learn Cloud Skills Challenge is a free and gamified experience on Microsoft Learn. You can earn a free Microsoft certification exam by completing one of our 8 challenges by June 20th.
Okay, that sounds awesome. It's the second and final day of Microsoft Build. Why should everyone sign up?
Well, Microsoft Build is ending, but your learning journey can continue with the Microsoft Learn Cloud Skills Challenge. Now is the time to take what you've learned here at Build and apply it by signing up for the challenge.
What if I'm a new developer just starting out? Is this challenge right for me?
Yes, this challenge is right for everyone and anyone. There are no prerequisites to taking the challenge. We've got courses available for those experienced in career, those new in career, and even students. So we recommend everyone sign up today to sharpen and advance their learning skills.
Okay, I'm in. Where can we get started?
Yes, please. Sign up at aka.ms/buildcsc. The challenge runs through June 20th, so sign up today and complete your first module.
I'm in. I'm on it. This sounds amazing. Pam, thank you so much for sharing this great opportunity with our Microsoft Build attendees.
Thank you for having me, Ed.
Remember, this is free and it's designed to make upskilling fun for all. Sign up for the Microsoft Learn Cloud Skills Challenge today. I'm Ed Donahue, wishing you the very best in your upskilling journey. Have a great Microsoft Build, everyone.
Welcome back. We're still here at Microsoft Build in Seattle. We've checked in backstage, gotten some pro tips for the newest Visual Studio features, and learned a bit more about Microsoft Learn, and we're just getting started. But our Twitter feed has been going all day long, and we'll continue over there using the hashtag MSBuild. Show us a photo. We've got more fresh perspectives from our developer community. We'll showcase Microsoft MVPs making a difference. We'll break down the latest from .NET and Windows and so much more. But first, it's time to find out more about what Surface is doing in the world of AI. Seth, over to you.
Thanks so much, Caruana. The title of this morning's keynote said it all, Shaping the Future of Work with AI. And here to show us that in action on Microsoft Surface, it's Harshita. So let's get right to it. How does Microsoft Surface enable powerful AI, my friend?
Yeah, that's great. So we made so many announcements of AI today, all running in the cloud. And the way we look at it is we envision Surface to be that perfect device that connects the client as well as the world of AI.
Ooh.
So, but where Surface really shines, though, is how we run the AI on the PC, the client itself.
Oh, that's actually really cool. Could you give me an example of it running on? Because everyone talks about AI, but I want to see it in action.
Okay, let's see. So what we did was we actually partnered very closely with Windows, and we made a very conscious design decision to put humans and people at the center of our product.
Oh.
So what we did was we created something called the Studio Effects that really takes that exceptional high quality video that you would find in a studio onto your device itself.
Ooh, tell me more. I want to see this.
I have something better for you, Seth.
All right,
I
let's
have
see
a
it.
demo.
Let's see
Okay.
it.
So I have my Surface Pro 9 5G here, and here I have the camera app. And now watch, as I turn on the automatic framing, it keeps me in focus regardless of where I go. Now watch as I step away. It automatically realigns to make sure that I'm always, me as a speaker, is kept in focus.
I've just found a way to keep my children busy for hours. This is so cool. It's like having a DSLR inside of your device, right?
Exactly, I love that. And then we also have this eye contact feature. People, when they're on video calls, they tend to look their gaze in different places. But with eye contact, it makes you look like you're directly looking at the camera, no matter where you're looking. So that is a pretty cool feature.
Ooh, could you have one where if I'm sleeping, it can make it look like I'm always awake? Let's do that. No?
No, it automatically disengages when we know you're looking away. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
it's very
cool.
intuitive that way.
What else do you got?
So we have the background effects, which obscures the entire background, making me as a speaker be sharp and crystal clear as I'm like obscuring all of the background objects. We also have something called the portrait blur if you just wanted like a very gentle fade while still keeping me as a speaker highlighted in this in a very sharp crystal, and even my fingers, it's seen very clearly with this feature.
And that's just with Surface, you get all this for free.
Exactly.
That is amazing. So we did video.
Yes.
Can you do something with audio?
Yeah, absolutely. So let me do this. So what we have is we have a ton of accessibility features as well.
Okay.
One of that is called live captions. So basically, if you turn it on and if you have your microphone enabled, what happens is as I'm talking, it actually captures all of my voice and presents it. Very helpful for the accessibility customers. And then one of my favorite features is something called as voice focus.
Okay.
And I would love to demo that for you.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay, so we have this feature called as voice focus.
Okay.
And what it basically does, it eliminates all of the background noise, like your dog barking or even keyboard clicks, air conditioning, or even if you're drying your hair.
Can we try it out and have people make some noise?
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
All right, let's make some noise, everybody. Let's do it.
So now the voice focus is turned off, and you will see that the voice focus is turned off, and you can hear the claps. But watch as I turn on the voice focus, and it will remove all of the claps.
Come
so
on,
this
people.
is great. No claps.
All right,
Thanks,
all right,
Thank
we're
you.
done. Okay.
Okay. So I will play that audio, and now you will see initially you can hear the claps, but
Okay.
as soon as I turn on the voice focus, it eliminates the voice focus is turned off, and you will see that the voice focus is turned off, and you can hear the claps. But what as I turn on the voice focus, and it will remove all the claps. So this is like no
That is
claps.
bananas. This is actually really cool. How can a developer leverage this?
Yeah, such a great thing. So we put a lot of efforts into making sure developers feel the best way they use it. So on our devices that runs NPU, they can use their own AI models to run it on their devices with NPU using the Onyx runtime.
This is amazing.
Yeah, and as far as the Studio FX is concerned, we have enabled public-facing DDIs that they could use and customize it as
And
well.
it's all on board, right?
Exactly. All happens on the device itself, which is so powerful.
Well, this is so awesome. Check out the latest from Microsoft Service News at aka.ms Service IT Pro Blog and aka.ms Service IT Videos. Thank you so much, Harshita. Now it's time to meet a Microsoft Most Valuable Professional making waves. Let's roll it.
Hi, I'm Umayma Taluka, and I'm a software engineer at Microsoft. Today, I'm really excited to interview MVPs at Microsoft Build. I have Carrie with me, who's a Alliance partner. Carrie, can you tell us a little bit about your work?
Certainly. So I am a Alliance partner, and I'm also an Azure MVP. And I do a lot of work in the data spaces. So I do everything from data work, data warehousing, for instance, all the way through to reporting, visualizations, as well as application development. So you name it, I kind of do a little bit of everything.
Wow, that's amazing. You mentioned earlier that you were specialized in the IoT space and data space. What are you the most looking forward to in that industry?
I am very much excited about the combination of the digital world and the physical world through the use of Azure Digital Twins. So one of the things I'm most excited about is using Azure Digital Twins in combination with mixed reality. So you have that 3D representation, if you will, of your physical hardware, for instance, and being able to interact with it in a digital space and visualize it in a digital space.
Well, that's really exciting. And what about Microsoft Build? Anything that you're really excited about?
Yes, definitely keep an eye on the data space. So when we're talking about the data platforms, there's some amazing announcements that are coming our way. So you definitely want to pay attention to that space. So take a look at the schedule and make sure you attend those data sessions.
You heard it from Carrie. Thank you for joining, and have a great Microsoft Build.
Top 3 don't miss sessions. First one is with Burke and Alison are going to be talking all about Copilot, so you don't want to miss that one. That's going to be a major event. Then actually towards the end of the conference, Mark Rusinovich and Scott Hanselman are going to be using Copilot to build an application from scratch on stage. So that should be pretty hilarious, I think, hopefully, see how that works, because they're going to use a language that Mark doesn't know. So what does Mark not know? But anyway, we'll find out. And then finally, probably the session I absolutely can't miss, or I'll get killed by the organizers, is my own session. I'm going to talk about how GitHub builds GitHub on GitHub and kind of show you some of the things that we've done there to improve our own engineering systems within the company.
I'm partial to our developer tools, so you have to see the Visual Studio and VS Code sessions. There's also a ton of new .NET content coming in this year for Build, as well as some things we haven't talked about in a while, like testing tools.
The key thing is learning how we can do more today, how we can be more productive and deliver more with the resources that we have. So that's why AI can be super helpful there in helping us develop faster, but also learning about what's happening at Microsoft Build, learning the latest new technologies, again, helps you stay competitive in today's market.
All right, so we can't be at Microsoft Build without talking about .NET. And here to talk about some of the newest features and some of the great advancements that are coming are Gaurav Seth and Jacques Cunningham. All right, Jacques, I'm going to start with, Gaurav, I'm going to start with you. There are a lot of great announcements around AI and ChatGPT. As leaders who build around the .NET platform, how can current .NET developers, how can they take advantage of the power of OpenAI, ChatGPT, and all of this good stuff?
Yeah, hey, Christina, it's really good to be back at Build in person this year.
Woo!
You know, with .NET, we are really building a unified platform that's open source, which developers can use, to build any application and target any platform of their choice. Whether you're building for cloud, web, mobile, client, we have you covered, or whether you are building and infusing your apps with AI.
Yeah.
So now 3 things to, the question that you were asking me. First, we've been on this journey of making sure .NET developers can build great, intelligent apps using .NET via all of our investments in, ML.NET for the last few versions.
Yep.
Secondly, I think, of course, with, OpenAI, with generative AI, it has opened up a lot of scenarios. There's so much of interest in the community to go and do more. With .NET, we're just making sure that, hey, whether you're using the Azure OpenAI SDK, whether you're using any of the middleware, it has great .NET binding. So developers today can actually start building great intelligent apps built using .NET. And finally, this space is really exploding quickly. It is emerging and advancing. Advancements are happening very, very quickly. So we are trying to make sure that, that we catch up with all those advancements, and at the same time, developers, whether it's tools, templates, frameworks, we keep optimizing those for developers to build those apps. In fact, for developers today, if you want to, start using some of the OpenAI models and such, you can go to the .NET blog and see, a bunch of samples and, a specific series around AI that we've started doing.
Awesome. I know, I love this. I'm glad that people can already go ahead and get started. Jacques, I'm going to talk to you now. There are a lot of technical .NET sessions here about performance and some of the stuff that's coming in .NET 8. What is this session about cloud native and .NET?
Well, one of the greatest things about being in the .NET team at Microsoft is so much of Microsoft's cloud is built on top of .NET. So we get the ability to come and take all of our learnings and insight and some of the great tech that is powering things like Bing and Microsoft Teams, bring them into the open for all of our .NET developers to use. And so if you go to any of our cloud native sessions, you're going to see the latest in tech that we're bringing on resiliency and telemetry, and see all the things that you can do that are cloud native with .NET.
And talk to me a little bit more just about how building, how .NET is useful for building cloud native apps.
Well, it really starts with the fundamentals, first of all. We really work on performance, reliability, security. Everybody needs those in their cloud applications. And every single release, we get those better and better and better. Then we layer in really a lot of cloud native technologies. I'm thinking containers, Docker. You're going to see that in everything that we do from the platform all the way up through the tooling. And that just makes it seamless for you to deploy straight into things like AKS and Kubernetes.
I love that. I love that. Now, when we think about the web and cloud apps, most of these are going to be built on open standards with open source and obviously with Linux. Gaurav, can you talk to me a little bit about what the role is with, or maybe actually you can.
I think it's me this time.
It's you. Okay, sorry about that. All right, thank you, Jacques. Jacques, can you talk to me a little bit about the open standards story and the Linux story with .NET? Because a lot of people still think .NET, they think Windows, but I know that's not true. So tell me more.
First thing I definitely have to remind people of, and I remind them for the last 5 years, is .NET is definitely open source. We do all of our work in GitHub. We target lots of different platforms. Just about every flavor of Linux we have supported. And we partner really closely with some of our Linux partners like Canonical and Red Hat to do really leading edge work on secure containers. We also do a lot of work embracing open standards. So if you look at the very latest .NET builds, you're going to see us leveraging gRPC, you're going to see us leveraging OpenTelemetry. And that's how we make sure we are staying current with all the latest trends in cloud native.
I love it. I love it. All right, I'm getting told that I've got to cut, but Gaurav, people can go to .net.microsoft.com/upgrade assistant, right? That's where they can go if they want to upgrade.
That's correct. So, we've been actually building this tool to help people migrate from older versions of .NET to newer versions. There's been, a lot of investment happening there. So please go there and try out the upgrade assistant tool.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, try out that Upgrade Assistant. I love this. Exciting things are ahead. Thank you to Gaurav and Jacques. And we've got so much more from Seattle. So keep it here, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
Microsoft Q&A, the home for technical questions and answers, just got better. Introducing AI enhancements to Microsoft Q&A from Microsoft Learn. Start using the power of Microsoft AI to get the right answers to your technical questions fast. Here's how. Sometimes asking the right question is half the challenge. AI can help with that. Simply type your question, request help, and you'll get AI-powered suggestions for how to improve your question. And what if others have already asked similar questions? AI enhancements can help you find them. In just a few clicks, see all the answered questions that match your query. But if you didn't find what you need, now you can request an AI-generated answer. While complex questions may require answers from people with subject matter expertise, lots of simple questions can be answered instantly using AI. Get fast answers to your technical questions more easily than ever before. Try the AI enhancements to Microsoft Q&A on Microsoft Learn today.
The geopolitical history of Poland forces Polish people to innovate faster.
I think it's in our DNA of Swedish people to build from day one to grow outside of Sweden.
It's not about technology alone, it's how people build quality into it.
I'm so impressed by how you're taking technology to create empowerment.
It's together that we can tackle all the challenges.
Hey there, it's me, Ed Donahue again, Director of Content Experience at Microsoft Build. When you find me here, know that my sole purpose is to help you maximize your experience. I'm sharing quick tips to find the content you need faster, and I'll help you discover sessions you might otherwise miss. Plus, I'll guide you through the various session types so you know how to spend your time. And our most robust session type is discussions, with over 70 unique options to choose from. Here to tell us more is one of today's discussion leaders, Justina, who joins us via Microsoft Teams from Redmond, Washington. Hey, Justina, thanks for joining us.
Hey, Ed. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here.
So let's start off with your Q&A discussion. What is it called and what is it all about?
Yeah, so my discussion is called All About Data Analytics Q&A, and it's really just a great opportunity to come and ask any questions you have top of mind about data. At Microsoft Build, we had a lot of really exciting announcements. We launched a new product suite called Microsoft Fabric, and so it's really just a great opportunity to come, connect with the product leaders, and just really learn about more of what's coming.
That is so exciting. Who do you think should attend, and who's going to benefit most from this Q&A discussion?
Yeah, really anyone who's interested in data. Microsoft Fabric caters to a whole ton of different data professionals, ranging from data engineers, data scientists, data warehousing professionals, business analysts. So really, whether you're a data pro or you're just starting out the journey, maybe as a business analyst, I think you'll find the session very valuable.
Oh, that's great. Now, you present a lot, and I was curious if you could talk about what you really like about this session format.
Yeah, so personally, I love discussions because it's really an opportunity for us to hear from the audience, from our users. And a lot of the other types of presentations we do, we spend a lot of time presenting. Here we can really spend our time listening. And really, it's the audience who decides where the conversation goes, what are the topics that are discussed. So personally, I think it's a really engaging format. And every time I do a discussion, I get to learn a ton from my customers about what's top of mind for them, really.
That is so great. I love it. Justina, thank you so much for taking the time with us today.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
To find Justina's and other Q&A sessions, refine the session catalog by session type and select Discussion. You can filter down further by adding topics, making it easier to find the discussions that are most relevant to you. Thanks again to our guest, Justina, and thanks to all of you for taking this time to discover more content that you can only get right here at Microsoft Build.
It's time to take a trip to the cloud via the edge. Please welcome Cesar de la Torre. How you doing, my friend?
Thank you, Seth, for having me today.
And for saying your name right, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
So I want you to put the mic really close to your face so people can hear you. I want to ask you a question. Set some context on what you talked about earlier. I heard things about 5G that you were doing. I thought cell phones, and maybe I'm confused.
Yeah, but before getting into 5G, let me highlight what's really important for developers, right? About this topic is, this is all about developing and deploying applications at the edge, where use cases require low latency. That's kind of the whole point. But then about 5G, that's a great question for starters, because when you talk about 5G, many people think about your phone and operators and AT&T, things like that, right? But it's a lot more than that. Like, there are kind of two areas that we can tackle about 5G. One is the network and then the compute. And the network is not just public. It's not just like operators. You can also create, as a company, you can create your own private 5G network. You can buy the antennas, the all-in-one, the RAN, the 5G core, and put it in a server at the edge, and then suddenly you have your own 5G network, and for many use cases, right?
And this is interesting, right? Because, I mean, when you're building applications that need to be interconnected, when you're in remote places, this is nearly impossible. What can devs do with this stuff that you're building?
Right, for instance, for remote places, that's a great case for first responders, like for firefighters or defense. Like, you can go with a truck with the antenna and the core, and then suddenly you have a 5G network in there, and for processing images, video with AI models, where in cases where you really need a very low latency, okay?
That's cool. And so I heard something, and maybe correct me because I'm maybe ignorant, but does the edge include the edge of space too?
Yeah, as well, because today I'm talking about 5G most of all, but also you could also deploy applications into the satellites, and that's something that our team is also working. So for instance, instead of taking all the images from the Earth and sending back to the Earth all the images, you can take pictures and then process those images with AI models, and then just when you detect something, then you send it back, right?
Oh my goodness, because it's probably pretty slow to send things from space, and so it's better to run stuff on board.
Efficiency, right? Yeah.
So how can we help developers use this private 5G technology and maybe space? Is there something you're doing to help them with this?
Yeah. So basically, 5G enables new scenarios for developers. It's what we call like a new paradigm of applications. We call it in Microsoft modern connected applications. And basically, it enables new scenarios or new use cases like smart roads or smart airports or smart factories. And you can deploy models at the edge, like, for instance, detecting anomaly detection, or in cases where you really need to have that instantly, right? Because if you had that model in the cloud, maybe it would be several seconds. But there are many situations that you want to have that in milliseconds, right?
Yeah.
So that's the important point for developers. There are kind of 3 points important in 5G. One is low latency, like I said. The other one that 5G enables or provides is reach, right? Like large areas, and you can only do that with 5G antennas. And the third one is in 5G you get reliable communication, right? So for mission critical applications.
This is really cool. Just to finish up really quickly, where can folks go to find out more?
Yeah, so we created a example application. We call it MEC Application Solution Accelerator.
Cool.
So it's open source, an application with Kubernetes, Docker, microservices, public subscription, and so on. So you can get it from GitHub. Cool. And also a kit. And if you see my session for Build, you can get all this.
Thank you so much. Thanks for joining me, my friend. Now back to you, Caruana.
Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Here at Microsoft Build, we hope you've had a chance to work with some of the successful established companies here on your dev projects. But Microsoft Build is also for startups, and we're happy to announce we've got some exciting new companies here as well. Learn about some of the AI solutions already on the Microsoft Commercial Marketplace from innovators like Angina Security, Cover, and No Name Security. Just head over to the Feature Partner Directory and click on the Startup Spotlight to learn more about these and other terrific startup companies here at Microsoft Build. We've got more from Seattle right after this.
Hey everyone, Ed Ed Donahue here with more ways to get the most out of your Microsoft Build experience. High on the list is joining as many live discussions as your schedule will allow. Discussion is a session type that you'll find when browsing our catalog. These are live question and answer sessions, and they're how you can connect with our speakers and experts. Some discussions will take you beyond the tech to the human side of the keyboard. My next guest is co-presenting in one such discussion today. Let's welcome Microsoft Senior Program Manager for Playwright, Debbie O'Brien. She's joining us via Microsoft Teams from Mallorca, Spain. Hi, Debbie. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Ed. Thanks for having me.
Oh, absolutely. So you have some other sessions related to your work with Playwright, but we wanted to ask you about a special discussion that you're co-leading with Scott Hanselman called Developer Career Tools, Saying No to Improve Mental Health. Can you tell us what we'll have to look forward to?
Yeah, so basically we're going to have a discussion on how you can have a better work-life balance, like still get a lot of work done, but enjoy life at the same time. Say no to things and say yes to the things you should say yes to, and then, yeah, enjoy more life.
So that really stands out about this session. And I was curious, what inspired you to create this session for Microsoft Build?
Yeah, that's a great question. I had a couple of friends who are going through a lot of mental health issues. I think a lot of people have been going through at home as well. And I went to a conference and I got on a stage and I normally kind of introduced myself and I was saying about how I do 3 hours of sport a day. And then I told them it's not because I think you should all do 3 hours of sport a day, which you should, but more because people are not like, I'm not sitting in front of my computer for 12 hours a day, and I think people shouldn't be. So I kind of said, like, go and walk the dog, water the plants, do whatever it is that you like doing, but do more of what makes you happy, still get your job done, but don't sit in front of the computer for 12 hours. And then I got this massive round of applause, and I was like, okay, this is really nice, but this is not right because that means that people are not doing what they should be doing and they're sitting in front of the computer for 12 hours a day.
Could you give us a sneak peek, maybe some specific tips that you and Scott will be sharing in the discussion?
Yeah, so some of them include like how to not open your Teams app when you shouldn't be working. So for example, weekends, 3 o'clock in the morning, we all work like remotely. We have teams across different time zones and we have this FOMO, of like we're missing out on something. We really want to read that message before we go to bed, but we really shouldn't. So how to stop doing that?
Yes, what a great thing for all of us to learn. Debbie, thank you so much for your time today. I hope you have a great rest of your day and hopefully you can get in some sport.
Thanks, I hope so too.
To find Debbie's sessions and other great discussion options, refine the session catalog by session type discussion. Browse the full list of options available to you to find the sessions most relevant. That's all for now. I'm Ed Donahue. Have a great Microsoft Build, everyone.
If you've been loving Microsoft Build but want more, you can take your experience to the next level. You know what I'm going to say. You're going to head to the newly redesigned Featured Partner Directory. You're going to get access to developer tools, check out upcoming sessions, and get the latest news from partners like Datadog, Fortinet, Influx Data, and more. Now is the time to meet another Microsoft MVP. This is Dan.
Hi, I'm Umayma Taluka and I'm a software engineer at Microsoft. Today, I'm really excited to interview MVPs at Microsoft Build. I have Dan with me, who's been an MVP for 10 years and is based in Italy. Dan, how are you?
Good, really excited to be here.
Awesome, we're excited to have you. Can you tell us a little bit about your company?
Well, my company is based in Italy and we are developing solutions for European clients based and using Microsoft technologies.
So based on your specialty in software development and solutions for companies, as well as .NET, are there any specific things you're looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm really looking for all the .NET MAUI sessions, the framework that enables you to develop native cross-platform applications.
These services and features are really exciting, and everything that's coming up, especially you mentioned something about AI as well, that you were,
Everything that is coming from artificial intelligence, it's really, really impressive.
So we have so much to cover. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for joining. Enjoy Microsoft Build.
Hi folks, Mark Brown here. I'm going to be talking about Azure Kubernetes Service and Azure Cosmos DB for building cloud-native applications in Azure. We'll show you a real-world customer and share lots of how-to details so you can be successful too. We'll see you there.
Are you ready to get your code to cloud with Azure Kubernetes Service? Join me, Ahmed Sabbour, as I show you how to deploy and scale your apps. You'll see how Azure simplifies the complex tasks to give you the power to innovate faster.
Hi, my name is Charla Sonicson, and together with Kayla Cinnamon, we will be sharing the latest updates to the developer experience on Windows. Come find out what the team that has brought you Windows Terminal, Windows Subsystem for Linux, PowerToys, and Winget has in store for you next.
Hello, I'm Michael Hildebrand, PhD and Distinguished Architect at Elastic. In my session, I'll show you how to combine Elasticsearch capabilities like vector and hybrid search, information privacy, and more, along with Azure OpenAI to go beyond just returning static information, but dynamically answering questions.
Our mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. As a part of our mission, Microsoft's Entrepreneurship for Positive Impact has aligned its efforts with the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals and is built on our key impact pillars. Entrepreneurship for Positive Impact is supporting entrepreneurs working to solve our world's most pressing challenges. Here is their story.
When I was young, I didn't meet many children with disabilities at my school. So I didn't grow up understanding how could we help them or how they could learn. How can we impact the next generation? My name is José Rubinger. I'm Brazilian. I'm the CCO and co-founder of KitchenAble. KitchenAble enables people with disabilities to use technology so they can learn, they can play, they can engage and have a brilliant future. We started going to some schools and rehabilitation centers, and that made us understand more about how to enable more children with disabilities to use a technology to engage inside classrooms. So the KeyX is going beyond what it was created for. For example, we are using it in orphanages in Armenia. We are also using it with veterans of war and of course inside rehabilitation centers and inside classrooms. We found this opportunity from Microsoft that it's called Entrepreneurship for Positive Impact. EFPI brings us all the possibilities to engage with other startups and to make our network so huge. Working with Microsoft, we have a greater opportunity to drive impact. And when you have a solution that you see what happens when you put it in front of a child that could not speak, that is nonverbal, and now they can say whatever that they want. If we bring students with disabilities, students with different abilities inside the same classroom, we will make a different world for the future of these generations.
Earlier today, we heard Scott Hanselman call Windows the best platform for developers. Joining me now is someone who knows all about it, Group Product Manager Mike Harsh. You might know him as the guy who rebooted, wait for it, PowerToys, among other amazing things. I think that's so cool. I had to say it like that. You know I did.
I know. You're PowerToys Mark.
I am. That was my PowerToys Mark. But because really, it's one of those things I think it's really important for people to meet the makers. Mm-hmm. Like, you're the guy behind that. Like, why did you do that anyway? Why did you reboot it?
That's a great question. So I think it was around
2017, there was, we were getting a lot of feedback. I was on the Windows team, getting a lot of feedback around developers wanting to make tweaks to the experience in Windows, and like, oh man, we could totally just like, Windows is an open platform, it's very expensive. We could just like make a bunch of utilities for this, and we can maybe make them open source. And so I was talking to Casey Lemson of Everything fame.
Yeah, right.
And, everyone knows Casey. And we were just having a one-on-one in our office, and I was telling her about this idea, and she's like, "Oh my God, you should reboot PowerToys." And I'm like, "Yes, we should reboot PowerToys. Like, it's genius." And so Clint Rutkus and I had a session. I think it was 2018. It was just like a talk, and we basically like, "Hey, we have this idea. If you guys have things that you want Windows to do for like power users, like let us." And so we had like 3 people around this chalkboard, right? And by the time we were done, we had like a giant bubble of people around.
Absolutely.
And our call to action was like, "Hey, I created an empty GitHub repo, just nothing in it."
Right.
And I was like, "Here's a description of ideas, and if you want to like tell us what you want, just go put ideas there and issues, right?"
Yeah.
And we had like 15,000 stars in like a month, and there was no code.
But this is the thing, right? And this is how enthusiasm creates innovation and creativity with a person who's really willing to get stuff done. And it's kind of like the poster child for some of the stuff we're talking about here at Build as well. I mean, I know that you talked about this Dev Home announcement. So tell me, what are you really excited about that?
So much.
I know, right?
I know. So we've been really trying to make more and more things in Windows kind of tuned for developers, or have options to tune for developers. And as we were bringing together the WinGit configuration stuff, which lets you kind of define a development environment and just kind of do it with one click, command line, and then this new kind of storage technology in DevDrive, we knew we had to make it easy for people to get things set up, right? And so we're like, wouldn't it be awesome if we had the thing that helped stitch things together? And it kind of like that idea for Dev Home kind of was born. And then people are just like, oh, if we have this surface, we can do X, Y, and Z. And soon it was just like, oh my gosh, we have this giant backlog of things we want to do. And of course we had to, get the minimum lovable product for what we were doing in the preview today. But it really just kind of came together. And it really is kind of the start of making Windows like a customizable experience for developers. And so it's open source, just like PowerToys. Hopefully we have as much community enthusiasm and kind of participation as PowerToys has. But it's really, the start of our journey to make Windows like truly a customized experience for Windows, and not just having like good technology like WSL and Terminal, but like actually an experience that's really tuned for developer scenarios. And that of course means, connecting to GitHub and having all of your developer tools and experiences like across the Windows experience.
Absolutely. So, I mean, your enthusiasm for this is infectious. I love bringing people onto this show so people can like really put a face to the name. We'll see you out there in the community for sure. Thank you for all that you're doing in this space. We appreciate it. Of
course.
We definitely do.
Thank you so much.
One last thing I wanted to ask you, where should they go learn more about this? Where should we all go check out?
So we have a bunch of open source repos on GitHub. You have, PowerToys and Terminal. Dev Home is there, but like a great starting point is the Panos blog that was shipped yesterday, because that's all links are there.
Okay, that's fantastic. We definitely will do that. Thank you so much, Mike. Our next session, the future of app development with Microsoft Power Platform, is coming up. But first, let's bring back Seth and Christina as we round out this hour's coverage right here at Microsoft Build. Christina, it's the afternoon of our last day at the event. So give us some insight into attendee reactions from this morning's keynote.
Attendees are so excited. Seeing all the new features, coming with Windows and the things that developers can do to improve their productivity has people, I'm going to say it, really excited, really inspired. I'm going to say that again. But honestly, I've talked to so many people who are just really, really just, there's not another word for it, excited about everything that's happening.
They're thrilled. They're jubilant.
They're jubilant. There we go. They're jubilant.
There you go. That's for sure. Seth, you had a big interview earlier today, and I'm not just saying that because you talked to my, leadership, but what do you think is the most important thing Panos and Rajesh want developers to take away from that keynote?
Oh, that they can participate in the ecosystem of AI, both in the productivity apps as well as Windows itself. There was some cool App Store announcements. There was some talk about how to build on top of Windows using built-in AI features, using the Onyx runtime and Olive to target multiple kinds of devices, whether it be ARM or CPU or whatever. I thought it was a lot about how we can participate in the things that we know and love, like Teams, like Office, like the Windows system itself. It's pretty cool. And DevHome, okay, of course I love that too.
DevHome is so good.
DevHome is really amazing. And I'm going to give a shout out to all those developers out there who maybe you don't know yet who the person is who's going to drive adoption of your application, your line of business application, whatever it is you may be doing, but find that person, because you need someone to help you show the value of what you're doing and help those users really, because their minds are blown. Everyone's mind is blown. And so you want to make sure that you're partnering with those folks, because, change is not that easy for lots of people, and there's a lot of it happening at the same time. So go out there, make sure you have a full team. This goes to what we were talking about earlier about the open source community.
Yes.
You don't have to just be, someone hands-on writing code to contribute to the open source community, right, Christina?
No, 100%. And I was actually really glad you brought up open source, because that was something that I really have appreciated about a lot of today's announcements, is how many things are available on GitHub, and how many things, as Seth mentioned, like the Onyx runtime, we're actually putting our work out there so that other people can build off of it. And that really is what is so great about developing software, is that nobody is doing it in a silo. And I think as much as we can encourage people to be more collaborative, the better.
Yeah, true community and collaboration. It's completely amazing. So there's so much going forward. And I remain jubilant here at home base. You see, I found a new word.
That's cheating.
A new word. I might have used a thesaurus. Maybe I did. I'm not going to admit that one way or the other. At any rate, we're going to keep coming back here together to break this stuff down. And with that, it's time for our next session. Keep it right here for more from Power Platform. And we'll be back when your session is wrapped. This is Microsoft Build.
Please welcome Corporate Vice President, Business Applications and Platforms, Charles Lamanna.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us in this session about the Power Platform here at Build. I hope it's been a wonderful day and a half. Lots of AI topics, lots of co-pilots, and I think lots of excitement. And I'm glad that we get this chance to come together and really explore what all of that means to the Power Platform. Power Platform is Microsoft's low-code development offering, and if you've used some, you've probably used the experience that applies to all of them. Power BI for analytics and reporting and visualization of your data. Power Apps for web and mobile application development. Power Automate for workflow and robotic process automation. Power Virtual Agent for chatbots and conversational experiences. And Power Pages for business websites. All of these have great visual experiences and low-code, no ways to build your solution. But also, that doesn't mean no code. You can drop in and write JavaScript and TypeScript and more as you need to go build out your solution. And this is a really important thing that we talked about a lot at Build this year, is that developers are welcome in the Power Platform. No matter where you come from a data platform background or an app dev background or an AI background, you can use a Power Platform to create amazing solutions. If we look at Dataverse, which is the low-code data platform built into the Power Platform, it's easy to store and manage your relational data, your structured data, your unstructured data, and expose it inside of Power Apps, Power BI, and more. We also have AI Builder, which is a low-code way to mix in AI capabilities and AI models right into the solutions that you build. So all that great stuff that you've seen from Azure Machine Learning and Azure Cognitive Services, it's exposed in a low-code way inside the Power Platform. There's also Power Effects, so a really easy to use low-code expression language, much like Excel, to do logic and calculations and mathematics, which you can use before you jump all the way into writing code. So all of this combines to an incredibly powerful set of functionality, which helps developers build amazing solutions. And one of the great things about doing this in person again is I can ask this question and say, who here has used the Power Platform before? You could raise your hand. Awesome. Yeah, for the record, for folks watching, just about everybody raised their hand. So I'd say what's amazing about that is just how many developers and how many people are using the Power Platform to create amazing solutions. Just last month, we shared for the first time that there's over 33 million monthly active users in the Power Platform. Developers just like all of you. It's a huge set of creators, of builders who are using these tools as well as with their developer capabilities and skills to create amazing solutions. And this is across hundreds of thousands of organizations in just about every country and just about every industry. And the stat I like most when I'm at Build is that 25% of the makers and builders in the Power Platform are professional developers. That's people who are building custom visuals, custom controls, calling Azure API services, registering their backend systems. They're using pro dev capabilities inside the Power Platform. They use Power Platform to be better developers, more efficient developers. And that's something that we're really excited about, and we've been talking about for a few years, and it's really reached mainstream, this idea of the Power Platform extending your developer potential. And we use that word extend very deliberately, because it's not replacing other dev skills that you all have. It's just making you able to do more with the developer capabilities and investments you've already made. So just like that, you can easily use low-code capabilities to go build things faster. And if we go look at that full tool chain, what that modern dev tool chain really looks like, it's a whole bunch of services coming together. You have GitHub for source control and CI/CD, Azure to host your code and your services and your backend data platforms, Visual Studio for your IDE, and extended with the Power Platform to build solutions. All four of these come together to move faster, to be more efficient, to create amazing solutions. And when we really think about what all of this translates to for our customers, it means that sometimes you use Power Platform, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you use Azure, sometimes you don't. You use the right tool for the job. And what this has meant is a very rapid transformation in how enterprise app development is done. We are sitting at the midpoint of the low-code shift, the low-code revolution. By 2026, 75% of enterprise app development will be done with low-code tools like the Power Platform. That's up from just under 25% a few years ago. So from a small minority to the super majority of solutions being built with these low-code tools. And this transition is happening at an incredible pace and speed. I remember 10 years ago when I worked in Azure, the pace of moving to the cloud, that has been a long journey to flip the majority of app dev to the cloud. The low-code shift is going to happen in 5-6 years, and we're right in the middle of it. And what's great today is we're going to see how AI and dev capabilities can make the Power Platform more productive, but even more exciting, we're going to have 4 live demos showing all these new announcements that we had at Build in action. So a lot of great capabilities to go stretch your time and make you more efficient. And of course, it wouldn't be Build 2023 without talking about a Copilot, so you'll forgive me. But low-code also has a Copilot. So just like you saw for GitHub Copilot or Microsoft 365 Copilot, there's the same set of AI-powered developer augmentation capabilities right inside the Power Platform. So you can very easily use AI to create new content, to perfect your design and experience, to transform the overall flow inside of an application, or even start to automate tasks. All of that is possible with Copilot. And it makes it so that if you mix and match with the low-code visual designing and some other code aspects, you can build amazing solutions faster than ever before. And that's something you'll hear over and over again over the next 35 minutes or so: speed, agility, rapid development. And that's what gets us really excited, because by being faster, we spend less time doing the mundane, boring parts of the job. We let the AI take care of that. We let the visual designer take care of that. We let the data connectors take care of that. Spend more time on the exciting parts of what it means to be a developer. So for the first demo, we're going to be looking at Power Apps Copilot. Back in March, we announced the first version of Power Apps Copilot, which made it so you could use natural language to design data schema inside of Dataverse and start to create an entire working application with multiple screens over that data source. We've now continued to extend and enrich that Copilot, so now you can have an AI-assisted experience to go from an existing data set, like an Excel file, directly into a working Power App. And I think I can speak for all developers everywhere. You have a slight nightmare when someone comes to you and says, here's an Excel spreadsheet, convert this into an app. instead of having to go recreate it, you can have Copilot and AI help you. So to show that in action, I'm going to invite Sherry onto the stage. Sherry is an engineering manager on Power Apps, so not only is she going to demo it, she's also helped build all of this. So take it away, Sherry.
Thank you, Charles. Hello, everybody. I'm sure some of you out here have created Excel spreadsheets to track something. And over time, this file has gotten bigger and bigger. And before you know it, your team or your company would fall apart if anything happened to that file. Well, being the amazing developers that you are, I am sure that you wish you could manage it better by turning it into an app and a database. Well, today I'm here to show you how, with the power of Copilot and low code, Power Apps can make your dreams a reality. I have a spreadsheet here used by a bank to track customer support tickets. Let's go turn this into an app. I start in the Power Apps Maker portal, where there is a clear and simple experience to get started. I choose Start with Data. And I go ahead and upload my Excel file. While this is happening, Copilot is analyzing the file and using AI to determine a Dataverse table schema that best matches the data in the file. Dataverse is the low-code solution included with the Power Platform. Now, it's done. So Copilot is done, so I can go ahead and make changes if I would like. So I'm not a fan of the table name, so I'm just going to go ahead and modify that. I can also update the columns, but I'm just going to go ahead and do this and create the app. Now, this takes a minute or so I'm just going to jump ahead to an app that I have already pre-created. Copilot used that Dataverse table schema we created earlier to generate this app. The app is connected to data. It is beautiful, and it is responsive. It is way better than anything I could have done in this short amount of time. In fact, I would still be choosing which JavaScript framework to use at this very moment. So this app allows me to manage individual tickets, but I actually need to ask questions about the data to understand patterns. So Power Apps has an answer for you too. We can drop a Copilot into the app. We can connect it, I can connect it then to the Dataverse table I just created, and my app is now intelligent. The intelligence is backed by Dataverse's enterprise-grade security and privacy. This is one less thing for me to worry about. Let's give Copilot a try. I can simply ask it, what categories of tickets are unresolved? Copilot is able to understand me, and its answers will help me find out which of my departments need more help in resolving customer complaints. Now, I just showed you how with the power of Copilot and low-code, I was able to transform my Excel-based app into a beautiful, connected, and intelligent app in the matter of minutes. You can too. Back to you, Charles.
Thank you. And every time I see that demo, I see something new that gets me super excited. So Copilot helping guide you through building an app, the ability to have responsive designs in Canvas apps. I think that's probably the most upvoted Power Apps idea. And then the ability to have Copilot right inside of that very app that you've built. But one of the things the demo shows, which is a little more subtle, is just how easy it is to connect the Power Platform to your existing data estate. In the Power Platform, we have over 1,000 data connectors to Salesforce, to SAP, to Oracle databases, even to AS400 system. All of it can be connected inside of the Power Platform. That makes it easy to build a solution without having to spend your time integrating and moving and configuring and securing data. You can very easily get started. And this is one of the things that I hear from developers who use the Power Platform as a big plus, is the fact that you don't have to worry about your existing IT estate. And it's this idea of, instead of being worried about a brownfield environment, you can have greenfield development speed. So a lot of great things there. Now, in addition to all of that amazing Copilot and visual design experience, there's also a lot of capabilities in the Power Platform for coders. You can easily go configure things like CI/CD using GitHub, so you can follow your standard software development lifecycle. That means deploying to pre-production, user acceptance testing, automation testing, and more. Additionally, you can always escape the low-code environment and write code as needed. You want a custom controller or custom visual using React and TypeScript? You can do that and register it in the Power Platform. Or if you want to go connect to a microservice running in a Kubernetes cluster hosted in Azure, you can do that too. And that ability to go from low code to pro code is why developers can reach for Power Platform first and then fall back and use code as needed. The third piece is really this idea that you can always find ways to extend and around the Power Platform, whether that's inside of other Azure services or inside of Office and Microsoft 365 services. Like, for example, you can integrate Power Platform connectors in Microsoft 365 Copilot, even the custom connectors you build. And last but not least, although you're using a low-code environment, you don't have to compromise when it comes to native app capabilities. So things like QR code scanning, camera, GPS, and more, you can use all of that inside the Power Platform. So a lot of great capabilities out there for coders that want to start and use low code as part of the developer tool chain. And for all of this, seeing is believing. I know developers are a skeptical group, so we want to make sure that in this next demo, we're going to walk through a bunch of these great capabilities to really show you how you can use those pro dev and code first approaches in the Power Platform. So I'm going to invite Karthik on the stage, who's going to run through all this great capabilities and show a modern dev tool chain on the Power Platform.
Thank you, Charles. Hey, everyone. All right. So we're going to go right into it, right? So here we are right in our GitHub environment, all right? And this is our favorite page here, which is, everything's there. Now, what we're going to do is, just like any other DevOps manager, I'm going to go ahead and create a release, okay? And the way I'm going to do that is I'm just going to go ahead and click on releases, all right? And I've gone ahead and initiated a bunch of things right before I got on stage, so sorry. All right, but what's actually happening here is I've got actions, and while creating this release, it's in the process of taking that low-code application that Sherry just built from Excel and persisting that directly into my Git repository. Okay, so let's look into that a little bit more deeper. I'll go back into my code view, and what I'm going to do now is move over to a new tab, which has got my code space set up. And code space is obviously an IDE, a full-blown IDE that is built on top of the GitHub file system, or the GitHub repository in this case. Now, within that, as you can see, I'm launching up everything else. Now, while that's launching up, let's go ahead and look at exactly what our workflow does here. So here, I've got my workflow set up. And again, I have two things that are actually happening. And these are, again, YAML files, all right? And what you have here is essentially tasks. So we have native tasks available within GitHub to go ahead and extract artifacts from Power Platform, move it from dev to test to prod, as the case may be, and move it along in that conjunction, and also automate, if you will, some of our testing capabilities, as it were. So let's go back into our code space instance. And one of the things you'll notice is when I've extracted the artifact, or in this case, the app, and if I go into the Canvas app, I can also unpack it and actually see the actual screen that Sherry just built using Copilot. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention, that workflow that I was showing you before, that can also be used, you can also use Copilot to actually generate that workflow itself, for being able to extract artifacts directly out of the dev environment, as it were. So, going forward in that context, now we'll go ahead and look at, so you saw the actual file there. And here, as you can see, if I want to find out exactly what was the Copilot effort here, I can scroll down, look at all the different containers, as the case may be. Now let's go check where the deployment's standing. So let me go back over here and look at the action. And here it tells me that the deployment's already happened. So let's go look at that exactly what's happened here. So as you can see here, I've got it's imported the solution. Now, one thing I also want to know is that I don't want my QA team to go ahead and create net new data, all right? So what I've also gone ahead and done in my build process is actually imported all the data that came in from that Excel spreadsheet and put that directly into my QA environment so my QA team can get started right away, okay? So now let's go look into our QA environment here. So here in my QA environment, I have the bank support tickets app, and I'm going to go into that particular solution. And when I see that, I see both the data table and the app showing up right here in my test environment as is. What I'm now going to go do is actually share this with my QA team because I want to make sure only the right set of folks are actually working on this particular app. So I'll go ahead and share. And since I'm also the DevOps manager, I'm going to go assign it to myself and the bug bash team. That's what we call our QA teams, all right? We call them bug bashers, all right? So I've assigned it to them. And what I'm now just going to go do is play it up. So what you've now just witnessed is I've taken an artifact, or in this case the app, the Copilot built app, from my dev environment, persisted that into my GitHub repository, and then deployed that directly into my QA environment, all right? All in one shot. And now my QA team can just go ahead and do that. So, I mean, wow. All right, how about the fact that we can actually take something from concept, go ahead and design it, build it, and then deploy it just like that. With that, Charles, back to you.
Thank you, Karthik. And I think a Power Platform demo with YAML files is probably one of my favorite ones out there right now. And as we go look across those first two demos, what it's really showing is this idea of low-code, AI, and developers being able to work together to produce something incredibly amazing and incredibly quickly. Like if you look at it, you start with Copilot to build the app, there's Copilot embedded in the application, you have visual design elements, but you still can get that source control and that CI/CD. You don't have to compromise on it. And kind of this idea of all of these things coming together really is what is propelling, we think, the next wave of enterprise application development. We're going to see thousands or tens of thousands of apps and workflows in every large company and every small company, maybe not that many, but still a lot, being built on top of this type of tool chain. And the reason is because you can spend more time building logic and value and less time wiring things up. More time getting work done and less time, say, gathering requirements or experimenting with frameworks or design languages. And this idea lets us really stay focused on what we're trying to build or create. Because at the end of the day, I love technology. I think if you're at the Build conference, you love technology, but you're building for a purpose. And this helps you get to that purpose a heck of a lot faster. Now, if we take a second and look deeper into the AI element, the Power Platform Copilot is a journey we've been on for a few years now. We launched the first Copilot capabilities back in 2021. And we did that actually at the Build conference, which was virtual then, where we talked about this natural language to Power Apps, FX expressions, as well as natural language to DAX. And that was built on top of GPT-3, not even 3.5 or 4. And we were able to get some really exciting usage and value out of that capability. Then last year, we launched a couple more capabilities, the big one being natural language to cloud flows in Power Automate. And then this year, in 2023, a whole bunch of great capabilities across every part of the Power Platform. Power Pages, Power Virtual Agent, Power Automate, Power Apps, Power BI. A whole bunch of amazing AI capabilities to make it easier to get started and easier to build an app or solution exactly the way you want it. And kind of this transition, this idea of gradual Copilot and then all at once a whole bunch of Copilot has been our hope and dream for quite some time. And yesterday, you kind of heard a lot of the references in the keynotes talking about this idea of, oh, it's not like we queued up a bunch of announcements for Copilot in January of this year, but it's something we've been working on. You kind of see the beginnings of all of those improvements and investments over the last couple of years. And the thing I'm most excited about is the value our customers and users get out of this. And the numbers show Copilot is game-changing. Over 36,000 organizations are already using the Power Platform Copilot capabilities. This is a huge set of adoption and a huge set of early users that are getting value from AI as part of their normal Power Platform workflow. And it's this idea of mixing and matching low-code AI and devs to create amazing solutions that Power Platform has kind of evolved into. In the beginning, it was just low-code and devs, but now it's low-code AI and devs. So low-code Copilot and developer resources. So a lot of great capabilities there. Now, if we look at the Copilot functionality, we have Copilots for all parts of the Power Platform family now. And the area that we announced last November at Ignite was Power Automate Copilot. And what's amazing about that, as the first big Copilot in the Power Platform, is that it's allowed Power Automate users to build workflows 50% faster and with 70% less errors. It's rare where you get a faster and better combo in a V1. And that's why we've been so excited and furiously paddling to build all the different Power Platform Copilots over the last 6 months or so. And at Build, the big news has been the Power BI and Power Pages Copilots to really round it out. So just like how you can get used to that visual design, that expression, the Excel and PowerPoint had a baby Power Platform type experience, you can now get used to that Copilot in Power Platform experience. Because if you're looking for an option or a button or a setting, it'll be there just right on the right-hand side. You can find it by talking to AI. Really a whole new way of building solutions. So for this next demo, we're going to be looking at Power Pages Copilot in more depth. And for folks that haven't used Power Pages before, it's the easiest way to get a business website stood up with security, with a data backend, with workflows and applications that employees can use. And Copilot makes it so you can generate content, design forms, style your experiences, and build entire websites using natural language. And all of this is built inside that beautiful visual designer you already know and love from Power Pages. And just like all the other stuff, it's really best seen in action. So for this next one, I'm going to invite Bobby onto stage, and he's really going to show us how you can use Power Pages Copilot to build amazing solutions faster than ever. Bobby, take it away.
Thanks, Charles. So hi, everyone. So today I'm going to show you how I can use Copilot to update a website that I built using Power Pages. And as Charles mentioned, it's our business application development platform. And I'm going to use this example of Woodgrove Bank. Now, Woodgrove Bank are in the process of rolling out a new student loans program, and they want to update their website with a brand new page, and they want to reach out to new customers. So let's start right here in our low-code design studio. And over here on the right, we've added a Copilot window where Copilot is always available and ready to assist me. So I'm going to just zoom in for you guys and just ask Copilot to create a product page for a student loan page for application. Okay? Now, while this is often being busy in the background, let me explain what's going on. So as a Power Pages developer, I've always had the option to use HTML and CSS and use the embedded VS Code experience to start my coding, or I could have used the low-code WYSIWYG Design Studio like you can see here. And now that we've added Copilot, I can do the same things and get the same results. So we're querying the language model here to find me a layout that suits my scenario. Now, when this completes and returns, what you will see that it will return HTML and CSS tailored for my scenario. It will be fully responsive and it will be accessible. And whilst this is generative AI, you will still be able to update all of this markup and CSS using the embedded VS Code experience. And now finally, Power Pages will automatically add context-relevant images to my scenario, which you can also change at a later point. So here we go. As you saw, it returned pretty quickly. That is a page that created purely using Copilot. Thank you. Okay, so now I want to add some text to this page. I actually want to make it a little bit more informative to the users who are arriving, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add a text component. And now we have a new Copilot option, and if I click that, we get this in-context Copilot experience. Now, I'm a dev, and this is where I would usually have a creative block if someone came to me and said, hey, just add some text to make the page more better. So I would normally grab lorem ipsum, right? That's kind of getting a bit long in the tooth. So I'm going to ask Copilot to assist me here. So I'm going to ask Copilot to give me an overview of student loans offered by Woodgrove Bank. Okay, so again, we're off querying the language model with my scenario, and it's going to return me something immediately, which is some suggested text, which I could go add here. Now, below the suggestion returned, I have some options. I can choose to rewrite, I can choose to adjust the length, make it shorter, make it longer. But for this one, I'm actually going to change the tone. So I want to actually make it a little bit more professional. So again, we're going to apply that context to the language query. And here you'll see immediately it returns something which a little bit more professional. I like this now, so I'm going to add it to my page. I simply just click here, and here it is in my page. OK. So now the next thing I want to do with this page is actually add a form so I can capture my applicant's details. So again, I'm going to add a new component, which is a form component. So here I select form. Now, again, we have this brand new in-context Copilot window. Here's where I can just use natural language to describe the form that I want. So this time I'm going to ask Copilot to create me a student loan application form. OK. Now, in the background, well, traditionally, when we build forms, it's quite a lengthy process. We have to do some research, we do some design work, and we do a lot of data modeling, largely before we reach the engineering stage. This is doing it all for you. It's doing your research, it's doing your modeling, it's doing everything, and it will return you a form suitable for your scenario. So over here on the right, you'll see the preview of the form that Copilot has generated, including some sample data. If I'm not too happy with this form, I want to make some changes, I can go over here to the left, and Copilot has returned me some suggestions. I could choose to use those and modify my form right here in this experience. I'm actually quite happy with this. So I'm just going to say, OK, and what this is going to do is add this to my page. Now, in the background, as you know, creating HTML forms isn't actually a difficult process, but it can take some time. But actually connecting HTML forms to secure data stores is actually a lengthy process. Lots of workflow, lots of clicks, et cetera. What we are doing, we're doing all of that work for you. So right now in the background, what's happening is we are actually creating all of your Dataverse assets and entities and your system forms, as well as updating your Pages site with the form that you will see in the Design Studio, as well as the end user experience. Now, this can take a couple of minutes, so I'm going to jump to one that I created just before I came out here, so you guys can see the end result. And so when that dialog returns, you will see a form that looks like this. Now, this is fully connected to Dataverse at this point, and in theory, it's ready to ship. But it looks quite plain. And I think if I was to speak to my design team, they would say, hey, Bob, is there something you can do here that would make this look better? So, yes, there is, and Copilot can help with that. So I'm going to go over here back to our right pane Copilot experience and ask Copilot to generate CSS for this form. All right, what this is doing is it's looking at that form and extracting the CSS classes for you, and it will allow me to edit those using the embedded VS Code experience. And immediately, as you see on the right, Copilot returns and says, hey, you're ready to edit the code. How do I do this? Well, I can use the edit code option now for this page. Now, this will launch the embedded VS Code experience. I love this because these are the same toolings that I use on my desktop. But I'm right here in the browser doing exactly the same thing I would do every day. And here you're seeing the markup that Copilot returned for you. What I'm actually interested in is the CSS. So here are the CSS classes that Copilot generated for you, ready for you to fill in. Of course, I have created some styles earlier that I'm just going to grab and paste right in here like that. And I would need to save this file. And I will need to go back to the studio. And here I'm going to press sync. Now, what's happening here is we are updating the data store with all of my CSS content, and we're updating the Design Studio, so I'm ready to see this in my preview window too. And here we return with my updated form with all the styles I just put in. OK, thank you very much.
Thanks, Bobby. Appreciate it. And I think for folks that don't know, Bobby also is an engineering leader. So his team builds all the stuff and they also can demo it. So super amazing work in a very short period of time. And what that demo really highlights, which I get excited about, is that continuous progression from Copilot, natural language, to low code, visual designers, to pro code, and the ability to actually drop into VS Code and change CSS, HTML, JavaScript, and more. And that kind of broad spectrum is why you can really get going fast and not have to surrender control. So we really view this as a combination of lots of different things coming together, all aimed with making websites, making apps, understanding your data, automating tasks easier than ever before. Now, we've seen a lot about Copilot in the Power Platform, but I do want to kind of do one reminder, which is generative AI is not just about Copilots. It's also about how you can use it in your solutions to summarize text, classify text, generate exciting images, and even in the future, audio and video. It also shows up throughout all of the solutions that you build. So inside of your Power App, you can call the OpenAI endpoint on text or generating text. Additionally, inside of Power Automate, you can have your workflow call out to OpenAI using AI Builder to analyze the text the same way. Or in Power Automate Desktop, if you're building a robotic process automation or RPA, you can also use OpenAI. Or in Power Pages, if you're building content or creating workflows there, you can do all of that with OpenAI as well. Or even in Dataverse, if you want to make your columns and tables smarter and richer, you can also mix in OpenAI. And last but not least, Power Virtual Agent. And I know that is a lot. Tried to fit it in a very short period of time, but there is just a lot of ways where the solutions you build can be more intelligent and more capable and more robust because you are able to call the OpenAI models and use them inside the Power Platform. And that's the idea. It changes how we build, but also changes what we build. Now, a couple months ago, we announced an example of this, something called generative answers. It makes it easy for you to create a Power Virtual Agent chatbot or conversation experience from your existing content and data assets, files, SharePoint sites, web pages, and more. You just upload all of it, and then we figure out how to pair it with the large language model to give you a ChatGPT-like experience built on your data. And this is something you can do in just a matter of minutes. And this has been a really great example of how changing what you build is going to fundamentally happen because of these large language models and foundation models. And one of the great examples out there is with HP. HP is one of the largest Power Virtual Agent users in the world. And they use Power Virtual Agent to respond to customer queries and questions and support requests in an automated way. And they've been able to go experiment with generative answers inside of that chatbot to expand the set of topics they have. Because normally when you build a chatbot, you have to drag and drop every single dialogue flow, every single topic. But with generative answers, you can get an infinite number of topics and answers based on your existing content. And it's all your data and your information, never shared and never reused to train the model. And what HP has said is really this is the beginning of a bigger journey to explore the potential of GPT and other large language models. But the most exciting part of this to me is the fact that it's happening now. This AI revolution, this platform shift that Satya talked about yesterday, it's not something that's 6 months from now, 2 years from now. It's something happening right now. Companies big and small are already taking these capabilities and applying them in production to get value, to do interesting and disruptive things. And at Build, we took generative answers to the next level, something called generative actions. And I'm a little bit biased, but I would say this is my favorite announcement at Build this year. Because what it lets you do is it lets you take connectors and plugins and actions that you build to your internal systems and register them with Power Virtual Agent. And then the generative AI will actually figure out parameter collection and when to execute those actions to satisfy requests and replies. So if you want your own ChatGPT plus plugins or Microsoft 365 Copilot plus plugins experience, if you want to build that for yourself, you can do it with Power Virtual Agent in just a couple of weeks. And instead of having just read-only content or only 100 hard-coded topics and dialogues, you can have thousands or millions of potential dialogues and topics and answers. It's really a game-changing set of capabilities. And one of the best ways to always look at something like this is how it's being applied today. Like I said, it's happening now. The revolution is now. So Holland America Line is a cruise ship company, and they support hundreds of thousands of requests every single month on their customer service channel, and every request costs about $8 or $10. So that's the cost of a person picking up the phone and answering. And they're looking at using generative actions and generative answers to have Power Virtual Agent satisfying self-service requests and questions for pennies per request. So it's an always available contact center, always able to take actions for the users, and able to deliver a wonderful experience. And this is something that I can't wait to invite Kendra on stage to go through and show what's possible, what they've built, and even more importantly, how they built it. Take it away, Kendra.
Thank you so much, Charles. Hey, everyone. Bots typically do two things: answer questions and complete tasks for their users. And I am so excited to show you how with generative AI and Power Virtual Agents, we can enable them to do both without manually authoring a single conversation, which can result in some pretty amazing bot experiences like this one. Roll the tape. We'll jump ahead. We were going to show you the cake, and then we were going to show you how we were going to make the cake, but we're just going to wait to unveil the cake till the very end. So we're going to jump ahead. So I'm going to go ahead and get started and show you just how easily it is to get started building the bots that Charles spoke about with generative answers. So from right here within the AI capabilities page, I can easily point my bot to a number of different knowledge sources, such as the Holland America website or other internal proprietary knowledge sources like Agent Manual or SharePoint. I can also control how the bot behaves within the advanced AI configuration settings. And with just a few clicks, my bot is immediately able to have rich conversations over these data sources. So this will be my first cruise, and I'm not really sure which travel documents I need to bring with me. And just like that, I'm able to see exactly which documents I need to board the cruise, as well as some helpful links to where I can find this information on the website. Better yet, though, these conversations can now have multiple turns while maintaining the conversation context. And if I wanted to, I could go ahead and publish this bot to my website or a number of other channels such as Facebook or Teams. We know, though, that simply providing information is not enough when our customers are coming to our bots for help. We also need to be able to take action on their behalf. For example, retrieving a reservation status by calling a backend API. Now, typically, you would need to build every single one of these topics within Power Virtual Agents' state-of-the-art low-code authoring canvas, which just went GA yesterday. And this is assisted with Copilot, of course. But with the new GPT-powered conversation engine, this process can be entirely transformed. Your bot now has a library of different plugins that function like Lego blocks that it can self-assemble in order to fulfill the user's request. And where any required information is missing, it can actually generate the question to gather this from the customer. These plugins include enterprise APIs, or any of the thousands of pre-built Power Platform connectors. They include Power Automate flows, and of course, bot topics. So if you have actually built a bot, and you're sitting in the audience right now, and you have spent months and months testing and refining and iterating and testing again and writing lines and lines of code, I know that this sounds like a fairy tale, but it's not, and I'm going to show you. So remember, all I've done is point my bot to a couple of Holland America APIs and added one pre-built weather connector. I have built no manual topics by hand. Now, in order to get started testing, so you can see this in action, I'm going to go ahead and open up our new tracing mode so you can see these plugins automatically chain together in real time and follow the conversation in the test chat on the left. Now, I'm curious, what last-minute cruise options are available to the Bahamas next week, and what's the weather there like right now? I'm a habitual overpacker, so I'm really hoping this can help me. Sometimes hitting enter is the hardest part of these demos. And just like that, GPT is able to parse my request and understand that it can fulfill it with the combination of a call to a reservation system with a custom connector action plugin and a pre-built weather connector plugin. And again, throughout this, thank you. I was gonna signal the applause later, but I love the enthusiasm. So yes, keep it going. It only gets better. Along the way, you're able to follow the system's thoughts and observations to understand how the large language model decided what to do next. Now, the bot was able to identify the input for destination and time were fulfilled and return the weather portion of the question here. Remember, I built know what is the weather topic, right? It also recognized that the departure port required input to be able to return the cruise options is missing, and actually generated that question to gather the information from me. So I think I'll depart from Miami. And amazingly, it extracted the entity Miami to fill the missing input slot and execute the call to the reservation system to provide last-minute cruises from Miami to the Bahamas next week. This is where you applaud. Now that was pretty awesome, but I don't know about you. This Rotterdam ship or cruise looks pretty incredible. And I am really excited to learn about what cabin options they have available. Again, GPT parses my request and understands that it can fulfill it with another custom connector action plugin and automatically changes it up to continue the conversation to return for me the cabin options for the Rotterdam cruise. All we did was give our bot access to a set of existing APIs and plugins. We built no manual topics by hand. The bot was able to self-assemble and chain together a combination of actions and APIs in order to fulfill the request. And where any information was missing, it actually generated the questions to gather that information from me. Between this and chatting over company-specific information, we know this is going to revolutionize bot building as we know it. As for me, though, I'm off to the Bahamas. Back to you, Charles.
Thank you, Kendra. And as you can see, really, bot building is never going to be the same. I've been in conversational AI and chat experiences for a while now, and this is the biggest shift we've ever seen in the last 20 years, really since this even became a concept in a space people wanted to build things. So I know it's been a lot of content in the last 45 minutes, so just a very quick recap. Amazing Power Apps Copilot capabilities from data and inside of the Power Apps that you build. Amazing CI/CD and pro dev integrations, so you don't have to give up on the software development lifecycle if you use the Power Platform. Power Pages Copilot, so you can build websites that are AI-powered and AI-enabled in minutes. And Power Virtual Agent, to create your own ChatGPT on your own data, on your own actions, and your own plugins. And as developers, I know we all like to build, so if you want to get started, go to aka.ms/low-code and start creating solutions. And if you want to learn more, we've had over 15 sessions at Build this year about the Power Platform. You can check them out on demand, stop by our booth, or just join the other sessions that are still left. And if that's still not enough, and you want to get even more Power Platform content, we have the Power Platform Conference coming this fall. It's a conference 100% dedicated to the Power Platform. 8,000 of your closest Power Platform friends, and we're going to have hundreds of sessions from beginner to expert all in one place in an action-packed 3 days. So with that, we're out of time, so I want to say thank you. Thank you for sticking through the session. Thank you for being the best community in tech. And thank you for letting me talk about Copilots for another 45 minutes. Have a great rest of Build. See everybody around.
Welcome back. I'm Kara Wanagatimu, coming to you from the Seattle Convention Center. We're flying through our final day of Microsoft Build. Corporate Vice President of Business Apps and Platform, Charles Lamanna, just brought us through the future of app development with the Microsoft Power Platform. Still ahead today, we have a conversation about building an AI copilot with Semantic Kernel in the GPT-4 era, helping hints about our Cloud Skills Challenge, and a session with Chief Technology Officer of Microsoft Azure, Mark Russinovich. And in case you missed it, yesterday, Christina talked with Matt Karasik, the Chief Product Officer of Habu, to learn how their company is using AMD technology to power their data clean rooms to protect consumer privacy. Find this and all of our interviews in the session catalog after the show. But right now, we're once again taking you backstage where Christina is standing by to follow up with Charles Lamanna. Over to you, Christina.
Thank you, Caruana. All right, Charles, so excited to talk to you. Great presentation, great keynote. You talked about this a little bit on stage, but I'm going to ask you now to maybe recap a little bit for me some of the ways that Power Platform can help professional developers increase their productivity.
I'd say there's really two big things. The first is it can help you get started building an application over your existing microservices or data, or go build a chatbot or analyze your data. So it's a great place to start. And the thing I would say, which is really exciting, is that even if you start with the Power Platform, that's not all you can use. So there's tons of escape hatches and ways to go drop into Visual Studio or GitHub to use all the dev artifacts you know and love, but inside that low-code environment. So build faster, build smarter, but don't give up on the control and power of code.
I love that. I really think that's a great message. Be able to use both together. You also announced some exciting things today, like Copilot for Power Pages. So tell me a little bit about why we should all be so excited about this.
Yeah, I think developers since the beginning of time have been finding ways to be more productive, going from binary to assembly and assembly to programming languages or your own data centers to Azure. It's the same thing for low code. It's the next leap forward for productivity, and Copilot's a key part of that, because just by describing the style you want or the form you want or the data schema you want, it can go create all of that for you automatically. So you spend your time on the hard challenges and the hard problems, not yet another scaffolding project, not yet another design project.
No, I like that a lot. And I think Copilot for Power Pages is really, really good looking. So your team, how do you think about, at Power Platform, how do you think about how AI can be used when it does come to professional developers?
Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing I would say is AI is here and now. So definitely everybody should start using it. And I think if there's any message at Build this year, it's AI is available. And I think it really is two big aspects. The first is the way you build things. So GitHub Copilot, Power Platform Copilot, make you build solutions faster.
Yep.
And the second is what you build. So the applications you create, the workflows you do, the chatbots you build, they're going to be AI enabled. And just like if you go to something that's not in the browser or not in the cloud these days, you're like, whoa, that doesn't feel like very modern.
Right.
Pretty soon, if your app doesn't have AI in it, it's not going to feel very modern.
You're absolutely right. All right, Charles, thank you so much. Where can people go to find more about Power Platform? I'm guessing aka.ms/lowcode?
Yes, that's right. No credit card required. Get started. You can be building this afternoon.
I love it. Build this afternoon. Back to you, Caruana.
Thank you, Christina. Many of you are likely already familiar with the Adobe Suite, but Adobe's been working with Microsoft to take those services to it even easier for consumer level to use and for developers to work with. I'm joined now by Adobe's Principal Platform Evangelist for Adobe Document Cloud, Ben Vandenberg, to learn more about the ways Adobe is working with Power Platform. Hey, Ben.
Hey, I'm so happy to be here, and it's a beautiful day here at Microsoft Build.
It is a beautiful day. I'm very happy about that, and we were finding new words for excited earlier on the show, so I'm going to task you with that as well, for sure. So tell us about the partnership that we have in your particular area between Microsoft and Adobe.
Sure. Well, Adobe and Microsoft have been working for a really long time together, but some of the really exciting things over the last few years has been really working on how we can optimize modern productivity, document automation, as well as security, because that's definitely something that's very important. And you might have even seen at some of the keynotes, some of the things around Copilot and Acrobat Sign, as well as Adobe Express. So we're really helping productivity and creativity for everyone.
Absolutely. You know, what I like to do, and I've done this throughout my career, but I think now is more important than ever, is to ground these innovations in real customer scenarios.
Yeah.
And you have a front row seat to this stuff. So can you share one with us?
Totally. So one of the things that I've heard from so many different customers is that as a product manager, you're always hearing questions like, well, can you integrate with this application or this application? And that is always a product manager thinking, oh, well, do we need to add this as a roadmap? Do we need to think of these tie-ins? So Power Automate is really a great way for us to be able to tie into that and all the 1,000+ connectors in Power Automate. And we love that so much that we've now actually integrated Power Automate into Adobe Acrobat Sign, so that now all of our customers can do pre-signature, post-signature workflows using Power Automate directly within Acrobat Sign. It's a really, really awesome way to be able to streamline business processes.
I got my start in fixing or refining, I should say, business processes. So everything you said there just made my heart sing a little bit. Okay. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. I love that because I think it brings better processing and better business processes closer to the people who understand them, those business users, right? It's accessible to them. So what we're doing is really impactful together. What's your vision for the future between our two companies?
Oh, well, I mean, I think we're constantly innovating. Our different teams are working together. Especially as we are here looking at some of the new things around Copilot. Those are great ways where we're extending out creativity, and it's really opening up new ways for us to be able to look at how people are going to work with creativity, how people are going to work with their documents and productively. When I think of Copilot, it's like, you know, it's the mind on that computer that's helping me get my work done. And, you know, I think over the next coming years, it's going to be exciting how we're going to evolve that.
I absolutely believe. I know we're going to wrap, but what's a quick place where people can learn more? What would you like folks to do after this?
So if they're here, definitely go down to the collaboration area where we have some of our experts there where they can learn more, as well as if they're coming to us remotely, go on to our partner showcase where there's awesome demos where the people can learn.
That featured partner showcase, we've rebuilt that so it's even more valuable for people to interact with. And we're so happy that you're there with that space and all those tools and information. So thank you, Ben. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right. You can find, as we were just saying, Adobe in that featured partner directory to learn more about the integrations with Microsoft 365, Power Automate, and so much more. You're definitely going to want to do that.
Our mission is to become that personal bank in a digital age.
We implemented Microsoft Teams in combination with Azure Communication Services, with having as a result the fully embedded and customized ABN AMRO experience for video banking. That really made us proud because that was the goal.
Hi, Diane.
Hi, Vincent. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Because of the web SDK, it was quite easy for our development to use the toolkits and some composites to implement Azure Communication Services within our bank.
It's fully about making sure our customer has a friction-free and valued journey every time we connect with each other.
We have every opportunity to share, to discuss, to make the personal connection. Everything we need, Teams offers us.
This company believes in a digital future, and it's really exciting to be part of that.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Chapman here. We're from Microsoft Mechanics with Justina Luchnik, and we're going to answer the question, how simple can big data analytics be And can generative AI help? So we're going to take a first look at something big this week, Microsoft Fabric. So Justina, what are we solving for with Microsoft Fabric?
Yeah, so Microsoft Fabric is Microsoft's next generation data service. You can work with all of your data in place without ever needing to move it, and it's powered by a multi-cloud data lake called OneLake. So with Microsoft Fabric, you can complete your end-to-end analytics journey, starting all the way from data factory, doing your data engineering, being able to build out your data warehouse. You can build predictive models, do real-time analytics, and business intelligence. And all of these different workloads write their data into a unified platform. They write their data into OneLake, and most importantly, they write the data into the Open Delta Lake format. This is really important because what it means is if I'm a Spark user and I'm using data engineering, the data warehouse can read that data, and vice versa. So it doesn't matter which engine I'm using. Across Fabric, all of the data is accessible. And I don't even have to copy my data into OneLake. If I have my data in external storage accounts, in Azure, and other clouds, I can create virtual tables, folders inside OneLake using a concept called shortcuts, and all that data is still accessible.
Nice. So we've got very comprehensive experience, really for any data professional. So how would someone use OneLake, and maybe from a Windows device?
Yeah, so we actually have native integration into the Windows File Explorer, so you can work with it just like you can with OneDrive.
Cool.
So over here, we can see that alongside my OneDrive folder, I actually have my OneLake folder synced, and I can see all of my different workspaces. I can navigate into, for example, the Marketing Lakehouse that's already in Microsoft Fabric, and I can see my files and tables folders. And as I navigate through these files over here, what we're actually doing is we're actually being able to explore our data in Amazon S3, because this data was brought in as a shortcut. So all of this data, all of these images are actually sitting in my Amazon S3 bucket. Now I want to bring some other data into my OneLake over here. I have some customer surveys which are sitting on my local machine, and it's literally as simple as being able to drag and drop that customer surveys folder directly into my File Explorer over here. Now everything is going to get synced back into my Lakehouse. So if I jump back to my Lakehouse, I can refresh it, and we can see the customer surveys folder show up. And now I can, again, just navigate through it directly inside the service. And I have a CSV over here that I actually want to be able to use across all my different engines. So I need to convert it to a Delta table. Well, that is literally a one-click operation. All I have to do is load it to a table. It immediately appears and now can be accessed by SQL, Power BI, and all the Fabric engines.
Nice. So it's totally integrated in the Windows shell, kind of like OneDrive then for OneLake. So tell me about the AI work that we're doing, because is there going to be an AI tie with some of this that you can do for Microsoft Fabric as well?
Yeah, there is. So let me give you an early look into some of the integrations we're doing with Copilot directly inside Microsoft Fabric.
Okay.
So over here, I'm inside a notebook, and I'm going to actually ask this notebook and ask Copilot to be able to help me recommend a predictive model for my data. And the awesome thing about the Copilot integration inside Microsoft Fabric is actually data aware. So when I'm referring to my data, it understands that I'm talking about the lakehouse that has been included inside my notebook. And over here, we get a response. It's actually recommending a binary classification on top of my data. So I actually want Copilot to generate some code for me now. So I'm going to jump into a new code cell over here, and I'm going to ask it to actually build me a predictive model using a logistic regression. Now you'll notice this time around, I actually wrote percentage code instead of percentage chat. And that's because I want Copilot to generate me a code response rather than natural language. And we can see it did that over here. It's leveraging my data. It's imported all the libraries I need to do. And we can just run this cell and actually build our first predictive model so quickly. And we're going to give it a second to run, and we can see it's actually doing a pretty good job. 82% accuracy, so not bad.
Wow, it doesn't get much easier than that. And there's a ton more that we couldn't actually cover with what Microsoft Fabric can do that we didn't have time to show today. But you can find out a lot more. You can sign up for a trial if you go to fabric.microsoft.com and check out Justina's show as well. And you can check that out on Microsoft Mechanics if you go to aka.ms/Fabric Mechanics. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you soon.
Do you ever get called Captain? How's it going, my friends? I said Captain because Kirk is our wonderful camera guy behind there, and he's just a delightful person. But I'm joined now by John Maeda and Hodge Flemings, CEO of Rap vs. AI. John, makes a wonderful technology called semantic kernel, and then we're going to talk to you most of the time. Tell us about semantic kernel.
Thanks, Seth. Semantic kernel is, if you remember Kevin Scott's Copilot stack, in the middle is AI orchestration for app developers. Semantic kernel is that centerpiece, AI orchestration.
Yeah, and it's a wonderful tool to help developers work on large language model apps. Is that correct?
Like?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I wanted to ask you, what kind of things can we build with? And Haj, tell us, what are you doing with these cool technologies?
So first of all, I'm excited to be on your show.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. So we built something called Rap versus AI. So it is a human rapper, human rappers competing against an AI rapper. And the interesting part is we wanted to bring emotion and culture to what Microsoft is doing.
Oh, I love that. And so can you describe what this looks like, what this event looks like? Because I'm imagining, like, as it's doing it, the creativity is inspiring, is amazing.
Yeah, so what happens is that the conversational AI is listening to the rapper and it's responding and being able to actually synthesize it. And it was pretty timely. What they said was really creative, but they responded and they really put the rappers on the spot.
Oh, really?
Yes.
How is this technology unlocking human creativity? Because I'm assuming that as they're doing this versus the computer, it's forcing us as humans to be like, oh, what can I do next? Can you describe that experience?
Yeah, so AI is not new, right? It's been out since the 50s. But most of the use cases are kind of boring use cases.
Yeah.
But this is one where it puts it in a human element where you have humans who are put on the spot to kind of have to respond and to say something. And then you juxtapose that against the machine. So you have the human ability part, the dream part, the creative part is now being connected to the actual machine. And if I think about Microsoft, this is the first time in my life, and I'm 51, where I feel like Microsoft is at the center of the creative universe.
Oh my goodness.
And so it's amazing to be able to do this with Microsoft.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall on one of these competitions, would you call that? Could you describe what those competitions look like? Did you have one recently?
Yes. All right, so we had one in Detroit, and what we did is that we started out and we had basically like the machine, and so the rapper would speak to the machine or our Apple Surface or Microsoft Surface, and what would happen is that it would synthesize it and it respond back. What we want to do moving forward is we want to now add the visuals and add the avatar, so when the machine is actually speaking, they're going to have a chance to be able to look at that. So what would a hologram look like? What would an avatar on a big screen, so when they're competing, they're being able to say this face to face? We want to bring as much of the human element in it as possible.
I love it. So we got to finish up, John. Where can people go to find out more about semantic kernel and these cool applications?
As the boring fellow who backs these kinds of cool applications, just go to aka.ms/semantic-kernel.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, my friends, for being with us. And now we're going to go over to Caruana, who has a familiar face with her.
Thank you, Seth. I have my good friend, Scott Hanselman here. Scott, I believe you have something to show us, and I'm going to pepper you with questions about.
I hope that you do. Yeah, I just got my personal machine with today's build of Dev Home, which I just got off stage about an hour ago and was talking about.
Okay, so why is this? I was here, so I missed that. So tell me, why is this important?
Well, so you get a new computer, whether it be one in the cloud, like a dev box, or one like this physical computer here. You go through what's called UBI, the out-of-box experience.
Yes.
And it says, are you an Office user? Are you a creative? Are you a whatever? Well, historically, it hasn't said anything about developers. Now it's going to have developer as a checkbox. When you check that, you go through UBI and you sign in. Dev Home will be installed automatically. It's an in-box experience. When you run Dev Home, it says, how do you want to set up your environment? So if I was going to join Caruana's company, you'd probably give me a Word document with all the apps to install, and you say, I don't expect you to be productive for weeks.
Yeah.
It's a hassle, right?
Exactly.
And then if I can just get something to run, I'm going to feel like that's an accomplishment. But that's not fun.
No.
It's not joyful. It's just toil.
Yeah.
Well, who wants to set up a machine?
I hate setting up a machine. I was just saying earlier that I had to switch my machine not that long ago. And I think I'm still traumatized from the experience, and I'm not quite sure it's running exactly the way I want either.
I love that. So you want a desired state.
Exactly.
So we have desired state configuration. So I can go here to machine configuration and start an end-to-end setup. And check this out. I can clone repositories and install applications at once.
Wow.
So you could carry around either a YAML file that's like Caruana's favorite apps.
Yeah.
And it'll install them all and and gets you to that desired state. Or you could check in the YAML file with your source code. So then it would install just the apps you need to build that repository.
Oh, I love that.
Isn't that
That's really
great?
important because I want different machines for different, I wear multiple hats and I work on different projects and they're not all the same or the same state and I don't have 22 machines, right? So
Exactly.
Anything that'll help me get, more productive is good. But is this just on my physical machine? Will it work in the cloud as well?
So right now, everything is a plugin, right? So all of these things are plugins. So if I go to this dashboard, we've got the GitHub plugin, I've got GPU plugins. We could expand this to have things like DevBox. So imagine if I use this to see my personal pull requests and my DevBoxes, but then I use it as a jumping off point to a cloud PC, which itself could have DevHome, showing me the things that are specific to that cloud PC.
You're blowing my mind with this
here's the
because
best part.
there's
It's
so
open
much.
source.
Oh my goodness. So does that mean that people could make more widgets? They could actually maybe reconfigure it, do all sorts of things? Oh my goodness.
So all these widgets could be GitHub, it could be Azure DevOps, it could be Power Platform, whatever. This whole left side here, you could imagine a world where we're populating that with stuff that Azure people might need, that Power App people might need, that C programmers might need.
Right.
And you can say, set my machine up. And then you were mentioning how you have like one machine but multiple hats. The desired state configuration system can say, I know that this build breaks if I have that version of Node, so I need to ensure that I don't have that. So it's not just about the apps you want, but the apps you know you don't want.
That's
and
right.
it will remove them as well.
That's right. And then I can be in the flow no matter what project I'm working on because it's remembering that stuff and basically I don't have to. This also seems really good because most people live in a multi-cloud world and so these widgets can really help bring that together in one experience. What was the inspiration for this? How did this actually come about?
Well, I know that Kayla Cinnamon, who was with me on stage, was the former PM of the Windows Terminal. And they really went to the community to make Terminal what it is. She is now the PM on DevHome. So community on the Windows Developer Experiences team has been like fundamental. They go to them for ideas about Terminal, ideas about Power Toys. So DevHome came out of that. Like, we don't have a place to set this stuff up.
Right.
And they wanted to be able to do it at either the command line or in the GUI. So if you're not a command line person, you should be able to go in here, say clone repositories, pick the repositories that you want, clone to your machine and say, I want this, 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 and this. These apps go.
That's good.
I grab a coffee, my machine's set up. That's the GUI version.
Right.
But if I want to go to the command line, and type win-get configure and do those things, I can do it as well. So you can drive stick shift, or you can drive automatic.
And sometimes it depends on what I'm doing and how tired I am and how much I've traveled and, and exactly what I've been working on. My brain kind of goes in and out of that. So I like going back and forth like that and having both available to me for sure.
Another thing that's important is that developer inner loop, that time you spend build, test, hit refresh, try again. You want that to be faster. So there's a new thing called dev drive. Okay, so you know how you have like your C drive and maybe you have a D or an E? I'm used to having two hard drives, my system hard drive and the one for documents. And I used to make DMeans documents, right? Well, the dev drive is actually the Windows High Performance Resilient File System, or REFS, that we used to see on Windows workstations, which is a SKU that really no one ever sees in the regular world.
That's right.
We brought that all the way down to Windows Home or Pro for students, for regular people, in the form of dev drive. So instead of NTFS, you can have a dev drive using this high performance file system, and then we'll run Windows Defender in a performance mode that's included as well, so that we're not going to scan the code you're building for viruses, because you're not building viruses. And you can get to, we're seeing this in the lab, up to 30% performance.
That's great.
And that's that loop you want to stay in, where you're spending less time on the disk.
Everything that helps people bring developer joy and be more productive. That's what we want to do. Thank you so much, Scott.
Thank you.
That's amazing. We've got much more in store right after this. Microsoft Build continues to bring you the best. by developers for developers. Check out our newly redesigned feature partner directory for recommended sessions, demo software, and news from partners like Mural, Mantium, Syncfusion, and more.
Hi, my name is Matt Sokup, and in my session, The Reliable Web App Pattern for .NET, Nish and Neil and I will be showing you how to build web applications that are resilient, scalable, and cost-optimized with .NET and Azure. So join us in this fun and educational session.
Hi, I'm Martin, and if you want to learn all about how GitHub builds GitHub on GitHub, then come along to my session.
Hey, I'm Shanibana, and come join us as we deep dive into practical machine learning and MLOps with Azure Machine Learning. Discover how to efficiently build and deploy your ML models to revolutionize your business. You don't want to miss it.
Hi, everybody. I'm Demetrius Nealon, and I'm excited to talk to you about how to get your machine in a ready-to-code state.
Just ahead, it's the Inside Azure Innovations with Mark Russinovich session. This is the one we want to know. We know that you do not want to miss that. But before we go, Christina, is there something from one of our any other sessions that you think could help developers take that quintessential next step?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so the easy answer here, Caruana, would be Microsoft Learn, which is going to help people learn about what they need to do. But I was just speaking with Charles Lamanna about the Power Platform and about how both worlds of low code and pro code can kind of intersect. And I think that's going to be my new answer for you.
Absolutely. I completely agree. And both of those are, have so many inroads for new people. So if you're new, come on, let's go. I mean, I know you feel passionate about that, Seth. What do you think we should keep focusing on during this next session when Mark gives us a tour of these latest innovations?
The thing about Mark is you never know what to expect. This guy is in the tech and in the research, and he always brings out the tech and the research together to give us a glimpse into what's coming in the future. I'm pretty jubilant.
I love
to
it.
see
You did it. Jubilant.
what he talks about when he merges those two areas.
It's only taken us 2 days of live coverage to find a new word for excited. Hey.
Oh, you just said it.
I know. Well,
you did.
I am jubilant and enthusiastic and, kind of agog, actually.
Ecstatic?
At everything that's been going on. Yeah, euphoric. There's another one. But seriously, I mean, I know I'm joking right now, but the energy here, all the interaction we're seeing online, the enthusiasm, what people are posting and talking about. I mean, Christina, can you remember another build like this one another time?
I mean, no, I can't. We're back. We are so back.
Yeah, 100%. And what's also awesome about this is the thousands and thousands of people participating with us right here in this digital experience, which we learned over the course of the past few years, right, Seth?
That's right. It was been great being in a digital experience, and we love everyone watching online. But also, people here are awesome too. Back to you, Caruana.
Absolutely. We've got more in store, but make sure to follow the feed over on Twitter using the hashtag MSBuild. Now and in the future, we want to hear from you. We'll be back here after this session. This is Microsoft Build.
Please welcome Azure Chief Technology Officer and Technical Fellow Mark Russinovich.
Hello, everybody. How's Build going? Awesome. Yeah, and hello to everybody online that's watching. My name is Mark Russinovich, and I've got an action-packed 45 minutes with you today to talk about Azure innovation. I thought one of the things that I'd start with is just talking a little bit about the scale that Azure's gotten to. And the scale is massive in terms of physical scale. Just some numbers here, and you've all heard the more than 60 regions around the world, more than 200 data centers. We're actually building between 50 and 100 data centers per year at this point to meet the demands for cloud growth. There's 175,000 miles of WAN cabling connecting all our data centers together, and then we're also going out, of course, onto the edge, not just the edge on terrestrial edge, but also the space edge with our Azure Orbital program. We also have achieved massive logical scale, and so here are some numbers. And if you've come to my Azure Innovation Sessions before, you've seen previous versions of these numbers. The numbers have gotten just astronomical. In fact, we hit a fascinating milestone there up on the top left with Azure Storage in terms of the number of transactions that we operate around the world on our storage systems per month. And you read that number correctly, that's over 1,000 trillion requests per month. And I think that's a quadrillion, if memory serves me correctly, as far as that number. I'm not going to cover all of these, but another one that I think is very noteworthy is the one right next to that, which is the number of AI inferences or serving requests on Azure Machine Learning per month. I think at Ignite, we were somewhere in the tens of billions. We're at 470 billion, and that number is, of course, growing exponentially with all the demand for large language models that we're seeing today. I mentioned all those miles of cabling connecting our regions together across our WAN. One of the areas that we're innovating is how can we make our WAN more efficient? And if you take a look at the traditional way that data centers are connected, it's with optical cabling. There's a type of cabling that the industry's been working on and that we think is ready for prime time, and that's called hollow core fiber. Hollow core fiber has some fascinating characteristics compared to the traditional fiber, which is filled with solid material. Hollow core fiber, as its name implies, is filled with air. And what that means is that light can travel more efficiently through it than it can through a solid material. That means it actually travels faster than it would through traditional fiber. In fact, one of the cool measurements that we've done is how fast can we get a message from New York to London over hollow core fiber compared to traditional WAN. Over traditional WAN, it's 55 milliseconds. Over hollow core fiber, 36 milliseconds. So it's about 47% faster than traditional fiber. And that has benefits in terms of latency, of course, just point to point. But another way that it helps us is that we can expand the search area for data centers within a particular region, which have very strict latency envelope requirements. In fact, the boundary that we can start to explore when we're building out data centers in a region has grown by 2.25x because of hollow core fiber. This is just one of the examples of ways that we're pushing forward our infrastructure, researching things ahead of when they're potentially ready, and then working with the industry and partners to bring this stuff to life in our servers. And speaking of servers, let's take a look under the hood of our latest innovations in server infrastructure. I talked about this at Ignite, the way that we've been shifting a lot of computing for our network and storage stacks from our hosts onto accelerated offload cards. So this is a big shift you're seeing in the way that servers are designed, really driven by cloud computing, where we're trying to optimize the serving of these very expensive cores to customer workloads, and then running some of the infrastructure processing on lower cost, lower power cores. Specifically in our case, with this offload card that we've got an FPGA, which is dynamically programmable, it's field programmable gate array, which is where the data flows for our network and storage stacks flow. We've been using FPGAs in Azure since the early 2010s with the introduction of accelerated networking, and now we're accelerating our storage on top of those FPGAs as well. This is combined with a system on a chip, which is ARM-based cores, running a Linux operating system, Mariner Linux, also known in one version that I'll talk a little bit later with the new name that we've announced here at Build. And that is where the agents, the control plane, and other agents that support that computing that's happening on those FPGAs happens. I happened to have one example of those cards right here that I thought would be interesting to show. Just so you can see what we're putting on our servers. This actually is the next generation of the cards that we're got in our servers today, the one that I'm talking about right now. So this one we haven't actually started to roll out across our fleet yet. It represents the next generation and next jump in capabilities of our hardware infrastructure. Now, one of the benefits of using FPGAs is that we can dynamically upgrade our infrastructure without changing out the hardware. And I've actually got a very concrete example of how we're taking advantage of that with our new EBS v5 virtual machine sizes. I talked at Ignite about our new, at the time, EBS v5 generation virtual machines that use these accelerated offload cards, providing more IOPS and more bandwidth or throughput than the previous generation of virtual machine sizes, the EBS v4s. We've upgraded the code on the FPGAs on the exact same hardware and have improved the performance of the EBS v5 when it comes to storage by 2.5 times, which is 8 times more performance than the previous generation EBS v4s. So if you're running an EBS v5, you will either already have been upgraded to this performance level or will be soon because we're rolling this out across the fleet. The number of IOPS we deliver is cloud leading at 400,000 IOPS, and you can see 10 gigabytes of remote storage throughput. That's on top of a network adapter that supports 100 gigabits of throughput. Let's go take a look at a demo of that in action. So what I've got here on the left is the older generation of EBS5, and on the right is a virtual machine with the new version. And I'm running a tool here called Iometer. Iometer lets you drive storage operations on attached devices. In this case, it's virtual disks. And I'm going to kick off Iometer on both of them. And now, if you take a look at what we're seeing, it's 160,000 IOPS, EBS v5, the previous generation of it on the left, and the 400,000 IOPS that I talked about there on the right, on the upgraded version of that server. And I'm going to show you the throughput here with a tool called FIO, a Linux tool here, and I've got same thing, 2 virtual machines, current on the left, new one on the right. And you can see there's the 4 gigabytes per second that we're driving on the older generation, and the 10 gigabytes we should see here, and there it is, on the newer generation. Wasn't that cool? All right, so it obviously wouldn't be Build if I didn't talk about AI. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about our AI infrastructure. Of course, this could take a whole session on its own. In fact, if you haven't seen it, there was a mechanics video that we posted yesterday where I'd go under the hood with Jeremy Chapman about our AI supercomputer infrastructure. I'm going to talk a little bit in more detail here about certain aspects of our AI infrastructure. And I'll start by talking about our Bing serving platform. Because a lot of people are in the misconception that all Bing Chat is doing is serving up GPT-4 for you to interact with. But there's a whole lot that we do under the hood to create a service like that. And it starts with our foundational infrastructure on top of that hardware, which includes the GPUs from NVIDIA, AMD, and others, as well as our CPU infrastructure. On top of that is an AI workload-aware scheduler called Project Forge, formerly called Singularity, if you've seen me talk about that before. And then there's services that manage that capacity, inference serving, which maps user requests down to particular GPUs. And above that is where the models are being deployed. So models like GPT-4, GPT 3.5, GPT-3, other variations of GPT-3, fine-tuned models are all managed by this layer, which we've developed in collaboration with OpenAI. In the case of Bing Chat, it's of course GPT-4, and that's what I'm focusing on right here. And you can see some of the components, microservices we've worked on with them, including things like a key value cache that lets us swap different users on top of the same GPUs by keeping their state cached on those servers. And then above that is more Azure machine learning infrastructure, as well as the Bing infrastructure that takes user requests and sends them down into the models and does things like admission control and managing global capacity of the deployment of these models. I mentioned Project Forge, and Project Forge is really aimed at making the most use of these expensive GPU resources. We don't want people at Microsoft or anywhere else to get a GPU, and when they're not using it, for that GPU to sit idle. So the entire goal of Project Forge is how can we keep those GPUs as close to 100% utilization, even if a workload that's using it goes idle or shuts down. And one of the benefits too, or goals of Project Forge, is trying to make sure that those workloads that are using GPUs operate successfully and without any need for human intervention. If you take a look at a run here, this is actually a run that just finished yesterday on Project Forge. I haven't updated the slide. It was running for over 15 days. It actually finished in 18 days on 1,024 GPUs, A180 gigabyte GPUs. And you can see during that timeline, there's been several failures. Now, Project Forge handles all those failures without human intervention required, diagnoses them, recovers the workload, restores from checkpoints, and moves on. Project Forge actually is a globally aware resource scheduler. It abstracts hardware. It also creates a pool of capacity from all the AI resources that we've got around our regions around the world. And what that allows is for individual users, whether it's an application or individual data scientist, to have what's called a virtual cluster rather than a physical cluster that they might sit on. Because it's a virtual cluster and Project Forge supports priorities, it means that they can get deployed on available GPU capacity wherever it happens to be, assuming it meets their data residency and other latency requirements. And if a higher priority workload comes in, they might get evicted, but they might get moved to capacity someplace else if the workload that's evicting them has to be in that particular location. So with this and other features of Project Forge, we can get to close to 100% utilization, including the failure recovery that I talked about. One of the ways that we're exploring to increase efficiency is through something called transparent checkpointing. Now, with transparent checkpointing, the idea here is that we can take a machine learning training job and capture its state without the developer having to do anything. Most of the time today, if an AI developer wants their job to be able to tolerate a failure without losing a lot of work, they've got to code in checkpointing code into their model code. What that checkpoint does is periodically save the state of the model as it's being trained, such that if a server fails, that particular worker that was on that server can go back to the previous checkpoint, and the whole job picks up from there. And a checkpoint might happen. The programmer might put in code to checkpoint it every 15 minutes or so. With transparent checkpointing, developer doesn't have to write any code, and that means that at runtime, Singularity can automatically checkpoint the job according to whatever the developer has said they want to, whatever frequency they say they want. And that frequency might be a cost of checkpointing versus cost of lost work in the face of a failure kind of calculation that they make. Transparent checkpointing in Singularity works by using a feature of Linux called CREU, checkpoint and restore in user mode. That CREU checkpoint checkpoints the state on the CPU. But the big innovation here is Project Forge. Project Forge's way that it can checkpoint the state on the GPU as well. And we accomplish this by partnering with NVIDIA and AMD to write CREU code for the GPUs. But Project Forge has to do more than just checkpoint these two states. It has to make sure that they're coordinated, that the state it captures is consistent across the GPU and the CPU, and not just that, but consistent across all the servers in a cluster, which can be hundreds or thousands of them. Project Forge takes care of this automatically and deals with all the forms of parallelism, data model, operator parallelism, or pipelining parallelism that AI machine learning models use for efficiency. It does this consistency and understands what the workload is doing with something we call a device proxy. So if you take a look, there's the CPU address space, there's the accelerator, and the device proxy slides in the middle and intercepts all the calls from the AI job through a device proxy client in the container, because this is a containerized serverless platform, goes through the device proxy, and at that point, it knows exactly what memory on the GPU is relevant for that particular worker. It also understands when there's barriers happening, when there's communication happening, and so it can find the right places to create consistent checkpoints. So one of the questions that we've had is, this device proxy, this transparent checkpointing is fantastic. How much overhead is it going to introduce? So we've run some measurements, and this is from a published paper on Project Forge called Singularity. And you can see almost no overhead. In fact, there's some funny numbers in there. Does anybody spot some funny numbers when it comes to overhead? there's some negative overhead numbers in there, which you might be saying, okay, so what's up with the negative overhead? The negative overhead is actually a side effect of the fact that some of the PyTorch APIs are synchronous in nature, and the CUDA APIs are synchronous in nature when Project Forge actually takes and converts them into asynchronous APIs underneath the hood. What that means is that it opportunistically will return a success to the model, the training job, which will proceed. If there is actually a failure later in that API call that then the device proxy makes, it'll surface that back up to the model at a later point in time. And that's how you get these negative performance numbers. Let's go take a look at one of my favorite capabilities that's coming with transparent checkpointing in Project Forge. And that is checkpointing in a Jupyter notebook. How many of you have used a Jupyter notebook on top of a GPU? If you're like me, I got so frustrated taking Coursera deep learning classes when I'd walk away from my Jupyter notebook, come back, the cells look like they're live, but they don't work anymore. And that experience looked a little like this. Here I've got MinGPT, open source AI training notebook from the web. I'm going to execute a bunch of cells. And you can see one of the cells defines this trainer object. Now I'm going to restart the kernel. The next cell that depends on that trainer object is actually going to fail because I've restarted the cell, and even though it looks like it's got its state, it actually doesn't. Now with Project Forge's special kernel, I'm going to run a bunch of cells in the notebook. I'm actually going to kick off the training job itself. Now this training job, if you look at the lower right, you can see GPU utilization and memory, and it's actually going to be fairly low. That's because this is an A100 8 gigabyte GPU, and that model is extremely small. But you can see it running. And it's going to run for some iterations. And when it completes, what's going to happen is Project Forge sees it go idle and checkpoints the model on the GPU memory. Now, because I'm showing you stuff that's not production yet, I'm going to have to, there's the run at 0%. I'm going to have to run a script to checkpoint the Jupyter Notebook's kernel state itself, which I'm doing here. And so now I've checkpointed the GPU and the CPU. I'm going to kill that Jupyter Notebook in Azure Machine Learning Studio. And now I'm going to restart it. Now, under normal circumstances, I'd have the experience you saw first, which is I go back to the notebook, all the cells have their outputs, but they're actually dead. Now, what I'm going to do is restore the Python kernel here, and then reopen that notebook. And at that point, you're going to see I'm at the cell right after the training job cell. I run it, and no error, it succeeds. What that actually triggers is Project Forge to restore the GPU checkpoint, find one, restore it, and you can see the GPU memory goes up again. And you can see that I got my output, which is sending some prompt queries into that trained model for me to go see how it works. So transparent checkpointing is, I think, going to revolutionize the data scientist inner loop when it comes to Jupyter notebooks. Now, question is, can we accelerate other workloads with GPUs? GPUs are really great at matrix and vector calculations. They've got massive parallelism. One of the questions we asked ourselves is, can we accelerate SQL on top of a GPU? And so we've started to explore this. We call this tensor query processing. It's taking a SQL statement like the one you see there, parsing it, converting it to in-memory intermediate representation, tensorizing it, and then downloading it on a GPU, the part that is the actual tensor processing part of the query onto a GPU, the rest of it onto a CPU, and then executing the query. Can this do better than what we see with the CPU? Let's go take a look at that in action. So what I'm going to show you here is on a TPCH benchmark, one of the queries from it, running on a CPU, 64 cores, 256 gigabytes of RAM. I'm going to kick off the compile and a warm-up test of the query. And then I'm going to run the benchmark, the TPCH benchmark. You can see Spark query. And now that's going to take some time to run. While that's doing, over on the right side, I'm going to tensor compile that query and download it to an NVIDIA GPU using the CUDA API. So I compiled the query. I'm going to run the benchmark. And you can see it's already done. Less than half a second to run it. Let's go back and see how the CPU is doing. It's still going, and there it goes. Close to 10 seconds. This is actually 20 times faster on the GPU than the CPU. And we've actually seen, in some queries, up to 70 times faster. So lots of questions still to answer here, but this gives you a taste of how we're exploring how to use GPUs for other types of workloads. Now, let's talk about cloud-native infrastructure. And one of the first things that I'm going to mention is the introduction of, and I'm so proud to be able to say this, the announcement of Azure Linux, which we've released as a container host OS for the Azure Kubernetes Services GA, announced yesterday. I started in Azure in 2010. Does anybody remember what it was called then? Windows Azure, that's right. And here I am announcing Azure Linux. So this is a really cool thing for me. And the benefits of this, I think, are listed there on the slide, is that we custom create this Linux distro so that it's optimized for our hardware, that it's secure, and that's always up to date. Now, one of the things that we're also looking at is optimizing the performance of container workloads, containerized workloads. Now, if you take a look at attaching persistent volumes to containerized workloads in a public cloud like Azure today, it looks like this. You're attaching Azure disks, and Azure disks were designed for virtual machines. So there's some latency in attaching a disk. There's scale limitations in disks. So we're announcing this build, the preview of Azure Container Storage. Instead of attaching disks to pods, you attach a pool of disks or other storage resources like local disks or even elastic SAN disks. And that means that those pooled resources can be quickly attached and detached because they're kind of pre-allocated and ready to go. Let's go take a look at just how much scale we can get using Azure Container Storage. And with this, I'm going to show you, here I've got the storage pool YAML, which is going to create a storage pool. It's actually going to create 8 storage pools of 810 gigabytes each. And you're going to see why I need so many gigabytes of storage in my storage pools here, because I'm going to create a stateful set of 3,000 pod replicas. Each one of them will request a 1 gigabyte per system volume. So that's a total of 3,000 gigabytes of storage that I want attached to 3,000 pods. There I go and create the pool. Now I'm going to create a namespace, then deploy the scale set YAML, and now we're going to watch those pods launch. Each one of those has a persistent volume attached to it. And we're at 1,600, halfway there. And there we go, 2591, and there we go, 3,000. So 3,000 disks attached to 3,000 pods, each one with 1 gigabyte in size, something that just is not possible on standard disks today. So one of the challenges with container images is keeping them up to date, like I mentioned, keeping these things patched for security vulnerabilities. One of the big challenges is just the very architecture of container images and the layering that they've got, where if you've got a vulnerability at layer 1, before you can get your application secure that depends on it, it depends on every layer in between you and that getting updated with the layers beneath it that include the fixes. If you're talking about vulnerabilities that could potentially end your business, that's a long chain of dependencies you got to wait on. So in my incubations team, we've been exploring how do we address this, make it possible for us to quickly respond to security emergencies when it comes to vulnerabilities, like we do with traditional operating systems, and just keep images fresh without having to rebuild all the layers. So this is called Project Copacetic. It's public. You can go find it on GitHub. The idea here is we take a vulnerability scanner like Trivy, scan the image, the container, for vulnerabilities, take the output, pass it to the COPA tool from Copacetic, which will go figure out what updates need to be made, use BuildKit to mount the image, use a package manager if one's there inside the image, or use one externally for distroless images, create a patch diff, and then create a new patch layer that you can deploy. So let's go take a look at that in action. So here I'm going to Docker pull OPA policy agent. You see 4 images, 4 layers, run the vulnerability scanner, and this hasn't been patched since last year, so it's got a bunch of really critical vulnerabilities in OpenSSL and libSSL. I'm going to take now that output from the Trivy scanner and pass it to the COPA tool, along with the directions to create a new patched image. And you can see COPA now is doing an APT update to fetch the latest versions of those vulnerable packages. And it's going to be finished here in a second. It's exporting its layer. It's created the patched image, and if we go take a look, you can see at the top, there's the COPA commands that were executed. Now if I scan that container, that patch container again, 0 vulnerabilities, the thing has been patched, and that was deep in the layering of that container. So I didn't have to wait for all the build steps like I normally would. Let's talk a little bit about cloud-native programming models. And some of you probably have heard of Dapper. It's been referenced in several sessions here at Build. This is also a project that came out of the incubations team in the office of the CTO. Now it's part of CNCF. If you haven't seen Dapper, you should check it out. It basically creates portability for your application. It handles best practices. It lets developers focus on their code and not have to worry about SDKs for all the different implementations of these different capabilities like state management and service-to-service invocation and authorization. Dapper takes care of that all. Dapper recently introduced a new building block. A building block means a capability where you can plug in at runtime, at deployment time, an implementation. And that building block is workflow. Just about every major non-trivial application has a workflow in it somewhere. There's probably, even at Microsoft, hundreds of custom bespoke workflow engines sitting inside our microservice applications. But with Dapper, we want to make it easy for people to just pick up workflow and use it, and also to be able to use whatever workflow engine they want underneath the hood. Here, this is the Dapper workflow sidecar, or component, that has a workflow engine, and it's responsible for kicking off tasks, keeping track of their activity, and doing retry. Let's go take a look at how workflow in Dapper means that a common task that consists of workflow for a cloud-native application is just taken care of automatically. So here I've got several steps written in an application using the Dapper Workflow SDK. Authenticating, this is order processing, so it authenticates the user, checks some inventory to see if there's enough items. If there's insufficient, sends a notification that we need to order more. And you can see here, one of the things that you get out of Dapper is you get recording of everything your application does as it interacts with Dapper. And here you can see one of those order processing workflows that succeeded and the trace that we get for it. But what I'm going to show you here is execution of one of those order processing workflows. I'm going to order some company cars. I'm going to order, 7 of them. And that kicks off a workflow that I just showed. But while it's running, I'm going to kill the order processing microservice. And then we're going to see Dapper workflow engine automatically retry to try to complete that payment. I'll go restart the order processing service. And at that point, the workflow is able to complete successfully. And so me as a developer just said, here are the steps. Dapper, you go figure out how to do these steps, make sure it's resilient, deal with any failures, and I can go on and do other things. And so this is really, I think, promises to really be the spine for cloud-native applications using a serverless workflow like this. Now, the ways that we keep our infrastructure very efficient is by tightly packing customers together. Either virtual machines, and that technology has been around for a long time. More recently, within the last decade, we've introduced hypervisor-based isolation for containers with Hyper-V. So you can see that in the middle. And those address traditional OS-based applications, containerized applications, but we really see a place for user-defined functions, small functions that will execute either in the network data plane, like on a front door service, or as a user-defined function sitting inside of a storage service. But we need to strongly isolate them as well. And WASM, while it has a great sandboxing technology and it's really got a great ecosystem around it, lacks the kind of isolation that we require for running a public cloud. So we've been working on how to solve this problem. And we've come up with something we call a micro VM, which can isolate tiny sandbox, create tiny sandboxes, whether WASM or some other runtime, and strongly isolate them with the guarantees we need on top of the same hypervisor stack. Hyperlight works by giving an application the ability to go create a micro sandbox, a micro virtual machine, load some code into it, and then call that code. And let's go see just how awesome this is. This is one of my favorite demos here. So here I'm going to show you, I've got running on a Linux machine. Linux DOM 0 is what we call Linux as the host partition for Hyper-V, and you can see Microsoft Hypervisor there. If I take a look at the amount of free RAM on this system, you can see or the used RAM, it's got 1.1 gigabyte used. Now I'm going to kick off a script that it's going to launch 2,000 micro VMs. And it did it, and you can see it did it in less than 2 seconds. I've got 2,000 micro sandboxes running on this VM. And if I go take a look at how much memory I've consumed, each one of those is just about 300 megabytes in size. So tiny, able to handle user-defined function. Now I'm going to make some function calls just to show you that this is kind of performance that's close to just calling another function across a process. But I'm actually calling into a virtual machine. And you can see the latency was about 250 microseconds. And as far as programming models, we want to make it really easy for people to create these. So here's a Blazor app, which is a website that says hello and prints a request count, which is a static variable. And if I launch this, there it is, running on plain vanilla OS. And if I do refreshes, every time I refresh, I'm going to see the request count go up because that's a static variable that's increasing. So let's say that I want to strongly isolate that code. I'm going to use the Hyperlight isolator. And it's as easy as invoking that chunk of code and giving it to Hyperlight to put it in a sandbox. And now, each time I call invoke, a new micro VM is going to be created from scratch, which means none of these are going to share any state with any other. There it is running WASM. And if I do refreshes now, that count stays the same, which is because each one of those is a fresh micro VM. So that's the kind of programming model that we're creating for this thing. All right, let's talk about confidential computing. How many people have heard of confidential computing? So quite a few of you have. Word's getting out. It's been a huge year for confidential computing, which promises to protect data while it's in use, which accompanies data protection at rest and data protection in transit. And it does this with a hardware-rooted trust, which creates a box. Unlike hypervisor isolation I was just talking about, this creates a shell around an application. That shell is encrypted and rooted in hardware that measures what's in that box and signs it so that that box can present itself to something else, which will then know that it's being protected by hardware, AMD SEV, SMP, or Intel TDX, which is coming out, confidential virtual machine technology. It's also been a great year in terms of GPUs. So we've been partnering with NVIDIA to bring out confidential GPUs. Version of confidential GPU in A100s and full confidentiality in the H100 Hopper GPUs, which preview is coming soon for. This will allow end-to-end protection of AI workloads, whether training or inference, between the GPU and the CPU. We've also been working on bringing confidentiality to pods, and we announced confidential ACI earlier this spring. We're showing you a preview of what we're working on with the Kata open source community, not just on Kata strong isolation, but also Kata confidentiality. So this is called Kata CC for confidential containers. And the idea here is that you can make a shell around a container running on Kubernetes and making that confidential. And I want to show you an example of that with the scenario, which is we're in a store, we're seeing cell phone signals of customers coming into the store, and for customers that have registered with us, we want to send them coupons as they shop around the store. But we want to protect the confidentiality of people that aren't our customers that are coming into the store and make sure that nobody sees those cell phone records. So the way to do that is to have the processing of those queries sitting in confidential computing. So here, the cell phone reader, the producer here, is going to be sending encrypted cell phone IDs to event hubs through Dapper, which will then be read by the application, which will decrypt them because they're running in confidential computing, and be able to send coupons. And so let's go take a look at that in action. So here I'm running the Dapper producer. It's creating these encrypted fake cell phone messages. IMEIs are the way you identify cell phones. If we go look at event hubs, you can see that we've got a bunch of messages with encrypted cell phone IDs queued up, because we haven't launched the consumer yet, which we're going to do now. And so you can see the consumer code is going to decrypt the message it gets, because it gets a decryption key based on the fact that it's running in confidential computing, check in a database, and just print out to the log whether there was a match or not. In real life, this would actually kick off the coupon code that I mentioned. Here's the deployment YAML. There's the Dapper annotations to talk to the pub sub. Here's the code that says where it should get the decryption key from if it presents evidence that it's running in confidential computing. And there's the Kata CC isolation at request when it launches. And so here I'm going to launch the pod. And at that point, it's going to start consuming the logs. So let's go dump logs. And you can see the logs that it's dumping. Well, first it tells us it's running in SNP confidentially. And then it's going to show here, dump the encrypted IDs that it sees. This isn't going to give us any information about who's in the store. But it then tells us it didn't match our database. And so listening for more, and this one happens to be a customer that's registered in the database. We have a match, and this is where we would kick off the code to go send them a coupon. And again, nobody has access to those cell phone records of who's coming into the store. All right, so let's talk a little bit about storage, because storage is one of those things where there's so much data being produced. And if you take a look at AI, it's one of the big consumers of data. Large AI models, like large language models and other versions of image models, are very data hungry. The problem with data is storing huge amounts of data is very expensive. And this problem has created this interesting dynamic that you can see on this chart here, where it's comparing the digital universe, all the data that's being produced over time, every year, compared to installed capacity. The amount of data produced continues to grow at a much faster rate than the capacity that we've got installed. The only way that we're going to correct this and try to make them grow together so that we're storing the data that we want to store for uses by AI, analytics, archival purposes, is to bring down the cost of storage. And you might have heard me talk about something called Project Silica. With Project Silica, we store data in glass. And that sounds weird. It sounds like that's something that you could break and very fragile, but actually glass is much more durable than other types of storage media like SSDs or hard disks. If you've seen videos before, you haven't seen them, you should go check them out, where we show putting a piece of silica in a microwave, in an oven, scratching it even, and you can still read it afterwards. It can tolerate fire. It lasts tens of thousands of years without degradation. We hit a milestone, you can see here, back in 2020, where Satya actually showed this at Ignite, of encoding of Superman in glass, where we were not able to encode it, but actually read it back out. But by the way, there was another milestone that's, I think, even more cool than that one, and that's when we were able to store my copy of my book, 0 Day, in glass and read it out. Okay, so I thought that was cool. All right, I actually have a piece of this glass here. Is it in here? It is, but I can't open it. There it goes. And this is actually, I'll show you here. And that's actually Microsoft Flight Simulator stored in glass. Now, one of the things that we've been working on, I've showed you before the readers and writers for this thing. We've been working on how do we actually bring this into the data center. And one of the tough challenges we've got bringing into the data center is how do we store this glass that has data on it? How do we take glass that's got data on it, find the right sliver, take it to the reader, write on it or read it, and then put it back? So we've been it's something that we can't just buy off the shelf, turns out. So we've been hard at work designing a system, a library for silica. And I've got a video here that's fresh from our research lab in Microsoft Cambridge in England of the silica library with a custom-built and designed robot that knows how to go walk the library, fetch the appropriate sliver of glass that's being requested, take it back to the reader, and you can see it's got this cool flipping thing that it does to move up the shelves. You can see that one's pulling it out, and this one's putting one back. So this is just to give you an idea of where we are on our path to production. Many, many steps. This has been going on for years, this project. We're getting closer and closer to making glass a reality, and I happen to have, just because I thought it would be cool to show you, one of these robots. So here it is. And you can see the robot that we were seeing is sliding this way. You can see the actuator here, and a little piece of glass here, and the gears on the back, and the fact that it can rotate. And I wonder how much I could get on eBay for this. So that brings me to the conclusion of this session. I have had even more cool innovations that I just couldn't pack in, which is so frustrating every time that I do one of these because there's just so much cool stuff to show. But I hope that you saw a little taste across the whole spectrum of areas that, from data center infrastructure, networking, containerization, storage, of the kinds of things that we're working on. Some of them still speculative, some of them not released, some of them fresh, kind of across the board, but we're always working on really cool new things. And I want to conclude by showing you that my job is the coolest in the world. I still have access to the Mega Godzilla Beast virtual machine that I showed at Ignite. This has 832 cores and 24 terabytes of RAM. And I just decided to put the Azure logo with kind of a matrix effect on it for you. So with that, I hope you have a great build. I'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome back to the Seattle Convention Center as we head into the home stretch of Microsoft Build. This event isn't the same without your voice in the conversation, so remember to use hashtag MSBuild and tell us what you think. Meanwhile, Seth is once again backstage, this time with Mark Russinovich, fresh from his session. Over to you, Seth.
I'm here, and now Mark, I was going to watch your session, but they scheduled the session right during your... Is there? Can we talk to somebody
can I
about
check
that?
with somebody to see if that was
we
really
need
the
to.
case?
We need to.
No,
So,
are you telling me the truth? That's my
no, I
question.
really did. I had a discussion session I had to go to. Can you give me a summary? Like, let's pretend that I'm an audience of one.
How much time do you have?
We have all sorts of. It says 5 minutes, but they'll let me take as much time as I want.
So I showed hollow core. I talked about hollow core fiber. I showed container storage, launching 3,000 pods with 1 gigabyte persistent volumes attached to them. I showed micro virtual machines of 300 megabytes in size. I showed 2,000 of them being launched in under 2 seconds. I showed a robot that can go fetch glass. That has
so
data
I
on
feel
it.
like I missed out.
It did. It was,
so I did catch
It's the best one ever, actually.
It's the best one. Great. Well, look, if you didn't get to catch it, make sure you go to your backpack and add this session. There was one thing that I did catch at the end. Project Silica was something that you talked about a couple years ago.
I think the first time I talked about it was probably 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, and I remember like seeing it at a build. Tell us about that technology for people who didn't get to watch.
Yeah, so Project Silica, the idea is, can you store data in glass? Glass is really cheap. It has incredible durability characteristics. It can last for 10,000 years. You don't have to refresh it like you do with hard disks or SSDs. And so we've created a technology based on femtosecond pulse lasers to etch voxels of data into the glass. And you can do it 3-dimensionally, so you can put multiple layers of bits into the glass.
Interesting.
And then to read it, you just shine light through it into a reader that then uses AI to go and decode the bits.
And so voxel, is that like a fancy word for like a notch?
Yeah, exactly. It's a fancy notch.
I'm going to use voxels
It's
whenever
actually,
I chip my tooth.
I think it's technically a deformity in the glass.
Oh, interesting. Oh, that's, well, you know.
Yeah.
So, and how much data can you store on that size?
So that size thing is about 1 terabyte, but we're working on getting it even more dense.
Oh my goodness. And does it, how hard is it to put data on and get data off? Is it something like that? Because you know how back in the day we used to have the tapes that we would put into storage. Is it something like that now, or is it fast enough to do competition?
Well, so this is really meant for cold storage, stuff you don't need that frequently, or that you want archivally stored, like a Superman movie.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
So what I just showed was the robots and the library that they've created for actually going into production into data centers, because one of the things we have to do is store those slices of glass, those pieces of glass with the data on it. What the library does with this robot is the robots will get told to go fetch this piece of glass with some data on it. They'll roll down a shelf. If they're on the wrong shelf, they'll flip upside down and crawl up or down the shelves, pull out the glass and take it back to the reader or writer. And so I showed a video of that and then showed the.
I saw that one.
Yeah,
it was like a Star Wars movie with the thing like, we got to get the right data disk, but now it's glass, so it's even better. Don't break it. Hook it onto your pants. Don't drop it. That's cool. So the other thing I wanted to talk to you about was you were mentioning to me the other day something about maintaining state in a machine, like when I'm doing machine learning. So
I know you like this because
tell me about that.
Your background. So I've taken Coursera classes using Jupyter notebooks, right?
Uh-huh.
One of the problems with Jupyter notebooks is you're working in your notebook and then you got to walk away and your notebook session gets shut down.
Yeah, and your host.
Yeah, but you come back and it's like, there's the notebook and you see the output from the cells that you ran before because it remembers that.
Mm-hmm.
But then you try to execute a cell, you're like,
it's
like you need to run from the start.
Yeah.
So with Project Forge, it has this capability called transparent checkpointing, where it can checkpoint the CPU and GPU of a notebook or whatever, a large-scale training job,
Interesting.
and then restore it. And so what I showed was in a notebook, just shutting down the running a training run of a small model, shutting down the notebook, then restarting it, restoring the checkpoints, and then picking up at the cell right after the training.
That is so useful because like some of these things take on the order of, and I know, I'm going to say minutes, but we're computer people. That's a long time. And if you're in the middle of a computation and like you spill your drink on your computer, that's gone.
Yeah. Well, actually, when I was taking the Coursera class, one of the final runs was like, go create a model that recognizes whatever, some set of images. And to train it took like 30 minutes. And then you'd want to do it multiple, iterate on it, tweak it. And so if I had to walk away while it was in the middle of the training run, I'd
fail the class.
Fail the class, yeah.
Well, this is amazing. I'm going to go back and watch that session. You should too. Over to you, Christina.
Thank you, Seth. All right, so I'm super excited right now. I'm delighted to be joined by one of our attendees, Angelica. Angelica, if you want to tell the audience, where are you joining us from? Like, where do you live and what do you do?
So I came here from Toronto, here in Canada, and I'm a software developer for this company called 1Password.
Yeah.
We make a password manager.
1Password is actually one of my favorite password managers, and I'm not being paid to say this, but genuinely, it is one of those things where if I did not have it in my life, I don't know how much, there's like not an amount of money that I could have that I would not pay to have 1Password. So
you depend on it a lot. Yeah.
So we were talking earlier. This is your second in-person build, right? But you were here, I guess, last time like 4 years ago when we were here before, and when we were live last time, and you're here again. What have you been? What's your vibe been from like the sessions and the things that you've been seeing?
I think it's been really interesting, honestly. Like, I haven't been to an in-person event for a long time, so it was really nice to come, and just see people again.
Yeah.
And the sessions themselves have been like very interesting. It's crazy how easy it is to integrate AI into your apps these days. So
yeah,
it's been really nice to see how fast things have advanced. So yeah.
I mean, that's the thing that keeps filling my mind, like all the announcements, and I haven't had a chance to go into any of the sessions, but I was looking at some of the replays last night. I'm going to continue to go and look at the replays, tonight and tomorrow through the week. But so much has changed in like 6 months, right? I don't know how much you've been following any of the AI stuff over the last, few years or so, but like, I don't know, to me, it feels like things have literally changed overnight.
Yeah. We've had a lot of time for the models to kind of learn stuff.
Yes,
so
that's true.
It's not really surprising how accurate they have become. So, yeah, now people are seeing it more. So it's more surprising.
I think that's actually the thing, right? Like this has actually been a work in progress for a long time, but now we're finally there and people can do things. Mm-hmm. Are you using AI in your job at all, or are you thinking about it?
Not myself, but as a developer, we're always open to try anything new. Like we just need to kind of gauge whether, like, what advantages it will bring us. Like, see any cons, like any vulnerabilities that it may bring into our. We have to just be mindful of what we introduce to our code base. So yeah.
No, totally. No, because you work with security, so that's like always like it has to be a top of mind thing when any of these new tools come around. Is A, how can we benefit, and B, like, okay, but also what are the potential things we have to look out for?
Yes, exactly.
Can you tell me a little bit about like? Okay, all right. So I know you're off to another session on accessibility, but do you have I guess just thank you so much for joining us, and have a great build.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Caruana.
Thank you so much, Christina. That was great. Generative AI is going to add unprecedented capabilities to technologies across the board, but scaling generative AI only using the cloud can be expensive. Qualcomm is bringing on-device AI to the Windows ecosystem with high performance at low power and low cost, without sacrificing stability or security. I'm joined now by Qualcomm's Senior Vice President of Engineering, Leendert van Doorn, to learn more. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
We had a great conversation about this because there's so much that we're doing together. And so I want to tell everybody about our partnership, and then I want to talk about the mind-blowing things that are coming from that partnership. Yep. So tell us about the partnership. What are we doing together?
So we've been working together for decades at this point, right? And the latest instance of that is the always connected 5G Windows on Snapdragon Service Pro 9, right? And by the way, I love those 5G capabilities. Anywhere in the world I am, whether I'm in the middle of India, China, Europe, or the US, I can always get to my Teams, I can always get to my SharePoints. Yes. But it has another thing, which really I would consider a hidden gem, which is the world's leading AI client accelerator on the clients.
Yes.
And that's particularly interesting because all this generative AI algorithms that we're talking about, you can accelerate that. And so you can do it at lower power, you can do it at lower cost. And it's that same NPU, that same AI accelerator that we also have in our IoT devices, on our handsets, obviously, in auto, and of course on the PC.
I think that this is transformative because obviously large organizations are going to have budgets to invest in generative AI and what have you. But for me, this is democratizing the access to it. This is bringing it, to the actual device itself, which seems to be something that'd be very important to the developers here, right?
Oh, absolutely, right? So originally this started out, all this AI acceleration, because this has been happening on the handset for a long time, really around computer vision and audio. And now we are running
generative AI algorithms on it, like Stable Diffusion, right? Which is where you can type in a sentence like, show me a frog in a Christmas suit or something, and it will generate that picture for you. And internally, we're also actually running large language models. And the reason why that's so interesting is, first of all, you've got the accelerator dedicated to you. So your response time is guaranteed. You're not sharing it with 10,000 of your closest unknown friends, right, in the cloud. So that's part of it. There's also a privacy angle to that, right? All the queries that you put in never, ever leave your device. So that's an important part of it as well.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we have to build responsibly. We have to honor the trust that people put in both of our companies. What do you see as the future between what we're going to do together? I mean, to me, it seems unlimited, but you're so much closer to it.
Yeah. So first of all, what we're doing, we're clearly expanding the size of the models. Right. We're currently running billions of parameter models. We've got a path at the end of this year to 10 billion and well beyond that. And then there is the whole collaboration that we're doing about what I refer to as hybrid AI. Right. Part what you do on the client, part what you do on the cloud, and so. Simple stuff or things that is tailored to your taste, that can be handled on the client. And anything that's outside of that, you can send it up to the cloud and handle it there.
I just think this is wonderful. And I love your passion about this because it's authentic. I can really feel it, and so can everyone who's listening. So thank you for bringing that to us. I appreciate that so very much. Be sure to find Qualcomm in the featured partner directory to learn more about the AI Accelerator and add their sessions to your schedule. You want to learn about this. Leendert, as I said, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
More to come, including the latest from GitHub, right after this.
Hi, I'm Jeff Boudier on the product team at Hugging Face, and today I'm very excited to announce a brand new way to deploy Hugging Face models directly within Azure Machine Learning. The Hugging Face Hub is now home to over 200,000 open source models to do anything from summarizing text to generating images. But deploying models into production remains a challenge today. But now, working closely with the teams at Microsoft, we're making it super easy. To get started, you can find thousands of open source models in a new Hugging Face Hub model catalog directly within Azure ML Studio. You can filter down models using the machine learning task or the license you're looking for. Next, select the model you want to deploy to see its model card. Deploying it into a real-time endpoint is now just a click away, and you can select powerful CPU or GPU instances to deploy the model. And if you want to explore models directly on the Hugging Face Hub and deploy them into your secure Azure Machine Learning environment, we've made that super easy too. Once you found a model that you want to deploy, all you need to do is click Deploy and select Azure ML. And the best part, if you're signed into Azure with an active workspace, it will take you right to the model deployment experience in Azure Machine Learning. We hope you will enjoy this new experience. Now it just takes a couple clicks to go from a Hugging Face model to a secure, scalable deployment managed in Azure Machine Learning. It's never been easier to build production machine learning in Azure using open source models. Thank you very much.
All right, we can't talk about developers without talking about GitHub. So I am now happy to introduce the Vice President of Developer Relations at GitHub, proper nerd, and most importantly for me, my boss, Mr. Martin Woodward.
Hello.
Martin, welcome.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me.
Good to see you too. So this is like our first in-person build in 4 years.
Yeah.
And you've been here all the way back, going back to the PDC days, right?
Yeah. So I think TechEd Barcelona 2006 was the first the big one. So yeah.
Wow. Okay. So how do things compare, the vibes, but both in person and also the content wise? How does it compare to what we used to see?
It's like the PDC days. It's really hardcore, really technical content. And then we're in this amazing, beautiful venue. And I've been talking to lots of the attendees and just having a great time. The content seems to be really, really good this year. So everyone's really excited. So that's great.
No, that is great. And your talk earlier today, which people can find online put in your digital backpack, it was on, it's one of my favorites. It's how GitHub builds GitHub using GitHub, which is one of the best things. Was there an interesting anecdote about our process that you might want to share, like a fun stat or two?
Well, so one of the things I talked about was kind of the history of how code spaces came about. Because, built to make our own engineering system faster and get down onboarding to like 15, 20 seconds, well under a minute instead of the days it normally takes to get a laptop even provided. So there's that. And the fact I can now create a workspace and, a dev environment in like 10 seconds, where it takes me 45 minutes to just clone the code at home.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's one of the most powerful things about things like DevBox and obviously GitHub Codespaces, which we're partial to, is that you can really speed up your development time regardless of what machine you're on, which is cool. All right, I want to talk to you a little bit about GitHub Copilot, which I should add is the original Copilot. It's been generally available for almost a year now. You, as I said, are a proper developer. How has this changed the way that you code?
It's just, honestly, I was quite skeptical when people were talking about it.
A lot of people were.
And then actually using it, I won't give it up now. And then we get to use the sort of the pre-releases, and so using some of the chat functionality is just phenomenal. And then the thing I actually love is the command line client.
Yeah.
We did a draw at the booth yesterday, and we needed to get 30 names out of the hat. So we just asked Copilot to give us 30 names out of the hat, and it gave me the bash script to go do that. It was amazing. So
See, which is great. Like I can now ask my command line to do my work for me. Indeed. I love it. All right. If you want to learn more about our GitHub Flow, try out Copilot and Codespaces, as Martin mentioned, for yourself, you can find GitHub in the featured partner directory. Martin, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Our coverage of Microsoft Build continues right after this.
Hi, I'm Priya Vaidyanathan, and in our session, we will be discussing the exciting new ways that all developers can use Copilot and AI features in Power Platform to build solutions faster, smarter, and easier. We hope you join us.
Hi, I'm Devanshi Joshi. Join me alongside Microsoft customers to learn more about modernizing your applications using cloud-native technology like Azure Kubernetes Service, Azure Container Apps, and serverless Azure Functions.
Are you a developer looking to make a big impact with your app? Don't miss out on our upcoming session. With a simplified and streamlined app development process, you can build powerful M365 workflows that keep your users engaged. IT admins can easily deploy and manage your app across all tenants, increasing its reach and impact. Join us and take your app development skills to the next level.
Hi, Ben Vandenberg here. I'll be showcasing how Adobe and Microsoft are working together to create the future of modern productivity, automation, and security. Come check it out.
Microsoft Q&A, the home for technical questions and answers, just got better. Introducing AI enhancements to Microsoft Q&A from Microsoft Learn. Start using the power of Microsoft AI to get the right answers to your technical questions fast. Here's how. Sometimes asking the right question is half the challenge. AI can help with that. Simply type your question, request help, and you'll get AI-powered suggestions for how to improve your question. And what if others have already asked similar questions? AI enhancements can help you find them. In just a few clicks, see all the answered questions that match your query. But if you didn't find what you need, now you can request an AI-generated answer. While complex questions may require answers from people with subject matter expertise, lots of simple questions can be answered instantly using AI. Get fast answers to your technical questions more easily than ever before. Try the AI enhancements to Microsoft Q&A on Microsoft Learn today.
It's time to profile another of our Microsoft most valuable professionals. This time, we're introducing you to an MVP named Tomas.
Hi, I'm Umayma Taluka, and I'm a software engineer at Microsoft. Today, I'm really excited to be interviewing MVPs at Microsoft Build. I have Thomas with me, who's been an MVP since 2009, and he's from the Czech Republic. Can you tell us a little bit, Thomas, about your company?
Sure. I'm running a small software company called Riganti. We are developing various projects for our clients. I'm also organizing conferences for developers, and I'm running an open source project called .vvm, which is a member of the .NET Foundation.
That's amazing. So because you told me you were an expert in .NET, what are you most looking forward to in the industry?
I'm interested in improvements in the .NET platform, .NET MAUI performance, and things like that. And also, because we are using Azure a lot, I would like to hear new things about new options about like running .NET workloads in Azure. So Azure Functions, what's new there, Azure Kubernetes Service, Docker, and things like that.
Yeah, so many features and services to look forward to. Anything specific to Microsoft Build?
I think that it will be all about AI and what opportunities we are getting from there. So as a developer, I'm already starting using GitHub Copilot, and it's really great. So I'm looking forward to hear the news, what we can expect in the following months.
That is amazing. Thank you so much, Thomas. Thank you for being with us, and enjoy Microsoft Build.
I am so lucky to have Krista Svori with me. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm great, Seth. Thanks.
We have not talked in a very long time.
It's been a couple years.
So you work on quantum computing. Why don't you tell us about yourself?
So I'm Krista Svori, and I'm a distinguished engineer in our quantum program at Microsoft, and I focus on the quantum software and algorithms and error correction for our quantum machine.
So that is, I love quantum. Like I was telling you earlier, I dived into the rabbit hole of physics, which is a delightful experience if you haven't done it. But for those that may be confused about what quantum computing can do, can you help them out?
Absolutely. Yeah, we're really interested in what we can do with a quantum computer because it promises to help solve some of the challenges that really face humanity. Really hard problems like helping to combat climate change or provide food security, really change how we produce food. And with a quantum computer, we can study really carefully, really more of how nature computes. We want to study quantum mechanics, and a quantum computer is good at that.
Yeah.
So it's good at problems in chemistry and materials science, understanding reactions, catalysis. These are the types of problems that actually underlie solving some of the problems regarding climate change and food insecurity. So that's what we want to do with a quantum computer, and it's because classical computers aren't very good at those problems.
And that's an interesting way to put it, because I mean, just like GPUs are very good at multiplying matrices, quantum computers, like an attachment to a device, can model physical systems. Am I getting that right? So if a developer wants to use quantum systems, you said they were good at chemistry. Can you give me an example of something like that?
Yeah, so quantum computers inside, they're quantum mechanical, right? Everything else is classical. Quantum computers are really good at quantum mechanics. So we want to model literally Schrodinger's equation, Hamiltonians.
Yes.
These all underlie chemistry and materials science. And it sounds like it's a small area, right? That might just be a niche problem, but it turns out that in chemistry and materials science, 96% of manufactured goods are impacted by those fields. And these goods impact all of humanity.
And that's an interesting thing, because like the nature of biological systems are hard to compute because intrinsically, if you've ever looked at this stuff, the physics of where things are and how they interact is quite complex. And so being able to solve them in a quantum computer is actually useful. Is there like a specific physical process that you've been able to think about in terms of quantum computing that's really useful?
Yeah, so on a quantum computer, for example, you can get higher accuracy. So we really look at this as an accelerator. You mentioned GPUs. A quantum computer is very much an accelerator to classical compute, and we'll have a really intense feedback loop, a hybrid calculation that happens. We ask the quantum computer to give higher accuracy. For example, an estimation of the ground state energy of a molecule.
And that's, like I said, if you've studied chemistry, you know, things moving, quantum leaps, et cetera, this is all a stochastic process that's hard to model classically, basically.
Yes, yeah, we can't get those accuracies classically.
So another question I have for you, what is Microsoft doing with respect to quantum computing that could help developers today?
So we have already today lots of tools and resources for developers to get started, to start quantum programming, to try to, execute and run a program on quantum machines. So we have quantum computers in Azure today, in what's called Azure Quantum. And there you can find, as a developer, you don't need to be an expert in quantum mechanics or have an advanced degree. If you're curious, you can get started. You can start writing code. We have samples in Jupyter notebooks. We also have it fully integrated with VS Code, which many developers love and know very well.
Yeah.
But you can also write in Python. So if you know Python, you can get started. We also have, of course, more focused quantum programming languages, Q#, Qiskit, Cirq. All of those are available, and you can use them to write quantum programs, simulate those programs, estimate the cost of a quantum algorithm, but then also deploy on real quantum hardware. And what's nice is it's free. We offer $500 of free credits to run on each of our quantum hardware providers in Azure Quantum. And the notebooks are free. You can simulate right there in your browser.
Goodness. So I looked at a long time ago at Q#, and it was just a delightful language. What advances have come in Q#? And then we got about 30 seconds. So, and where should people go to find out more about this stuff?
Yeah, well, definitely visit Azure Quantum. Q# is really a quantum-focused programming language designed for understanding quantum algorithms at scale. So you can use Q# to write a small quantum program or a large quantum algorithm and understand its costs.
That's amazing. And Microsoft's also working on hardware, is that right?
We are, and we have a unique approach to how to build a quantum machine. We know that we need a unique approach because we need to scale to more than 1 million physical qubits to solve these problems in chemistry and material science.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks, Seth.
Over to you, Caruana.
We're just minutes away from our next breakout session here at Microsoft Build, so it's time once again to bring back the team as we close out this hour's coverage. Seth, wow. Interview with that fantastic woman talking about quantum computing.
Oh my gosh, I could hang out with her forever and just be like, tell me more stuff about, look, I went down the rabbit hole of physics on this side and it's delightful. Now there's a whole computer science angle. I feel like I need to dive into quantum again, and you should too.
Absolutely. Well, now I know how to get started because she made that so accessible and understandable, even, for somebody who doesn't have that kind of background. And look, Christina, who knew? Look at how deep Seth could all of a sudden get. I know.
I'm very deep.
That was really impressive. Dude, seriously.
So impressive. And the quantum stuff is also blowing my mind too, by the way. I mean, both Seth and the quantum stuff, just to be clear.
Yeah, exactly. Both of them together. But you also talked about some really wonderful things. And yes, the original Copilot from GitHub.
Yes.
But there's so much that's happening over there right now. I mean, what really stood out in that interview?
I mean, obviously, I think, hearing about how a lot of GitHub's products have been developed by the things that we do day in and day out, like I know that, but being able to share that with the world, I think is really great because Microsoft does a lot of that too, right? But I think this is the best part about being a developer is that we solve our own problems and then we want to share our solutions with other people because that's really what it's all about.
Well, and it's the heart of being community-minded, right?
Yeah.
Really, doing things for yourself, scaling it to the world, making sure that people can contribute because that's how I think true creativity is born. Like when we share things with other people and we get their insights, and now we can have Copilot help us do all of that. I thought that Bash example of pulling names from the hat with the Copilot code was fantastic.
So good.
Absolutely. So what are you looking forward to in terms of day 2, Seth? Looking back, but also looking forward. We have a little bit of time left. What's your highlight?
So look, I had a really delightful time talking to Mark Rusinovich about Project Silica and Project Forge. I know we only talked for like 5 minutes. He called me out because I did not go to a session, which he should have. And so that's a reminder to you, if you haven't been able to go to a session, make sure to add it to your backpack so you can view it later. I think you can even download it as a Word document, right?
Yes, absolutely. Your digital backpack has all of that. And I will be doing that because I heard him talk about data storage on glass and robots retrieving it. And I want to understand all of that. And so just as a wrap, kind of quickly, Christina, what's your thought for the day right now?
I mean, I just think the possibilities are endless, right? Like we're done with the word excited and inspired. We're using ecstatic and jubilant. That's really it.
Yes, exactly. Agog and jubilant. Remember, you've got that Microsoft Build Cloud Skills Challenge out now. Register for your opportunity to earn free Microsoft Learn certification exam by developing and competing with your skills in topics like Power Platform.net and, of course, AI. Check that out today for a limited time. The Microsoft Build community is an incredible group. So to make sure you keep engaging during the event and throughout the year on Twitter, keep using the hashtag MSBuild. Now it's time for our next session. So get ready to learn how to build secure cloud-native apps. We'll be waiting for you here with more after the breakouts, and you know we're happy to bring you back. This is Microsoft Build.
Please Please welcome Corporate Vice President, Azure OSS Cloud Native, Brendan Burns.
Hey there. How's it going, everybody? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thanks for being here. I don't know if you're here for Mark's session right before this. I don't have any cool robots, unfortunately. But we are going to talk about security, which I hope everybody thinks is a really important topic. Certainly, it's something when I think about the services that I'm delivering for our Azure customers, it's something that I'm thinking about a whole lot. And I've got a few statistics here just to kind of help emphasize the importance of security in the developer landscape. So recently, I think in the news, there's been a lot about supply chain attacks. That's been a very big focus, and it's a good focus to be thinking about. As you can see, we've seen a 650% increase in supply chain attacks. And I think, in particular, when we think about dependency updates and management of open source libraries and things like that, it's really, really important to be realizing that updates and upgrades bring in bug fixes and oftentimes security fixes. They can also bring in security problems. And so having that notion of what is your supply chain, where does the software come from, and even are your build environments protected? And that leads to the second statistic here, which is a 67% increase in hard-coded secrets. That's secrets that are in code, in repositories, sometimes even in public repositories that are available on the internet for people to build databases of cloud credentials, database passwords, and any number of other things that enable you to attack your infrastructure. And then finally, as we look into containers and people running container-oriented infrastructure, we've seen a real increase in the number of containers that run with critical or high vulnerabilities. So hopefully all of these numbers really serve to emphasize how important it is for us to be thinking about security even as we build cloud-native applications. And I think what's really critical is that we think about how we integrate security into the software development lifecycle. You can see up here, if you're familiar with DevOps or you've done that sort of thing before, you can see sort of the standard circle of DevOps. And what I want us to be thinking about as we look at this circle is that in between each stage, whether it's code to CI/CD to deployment and into operations, there's a security step and frankly, a security product from Microsoft that can integrate into your DevSecOps workflow to ensure that your developers can easily stay secure. And that's an incredibly important point because traditionally, I think security or the CISO or the people who are responsible for this sort of thing haven't always had the best reputation with developers. And I can say that personally, I've had my fair share of discussions with people who, frankly, were trying to institute things that slowed down my ability to release software. So what we really believe is that security that comes at the expense of developer productivity is really just a false sense of security. When you're delivering security out there into the world, it has to be something that is almost transparent to your developers, that they don't notice, but that they gain the benefits of. And so integrating security throughout the code development workflow is the most critical piece of how you actually deliver secure software. Because oftentimes if you don't do that, your developers are just going to ignore or find workarounds around the various security things that you've had. And that leaves you believing that you've produced security, but not actually having delivered on security. Now, one of the critical parts of how we think about Microsoft's secure software development portfolio is that we have pieces in every single part of the software development lifecycle, from things like GitHub Advanced Security, that I'm going to talk about in just a second, to the Azure Container Registry, where we can scan images and look for vulnerabilities, even block your ability to pull down images from the Azure Container Registry, and then finally into Microsoft Defender for Cloud, which allows you to actually scan running images to look for misconfigurations that may have insecurities or images that have known vulnerabilities that you need to go in and remediate. And throughout this talk, we're going to step through each of these different stages, and we're going to also talk about ways in which all of these things come together. But I think first we want to take a look at how important this kind of software is to people. And to illustrate that, we've got a customer, Gjensidige. They're a Norwegian insurance company, and they're going to show us how they use all of these products to secure their mission-critical applications. So we can roll the video.
We are the largest insurance provider in Norway.
Security is our brand. That's what we do as a company. We take data security very seriously.
There are new threats, so you need to be sharp to innovate.
We as a developers, we also need to be as clever as the hackers out there.
We had IT security in one silo and application developers in their other silo.
We wanted to build a platform which is secured by design.
Now we have the new Azure application platform, and we are calling it GAP, Gjensidige Application Platform.
We have collaborated with Microsoft from the start because they have a security-first mindset in their own products.
We really believe in a philosophy of you build it and you own it.
We don't want to do the nitty-gritty infrastructural thing. We want to build on top of Kubernetes and create a really nice application platform.
By containerizing the application, that has less impact on a bigger infrastructure getting compromised. We are using managed identity, so each pod has their own identity. With the capabilities of GitHub Secrets and Azure Key Vaults, we are moving all our secrets out of the code.
GitHub is a great tool. It has a lot of capabilities. I really like the advanced securities. It gives the teams an easy way to scan your application for vulnerabilities.
We have created a model where code is sort of open to everyone by default. We are getting the security issues and the bugs up in the light, and we have built-in security with automation every step of the way. When they first start with the pushing code, we are tracking their dependencies with the PandaBot. We are tracking all lines of their code with GitHub Advanced Security.
This gives us power to our developers to contribute, to suggest, to comment, and to leverage the best practices from other teams.
To give us developer velocity.
That Microsoft is now contributing a lot to open source. It's a sign of quality.
The best thing about Azure platform is that it's integrated with best of the partner solutions available for you.
It's a huge change in joy of working. We're much more predictable in our deliveries to the business.
Gjensidige is a digital native company. Everything we do new, we do it in the cloud.
We have the world record of the fastest payout, 5 seconds.
We are not just building it for today's world threat. We wanted to make sure that we are secure for future challenges as well.
We have a bright future in Gjensidige.
All right, great. And so I think that hopefully really highlights for you the value that GitHub Advanced Security can deliver for you, whether it's from code signing, code scanning, which allows you to look for vulnerabilities in your code, to secret scanning that allows you to find passwords or credential keys or other sorts of personal security information that developers may have accidentally checked into their code or their repositories, all the way through to dependency scanning, which can ensure that you've updated your dependencies at the right time to deliver the latest updates and the latest patches to all of your different libraries. And I can really say personally that this value, I've seen it on my own code and my own applications where I use tools like DependaBot to ensure that all of my container images stay up to date, that all of the dependencies inside of those container images stay up to date. I've also used CodeQL, and CodeQL has actually found honest-to-goodness security bugs in my code before I merged them as PRs. It identified a path traversal bug, a very common kind of attack, in a code that I'd sent as a pull request to one of my projects. And that code never actually managed to make it into the product because CodeQL found it. So it's a great way to do shift left into the developer. But I know that many people here at Build really value the pipelines and other kinds of tools that are available in Azure DevOps. And previously, a lot of these great tools have only been available to people within GitHub repositories. So that's why we're excited today to announce that we're bringing in GitHub Advanced Security for Azure DevOps. So all of those tools that people love in the open source and in GitHub Enterprise are now available on Azure DevOps as well. You can do the same code scanning, you can do the same dependency analysis with DependaBot, and you can do the same secret scanning that you could with GitHub. So it's a really bringing together of these two products. And to show you a little bit more of that, I'd like to welcome to the stage Brian Sullivan is the principal program manager who's going to show us a few more details about how that works. Here you go, Brian.
All right, thank you, Brendan. Thanks, everybody. So it's really, as Brendan was saying, there's really 3 key areas of developer security that GitHub Advanced Security for Azure DevOps brings. The first is dependency scanning, so that's going to help you find any vulnerable open source you may be using. Second is a really powerful static analysis tool. It's going to help you find any application security vulnerabilities in your own code. And then finally, we have secret scanning that is going to not only help you find any secrets that you may have already inadvertently exposed, but also, and this is even more important, it's going to help you keep them out and make sure they never get into your code in the first place. And I especially want to highlight that all of this is natively built in to Azure DevOps. It's as much a part of Azure DevOps as Azure repos and pipelines. So there's nothing for you to install, nothing for you to maintain. All right, so let's get on with the demo. And I'm going to start here by showing dependency scanning. Now, maybe at the risk of opening some old wounds, who in the room, who online spent December of 2021 dealing with Log4j, Log4Shell incident? I see a few hands, maybe even a few groans. I get it. I was there. I was dealing with this for Microsoft too. But in truth, I think I may have had it a little bit easier than most. Because inside Microsoft, we use advanced security dependency scanning. So like finding my vulnerable Log4j was not really part of the problem for me. I could just come right here into my repo and see, like, in this list right here, all the vulnerable Log4j that I have. Just so I can see all the other vulnerable open source dependencies that I currently have. It's showing a bunch of NuGets, but it'll also detect NPM, Maven, PyPy, like a ton of these. So I can take these and drill down and find out a little bit more. So here, I've got a critical input validation problem in IP Matcher, and you can see I've got really, really crisp, succinct guidance on how to fix this. Hey, like you're using version 1041, and that's got a critical vulnerability. Get yourself to 1042, and that's going to go away. And if I had enough time to do it, I would actually go make that change, and you would see that vulnerability just automatically disappear from this list. You don't have to maintain it manually. Similarly, over here in code scanning, this is that CodeQL, that really powerful static analysis that Brendan was talking about. And this is going to look for your OWASP top 10 kind of issues, your CWE SANS top 25s, your 24 deadly sins of application security. So all of those kind of things in your own code, it's going to analyze those. And you see here, it's found a few. It found a SQL injection in my code. Let me go dig in and find out a little bit more. So here's the exact line of code, the exact commit it came in on, and I've got really, really great guidance and even snippets of how to address this issue. So that's fantastic. Now the final one is secret scanning, and this is a special case. So the first thing that advanced security is going to do when you turn this on, again, a single button click turns this on, it's going to start a background scan of all the commits across all the branches in this repos, not just tip of main. Like if an attacker somehow gets access to this repo, they're not just going to look at tip of main, they're going to look through your entire history, and that's why advanced security is going to do the same thing. So again, single button click gets you scan of all your commits, all your branches, and anything it finds shows up here. And again, I can dig in to find out more about why and where. But the truth is, at this point, you're already in cleanup mode, and that's what makes secrets a really, really special case. Every other kind of AppSec vulnerability in the world, all your SQL injections, your cross-site scriptings, your deserializations, your overflows, all of these vulns can be fixed by you writing some new code and then building that code and deploying it everywhere the old vulnerable code was. But secrets don't work this way. Secrets, you're done, you're exploitable the moment that secret touches source control, and just pushing a new commit over top is not going to help you. And you know you've got to go clean these up, right? Like you heard Brendan talk about how prevalent these are and how dangerous these are. So you've got to go do some work, but what's the work to do? You've got to go kill these things permanently. You've got to revoke that cred, and before you revoke it, you've got to find everywhere that it's used and go rotate that first. And if you miss just one of those, you will probably cause a life-site outage. So what you have here, like the moment you expose a cred in source control, you've got a lot of toil in front of you, which is bad, and you've got a lot of stress and fragility because there's a good chance you're going to end up causing like a runtime failure because if you miss something. So for advanced security, we do our best to give you a better way, to make sure this never happens to you in the first place. So now I'm going to pop out to Visual Studio. I'm going to put my developer hat on, and I'm going to be writing some code. So let me add a new function here. You see, I'm a super, super fast typist. And this code, oops, accidentally, I'm not going to show the whole thing. This code accidentally exposes a credential. Now I'm going to save that. I'm going to give it a message, added new storage. And I'm typing badly, but you get it. Function. I'm going to push that up to Azure DevOps. And what happened was Azure DevOps analyzed that and rejected the push because it contained secrets. You will never be happier in your life to have a push fail. This saved me right now a ton of work. Thank you. The CRUD has not been exposed. It went up to the server for analysis. The push was rejected. At this point, all I have to do to fix it is I will move this credential out to Key Vault. I'll squash merge it back in. The squash merge is important because otherwise it would still be in your outgoing commit history. I'll squash merge it and push, and I'm done. 5 minutes worth of work versus days of stressful toil. So we love the solution from that, a really good time-saving shift-left defense. And I want to clarify, there's nothing happening client-side here. All that analysis is taking place in advanced security on Azure DevOps. So no matter what IDE I'm using, CLI, it doesn't matter. It's going to protect all incoming pushes. And the best part is, all of this is available for you right now. You can go sign up for the public preview that we just launched yesterday, and the sign-up URL is akams/advanced security signup. All right, back to you, Brendan.
Well, thanks so much, Brian. And I think it's a really great illustration of how important it is to have automatic security that effectively a developer doesn't have to do anything. They can do whatever kind of checking in of code that they want to, or excuse me, of writing of code that they want to, put a secret in there, and it won't even make it into your branch. It won't even make it into your repo. I want to move on from the code that we write to how we think about the deployment side of the house, right? Once you build an image, once you have that code checked in properly, you've tested it, you've vetted it, how do you know that that code that has been built in your build pipelines actually makes it out? Sorry, I should advance the slides. How do you know that that code has made it actually out to the place where you're running, and that the thing that is running in an environment like the Azure Kubernetes service or Azure Container Apps is actually the code that was built? Well, code signing is the way that that's done, and we have a bunch of tools within the supply chain of what we have in Microsoft to ensure that the code that you deploy is secure and is in fact the code that you built. So we start with a tool called Trivy. It's an open source project. What you'll see is that most of what we do here is actually open source. And in the nature of the cloud native world, that is largely happening within the confines of vendor neutral open source. So we start with a project called Trivy that can do code scanning for you. We move on to a project called Copacetic, which allows you to patch images without having to involve developers. So the ability to do a patch like a log4j fix across your entire organization without going through each developer team one by one by one. It's an amazing way to speed up remediation. And then finally on to Notary for code signing and integration with the Azure Kubernetes service to ensure that the only containers that you can push out into the Azure Kubernetes service are containers that are signed and that contain no vulnerabilities. And so to give us a better and more detailed understanding of how this all works together, I want to invite up onto the stage Rita Zhang, who's a principal software engineer in the Azure Containers upstream open source team, who's going to illustrate how a lot of these open source projects come together. Rita?
Thanks, Brendan. My team at Microsoft is responsible for building CNCF Kubernetes container images and artifacts for the whole company. And we do this with a bunch of the open source tools that Brendan just showed. And we also came up with a pattern to ensure the whole company is following the same process to ensure and enhance security posture of the images we ship to our customers. Now, next, I'm going to demo real quick how you can use the same open source tools and leverage them for your own images. Here, I basically just made some changes. I'm going to go ahead and push the code in. And what this does is it's going to kick off my build pipeline. And this build pipeline does a couple of things, right? It builds the container image. And it will basically scan the image for vulnerabilities, and it's going to patch the image to make sure from day one, when the image lands in my container registry, it has less vulnerabilities. Now, I'm going to run all this locally so you can see what the build pipeline is actually doing. First, I'm going to go ahead and pull an image locally to make sure I can scan and patch. Next, I'm going to use Trivy to basically scan the image and be able to take the output from the scan, and let's take a look at the scan result. So here, as you can see, these are a bunch of packages that have vulnerabilities, right? So next, I'm going to take that scan result and pass it to Copa. Again, Copathetic is an open source solution that we use to patch the container image. And as you can see here, this is an open source project that anyone can use, and it is built on top of BuildKit. It basically updates the vulnerable packages, creates a patch layer on top of your image, and creates a new image tag. All right, so now I have this locally. You see that it works locally. Let's go to our build pipeline. Here in this build pipeline, as you can see, it completes. It basically created the container image. It did the scan and patch. And it also updated my deployment YAML on, to use the latest and patched image that is going to be pushed to my Kubernetes cluster. Now, this is great. Now, as Brian showed earlier, we made sure that the code doesn't have any secrets. And now with both scan and patch, I made sure that the image that I'm pushing to my production container registry is actually vulnerability-free. Now, on top of that, just like any other binaries that I'm going to push to my production cluster, I also need to make sure it's trusted, right? It's coming from a trusted source. And to do that, we need something like Notation. Notation is an open source software that helps me be able to assign my image. Now, coming back to my build pipeline, here, let me just pop this up. Here is my build pipeline. First, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a couple of tasks just to make sure I can configure Notation to let Notation know, hey, go ahead and use the certificate stored in my Azure Key Vault and go ahead and use that to sign the image. Next, I am going to configure Notation to push the signed signature artifact to my container registry, right? I want to make sure that the signed signature is sitting next to my image so that I can, oops, sorry. So then I can, verify it later. All right, I've made the update. Now let's go ahead and save this. And then push the update to the pipeline. And then sorry, let me just quickly push this in to my Git repository. And this basically kicks off the build pipeline again. Now, while this is getting, while the image is getting signed, let me also update my Kubernetes cluster, right? So in my Kubernetes cluster, I already have Open Policy Agent Gatekeeper running. And Gatekeeper is an admission webhook that basically allows me to manage a lot of the Kubernetes policies that I want to enforce across my Kubernetes clusters. Things like, is it coming from a trusted registry? Does my pod have resource limits? Things of that nature. So now, next, obviously, we want to roll out a policy that ensures that we are actually deploying pods that are using signed images, right? So to do that, I'm going to go ahead and install Ratify. Ratify is another open source solution that you can use to verify things like image or maybe license for your container image. And here I'm basically configuring Ratify to be able to communicate to Gatekeeper. And on top of that, I'm also telling Ratify where to pull the certificate from the Azure Key Vault in order to do image verification. All right, Ratify is installed in the cluster. That's great. Next, let's roll out some policies. So here, as you can see, is a Gatekeeper constraint YAML, which is how we're deploying our policies. And here, what this policy is saying is, hey, for any deployment, any pod that is deployed to the default namespace, make sure we call ratify to do image signature verification. And if the signature is not valid, it's not verified, then go ahead and deny that emission request. All right, so coming back to my cluster, let's actually test this. I'm gonna go ahead and just run Nginx from Docker Hub. Please don't do this in production. So as you can see, Gatekeeper webhook basically rejected the deployment because, as we all know, the Nginx from Docker Hub, it was not signed with my image signing process, right? So now that we verified all this is working, so let's go back to, oops, sorry. Now let's go back to the pipeline. As you remember, this is the pipeline that I just updated. It has the scan and patch that we did earlier, and we added signing. And so now we know the image that is stored in my container registry is signed with our certificate. And obviously, we also updated the Kubernetes deployment to make sure the application that is deployed is running with a new patched and signed image. Now, coming back to the Kubernetes cluster, let's actually take a look at the application, make sure it is running properly. Yep, and now as you can see, it's using the latest image and the replicas are running as well. Now finally, let's take a look at the ratify logs, right? And just to see with the request that's coming through from the API server, the ratify takes the request and actually talks to the container registry, and here it says, hey, looks like the signatures that you have is verified and is a successful request, and that decision gets propagated all the way back to the Kubernetes API server, and that is why the deployment was successful. All right, with that, back to you, Brendan.
That's a really great example, I think, of how you can ensure that the code that you've written has no vulnerabilities in it at the time when you push that image, and has no vulnerabilities in it when you deploy it out to your cluster, as well as the fact that it is exactly the same code that you've built in your build environment that is running in the production environment, and you don't have random images running from the internet running everywhere. But of course, the last piece of securing your code is actually what happens when that code is out there running in production. I think we all know that many of the most serious vulnerabilities that have happened are vulnerabilities that actually have been present in a library for a really long time and just not fixed in time. And so the only way to find that is runtime scanning. And to tell us more about how Microsoft Defender for Cloud can help with runtime scanning for containers, I want to welcome to the stage David Trigano, a security program manager who's going to show you more.
Thank you, Brendan. Hi, everyone. Now that my container images are securely built and pushed, security continues. To protect cloud-native application, Microsoft provides a comprehensive platform called Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Microsoft Defender for Cloud allows security teams and developers to collaborate across their software development lifecycle using contextualized security capabilities from code to cloud. Microsoft Defender for Cloud allows security teams to have unified DevSecOps visibility across their GitHub and Azure DevOps environments and provide native integrations with GitHub Advanced Security and GitHub Advanced Security for Azure DevOps. Let me show you how it works. So here I am in my Microsoft Defender for Cloud platform, where my security teams can have an overview of their security posture across their cloud environments. They can also see potential threats and malicious activities that were found by Microsoft Defender for Cloud across their resources. By clicking on DevOps Security, security teams can have an aggregated view of all their GitHub and Azure DevOps environments alongside findings that are coming from GitHub Advanced Security and GitHub Advanced Security for Azure DevOps. They have an inventory of all the GitHub and all the Azure DevOps and repositories that were onboarded into Microsoft Defender for Cloud. They can see all the secrets, all the vulnerabilities, all the misconfigurations on their infrastructure as code, and all the potential code vulnerabilities that were found by these products. By clicking on, for example, an Azure DevOps repository, security teams can also configure a feature called pull request annotations. Pull request annotations allow security teams to inform developers when a misconfiguration is found during build time within their pull request. Let me show you how it works in Azure DevOps. So here in Azure DevOps, I see that I have some pull requests that are currently active. Let's take this one, which is a pull request that was done by Lara, one of our developers who tries to provision an AKS cluster. Let's see what Lara is actually doing. So here, I see that Lara is actually deploying an IC template, and it seems like Microsoft Defender for Cloud informs Lara there are some misconfigurations on this infrastructure as code templates, such as the fact that RBAC should be used on Kubernetes services. Lara gets all the remediation information, allowing her to fix these misconfigurations before deploying the resource, alongside a link that gives to Lara more information on how to fix this misconfiguration. Another misconfiguration that were found is, for example, the fact that AK cluster should use Key Vault to store secrets. In the same way that we provided to Lara more information, Lara can also know what are the remediation and how to fix that misconfiguration with a link that gives to Lara more information about that misconfiguration and some examples that allows developers to fix those misconfigurations before hitting production environments. Let's go back to Microsoft Defender for Cloud. As we said, security teams can have an aggregated view of all their DevOps security findings in the DevOps Security Blade. By going to recommendations, security teams can also have a comprehensive view of all the vulnerabilities that were found by Microsoft Defender for Cloud across their software development lifecycle. If you open remediate vulnerabilities, we can see that here, Microsoft Defender for Cloud informs the security teams of potential infrastructure as code findings that were found by GitHub Advanced Security and GitHub Advanced Security for Azure DevOps. They can also see all the affected resources and assign a specific owner to a repository, allowing developers to be notified where misconfigurations are found in their repositories. And as I mentioned in the beginning of this demo, security continues across the board. When it comes to protect container images that are running in container registries and containers that are running in Azure Kubernetes services, Microsoft provides a solution that is built on Microsoft Defender Vulnerability Management, which is an in-house agent that is being used by Microsoft to scan container images that are being pushed in Azure container registries. As you can see here, Microsoft Defender for Cloud gives to the security admins all the important information, allowing the security teams to take actions. You see here that Microsoft Defender for Cloud found more than 800 vulnerabilities across 9 vulnerable images. As please note, this is a demo environment. When we deal with real customers and real environments, we see customers that have hundreds and thousands of misconfiguration. Now the question is how security admins can prioritize their most critical vulnerabilities on their most critical cloud-native applications. For that, Microsoft Defender for Cloud provides a solution called Attack Path Analysis. Attack path analysis allows security teams to focus on resources that matter the most for their organization, allowing them to remediate the most critical and exposed resources they have within their environment. For example, here, Microsoft Defender for Cloud informs me that there is a publicly accessible Kubernetes that runs on my environment with high severity vulnerabilities. It shows to the security teams what are the paths that a potential hacker or malicious user will follow to gain access to that resource and then perform malicious activities, such as running malicious code, perform crypto mining activity, or potentially extract sensitive data. With these capabilities, what will take you hours or days to fix can be now fixed very quickly. Back to you, Brendan.
Well, thank you so much, David. I hope that gives you a really great example of how we have end-to-end solutions that are developer-focused and developer-friendly, but still ensure the core security of your applications. Now, an important part, actually, of security is the code itself, as well as all of the automation that you use and the identity of that code. How do you log into databases? How do you log in users? And to talk to us more about how identity fits into the security story, I want to invite Levant and Colin up onto the stage, and they're going to talk to you about the Entra developer platform. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, buddy.
Boom. All right, good afternoon, Build. I'm Levant Besek, VP of Product for Microsoft Entra Developer Platform.
I'm Colin Davis, VP of Engineering for that platform.
Today, we're going to talk about how you can easily add an identity layer to your applications or services with modern end-user experiences and enterprise-grade security. Let's start with what developers love to do: creating great experiences for their users that solve problems, drive engagement, and grow their businesses. Here's what developers don't love to do: writing code to protect their apps and users from ever-changing security and compliance requirements. Let's be honest, no one wakes up in the morning excited to add identity management into their applications. And frankly, unless you are an identity expert, you should not be in the business of building identity or security systems either. That's where Microsoft Entra can help. Today, we offer a suite of products under Microsoft Entra umbrella to protect identities of all kinds. Microsoft Entra helps you create a strong AI-driven security posture, enable governance, and reduce fraud in your applications. Millions of customers have adopted them, and we have a huge ecosystem of partners who have integrated with our solutions. Currently, we have two great solutions for building identity workflows into applications. We have Azure AD Workforce for Enterprise, which powers employee and partner or business-to-business collaboration use cases. We also have Azure AD B2C, which is for enabling consumers to log into an app or service. Azure AD B2C is a very powerful platform that already powers many of the top apps that you love and use today, such as Subway, iHeartMedia, and more, and it has hundreds of millions of active users. While it's super powerful, we also heard strong feedback from developers, though, that it can be challenging for them to get it up and running due to its complicated developer experience. Moreover, it's missing some of the latest innovations that are already in our Azure AD Workforce platform. We know developers and admins needed a simpler path. That's why we've been working very hard to bring these two platforms together and build a next-generation developer-first identity solution to serve all external user types. It's called Microsoft Entra External ID, and today we're excited to announce the public preview of this new platform. Microsoft Entra External ID is a modern developer-first platform designed to help you create custom, frictionless sign-up and sign-in experiences that will delight your end users. It inherits all the latest innovations from Azure AD core platforms such as identity governance and ID protection. Plus, it meets the highest security standards and offers the effortless compliance and scale that CISOs have come to expect from Azure. So let's dig in more.
Let's start with customization. Look, we know how important it is for you to have a native, natural-looking sign-in experience that blends in with the rest of your apps. If it doesn't, you have a jarring experience, it confuses users, you end up losing them. So External ID comes out of the box with a web-hosted sign-in authentication experience that allows you to easily change the branding, change the color, and make sure your users feel right at home when they get there and they're logging in. But we're going even further. Coming soon, we're going to have a native SDK. That native SDK is going to allow for you to be able to build pixel-perfect, embedded sign-in and sign-up experiences directly within your mobile and web applications, all while still maintaining assurance that you're doing it right, it's secure, and you don't have to worry about it. We're also going to have flexible user journey orchestration. You'll be able to hook up these sign-in or sign-up events to other systems, such as your CRM, for example. You know, when we set out on this product initiative, we wanted to make very sure that the developer experience was easy. And so that's why we actually built a getting started wizard that with just a few clicks, you can automatically create your brand new tenant, configure it with the branding and the coloring and the look and feel that you want, and it generates the code for you. You can see it's just a couple lines of code, but those lines of code are generated for you. They automatically populate the appropriate tenant information, and you're ready to go. We're not going to stop there. We also have plans to add integrations within Visual Studio and VS Code to make this even easier, especially with those native SDKs when they become available. And last but not least, Microsoft Entra External Identities is built on top of Azure AD. If you remember, Levent talked about how before, developers had to choose. They had to choose from getting the richness, scale, security of Azure AD with the flexibility and customizability of B2C. That's no more. Now, developers can have all the security capabilities like AI-driven conditional access, role-based access controls, custom policies, and more. If you're one of the many customers who use Azure AD already, this will feel very familiar to you. You'll be able to set it up, and it will be a breeze. Of course, that also means that it's sitting on top of a globally available, massively scaled system that already supports millions and millions of users, and it's really easy to get started with. And now I'd like to bring up Ankur Patel to show off that Getting Started wizard and show you how you can get started with external ID.
Thanks, Colin.
Thanks, Ankur.
Hey, everyone. My name is Ankur Patel. I'm with the identity team. I'm thrilled to share with you the new developer platform. This is the landing page for the new Identity Developer Center. This is a one-stop shop for you to learn all about how to add authentication and authorization to any app. It provides an access to our latest set of APIs, software development kits or SDKs, samples, blogs, and blueprints that cover how to secure your app and get the best performance out of it. We've also created a new easy-to-start trial, so you can try out these capabilities as you dive in. So let's do that now. We'll click on Let's Get Started. This is the new Quick Start experience you will see now. This hides away all the complexity of setting up a new tenant, creating a domain name, etc., including your region. We can choose to configure these to our needs. For our demo, this works, so let's click Continue to go on with the Quick Start. While the tenant settings get applied, the next thing we'll see is the ability to choose our preferred sign-in or sign-up policy. It's just 2 clicks now. You can choose a password-driven policy or a passwordless experience. Since passwords are evil, we're going to go with a passwordless experience. Next, we can choose our logo and branding. So let me click Browse, and we can pick our company logo. We can choose the branding color that we like. The teal color works. And then we can go with the rest of the branding look and feel, such as right aligned. This looks about right, so we can click Continue, and the Quick Start wizard will now set up the sign-up page for us. As the page gets spun up for this specific tenant configuration, we can now click Run It Now. So let me grab my mouse here, and we'll click on Run It Now as a check mark. Here we go. The branding gets applied, and we can see our logo is present, the colors are present, it's right aligned, the sign-up page looks good. Let's go back to our Quick Start and continue the Quick Start wizard. Next, we get to choose the type of application we want to connect the sign-up page to. In this case, we support templates for single-page apps as well as web applications, and soon mobile applications. For our demo, we'll choose single-page application. Many languages supported, Angular, JavaScript, and React. We're going to go with JavaScript in this case. And we can download the sample. While the sample is downloading, you can notice it's just 3 quick steps now to run this app. Unzip, start your NPM server locally, and the app is up and running. Before we do that, let's switch over to VS Code and take a look at this sample. This is a normal Node.js app that will help a user sign up and sign in, and then show the issued user token. Let's take a look at the configuration value here. If I zoom in, you'll notice that the client ID and the authority, or the tenant, is already pre-configured. And this will be passed along to the Microsoft Authentication Library, or MSAL, no longer having to do all those things by hand. This SDK is used to authenticate users and access secure web APIs that will ensure security and deliver a great experience. Finally, let's see how easy it is to implement the sign-in experience itself using the library. So if we zoom in, we'll notice that MSAL does all the heavy lifting for signing and sign up. We create an MSAL public client application, where we pass in the configuration value that we had looked at. Next, we wire up the sign-in button to be called to pass on our login request. And then finally, once the call is completed, the handle response method updates our page with the user details. This all looks about right. So let's test this out. We'll start the server locally with npm start. Let me type that up. And we get our server up and running. It's up and running. We can switch to the browser. And here's our sample app. There's a nice sign-in button. We'll go click on it. It will call up the sign-up page that we have configured. It has our branding and logo. In this case, we are signing up a new user. So let me click on Create One. In this case, we'll use my alternate persona, jamescasey@gmail.com, to do the testing. I'll switch to my Gmail account. We'll go get the 8-digit one-time passcode that MSAL generated for us. We'll switch back to the browser, type this in, and we can click Next. MSAL goes and verifies that this is the correct credential. It even brings in all the identity token values after the user has signed up and signed in, and easily show it to you. So what we just saw is Microsoft Entra External ID create a new tenant, customize our branding, the user journey, sign up a user, and sign in. All of this done in minutes, what used to take hours. I'll send it back to Levant for the rest of our conversation.
All right. Thank you, Ankur. Thanks, Ankur. James. So, first of all, I want to thank the team that's built this. They've spent a lot of time on making what you just saw to get it just super simple for engineers. I love code that writes itself. For those of you that are keenly observant, you will have noticed that the libraries that were in that code sample are exactly the same libraries that developers already use to interact with AAD. It's really simple. It just shows you how easy it is to get started using external ID. But what if your users never had to sign up at all? What if you never had to put forms in front of them and ask them to fill in information in order to create an account? And to tell you a little bit more about that.
All right. So I think we all know that the current identity constructs based on usernames and passwords are a little bit outdated, would you say, right? Adding MFA was a great step forward, but it feels like evolving the horse buggy than really inventing the automobile. The good news is that we think a new era of identity is here, and that's verifiable credentials with Microsoft Entra Verified ID. Verified ID automates verification of identity credentials based on open standards. It enables users to get verified once and use those verified credentials everywhere, which eliminates the need to prove yourself over and over again to different services and apps. And since users have strict control on how and whom they share their credentials with, it is much more trusted and privacy preserving. And the best news, we're natively integrating verified ID into external ID, and soon you'll be able to include it in your user journeys for external ID. So there are a ton of use cases where verified ID can reduce user friction in your app and increase trust. Using verified ID, you can now transform your app in just a few minutes and eliminate the need for separate identity proofing or progressive profiling. You get everything in that credential that you verify. You can also reduce fraud and costs associated with that process. We envision customers issuing verified credentials for unlocking offers with partners, remote onboarding, cross-marketing, coupons, and even more use cases. Today, we're excited to announce that Wallet SDK for Verified ID is now generally available for you to use in production. And now, I'm going to invite Ankur back on stage, and he's going to show some of the cool things you can do with Verified ID.
Thanks, Levant. Hey, everyone. Can we go back to the slides, please? On the main display. Looks like it is for you, not for me. I'll use it this way. So in this case, Northwind Airlines is an application, and this is their app journey today. We can sign in using our existing username and password, which you could have created using external ID, as we did using usernames and passwords, or MFA, or whatever the journey might be. So let's say the user types this in. Using the new Entra Verified ID software development kit, you can use this wallet library to now transform your existing access token into a digital loyalty card, right? Let's take a look at how. It's 4 lines of code. We're passing in that identity token, which comes from your trusted identity system, which could be Azure Active Directory, or it could be a third-party OpenID Connect provider. And you're able to call this standards-based API to say, please create me a verified ID. And we make sure we take care of all the right protocols and standards that need to be applied. The user is then issued a digital loyalty card with the claim attributes that come from your trusted directory system, whatever that might be. The power of open standards now, though, is I can use this credential not only online, but also in person, such as at a lounge, or when I need to verify with a help desk. Often when we get a call on a help desk like, please help me, how do we know who is calling? Versus we can now present this credential. Or use it with third-party partners, which is another form of federation, if you will, right? Except based on open standards, so making it far more scalable. So let's take a look at one of these. Imagine we are accessing a lounge. We can scan a QR code when we arrive at the lounge or tap and present it over NFC. The request here, to take a look at the code, is a verified presentation. So in this case, if you notice, you're asking for a verified presentation of a card of type loyalty card. But that card could be anything. It could be a loyalty card, it could be a coupon, it could be a driver's license, it could be an employee credential. In this case, we want a card from Northwind Airlines, and it's their loyalty card. The user sees a simple request that says, please present this card to that lounge for this access. So it's just like multi-factor authentication, except you're asking for a credential that is a digital loyalty card. The user can click Next. The application can use Entra Verified ID and that wallet SDK to ensure that, yep, this credential is the correct schema. It was actually issued by Northwind Airlines, and the user is the only one who presented it, making it far simpler than how it is today. Another key scenario where this shines is help desk. So if we call help desk today, you can ask for these types of credentials, but how do we know that the person who's calling is indeed the right person, or in this case, is changing an airline? So we probably want to make sure the person calling is indeed the right person and not just someone pretending to be the case. So in the case of Northwind Airlines, they have issued a biometric data along with it, like passport when you booked an airline ticket. So you can now use the same wallet SDK to verify the identity of this person. In this case, we are able to take a selfie, request a selfie of the user, and match it against that government-issued ID or a loyalty ID if you had one on file. If we look at the code on the right side, notice the issuer here is Northwind Airlines. And on the bottom, we are asking for the credential type to be a face check. We're requesting a photo, and the confidence threshold is 70. So what's sent to the application then is whether or not the threshold was matched, not the actual photo. This service is now available as part of the Wallet SDK as a preview feature. Finally, once we verify the true identity of a person, you can now issue a credential, such as a travel voucher, to say, yes, you're eligible for a travel voucher. This voucher is just another verified ID, which could work with a partner or your own service, making it far more intuitive for the user to keep up with these workflows rather than doing different gestures every time, right? So you could have a whole wallet full of these things. So to recap the scenario that Levant was mentioning, these kinds of interactions can help with scenarios like know your customer, help reduce fraud or account takeover risks, because we can make sure the person presenting this credential is the same one to whom you issued it, rather than any random person who picks up a phone. We can make sure we can streamline the experience to not only present this credential to your own app or website, but also with partners, with that simple one-line request to say, I want to accept a digital loyalty card from these partners, versus how much work we have to put in today to do the same. And then finally, we believe it helps reduce help desk costs, where establishing that first identity based on knowledge-based questions or email round trip is just not proving effective. So yeah, just some examples of what you can unlock with Entra Verified ID and that wallet SDK that's generally available today. Levant will share some more resources with you, so I'll call him back on.
All right. That was awesome.
Levant, can you imagine if at the next big conference, we just use our verified ID instead of having to wait in line at registration?
I can't wait. It'll be incredible, man. It's going to be phenomenal. Yeah, that's the future. And to recap today, we announced the public preview of Microsoft Entra External ID, our next generation modern developer-first identity solution to serve all external user types. We also showed you how Microsoft Entra Verified ID is a step function evolution of identity management. It lets you recognize customers at your front door without violating their privacy. Finally, we announced that the Wallet SDK for Verified ID is generally available. So whether you're building new applications or updating existing ones, here's how we can get started with what we showed you today. Once you've had a chance to test out our platform, please do send us feedback. Your feedback is extremely valuable to us as we continue to improve and iterate on these products. And together, let's build what's next, and the best is yet to come. Thank you.
Cool. All right, folks. Thank you so much for attending. We've got a bunch of related sessions that you can see here, either on the live stream or later on. And I hope you've seen how we can both secure the development of your applications, the deployment of your applications, the runtime of your applications, and the users of those applications with a bunch of great technology across the Microsoft Azure cloud. Thank you so much. Hope you've enjoyed Build, and we'll see you next time.
Oh, how the time flies. Welcome back. As we close out our coverage, we want to remind you to continue your learning and connecting even after the event ends. This is important. Consider engaging with your local community through community skilling events. If you'd like more information about Microsoft events around the globe, we've got our new show, Mondays at Microsoft, streaming live on LinkedIn. It's all about how to get involved. And remember, your digital backpack can be downloaded as a hyperlinked Microsoft Word document, complete with videos on demand and additional resources. You can even save your speakers to your backpack to connect with and follow up later, and that is so important. Plus, if you haven't already, make sure to check out the courses over at Microsoft Learn. It's a fantastic free resource designed to help you skill up in the latest Microsoft tech and solutions, as well as those important fundamentals that we all have so much fun with. Seth?
Look who I have here, fresh off the stage, Brendan Burns. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing pretty good.
So can you give us a recap for those that just watch all security, all the things?
You know, security is important. We've got a lot of tools. That's the recap. No, we do a really good job. We do a really good job having, I think, a comprehensive set of security for your containers, for your code, all the way through to the running, and then also for your users.
And that's amazing to me because, like, securing someone else's container that they built for you to run your app, that's got to be hard. How do you do this?
Well, I mean, a lot of it is focusing on the different pieces. So figuring out, can we figure out where there are dependencies and what are the dependencies that might have CVEs? And of course, we obtain that CVE data from all of the databases that are out there in the world, as well as the Microsoft security groups. So it's really a team effort, I think, across not just Microsoft, but the whole security community.
But there was a whole lot of other security things as well that looked more consumery. Did I get that wrong as I was watching?
Well, no, there's a whole bunch of developer tools that are actually oriented around how you build login identity for your application. So if you want to ensure that one of your users is who they say they are, you're going to transfer them some money or something.
Yeah.
We can make sure that they use biometric to figure out it's really them, or other tools like that.
Well, good job, my friend. Thank you so much.
We're great to be here.
All right, I'm here with Brendan Burns, backstage, amazing guy. I think I'm going back to Caruana. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Here you are, back with us. We hope you have all had an energizing and super productive Microsoft Build. We want to thank all our partners who brought us some truly innovative and exciting content this year. A big special thanks goes out to Adobe, AMD, Elastic, Intel, NVIDIA, and Qualcomm. And don't forget those great free software demos, contests, showcases, and resources that will remain available to you even after Microsoft Build is over. There's a ton of great content still waiting for you. So go to the featured partner directory, make sure you're configuring your backpack, and just stay engaged with us. That way you'll keep this week's momentum going all the way until the next Microsoft Build. For my two fantastic co-hosts, Seth and Christina and crew, and the guests, thank you so much for helping us share the incredible insights and innovation and inspiration, really, that we all know, from which we all know this is the beginning. And to our attendees, you're the most important folks. Thank you for taking time out of your week. We know how valuable your time is. We hope you continue your learning journey and can't wait to see what you create. Thanks for joining us. This is Microsoft Build.
everyone. Hope you're having an amazing time as we near the last round of breakouts for the day. I'm Ed Donahue, Director of Content Experience here at Microsoft Build. This time with me is all about how to maximize your Microsoft Build experience. We'll share quick tips to find the content you need faster. We'll also help you discover more opportunities you didn't even know you needed. Plus, I'll guide you through different session types to help you figure out how best to spend your time. Right now, let's learn about a few of the more interactive sessions that are available to you.
If you're in search for more organic conversation with experts and fellow attendees in a smaller group setting, start exploring the many discussion sessions that await you in our catalog. It's so much more than a Q&A. Each discussion will be topic-specific, virtually slide-free, and with direct access to the folks behind the tech. All discussion sessions are highly interactive and designed to spark Q&A in all corners of the Microsoft Teams meeting. Everyone is welcome, so make sure you add to your schedule or schedule today.
Do you want to meet the engineers behind the products you know and love? Join one of our highly interactive product roundtables. These are exclusive opportunities to interact directly with Microsoft engineering groups. You can share your feedback that will help shape the future of the products you use every day. Better yet, you can do all that in a small group discussion with peers who share your same passion for the products. Don't delay, space is limited. Fill in the nomination form and reserve your seat at a product roundtable now. We want to meet you and hear from you.
That was Discussion Experience Leader and my favorite transatlantic colleague, Alex O'Donnell. To find these sessions and add them to your schedule or backpack, head to the session catalog now. You can refine the results by session type, select discussion, and browse the full menu of options to find the ones most relevant to you. As we learned from Alex, we have over 70 discussion sessions. And within the discussion options, there's one special category we learned about earlier today, Learn Live. Here's my conversation with the lead program expert, Laurent. Hi, Laurent, how are you?
Hey, Ed, I'm very well, thank you. It's great to be here.
Thank you so much for spending the time with us. I'm hoping that you can tell us all about what makes Learn Live discussions so unique.
Absolutely, very happy to do so. So Learn Live is a specific discussion format where we always have two presenters, and those presenters are really top experts in the field. We chose them within Microsoft, but also outside of Microsoft, amongst our fantastic, most valuable professionals. The session is going to be centered on one, also sometimes two Learn modules, Microsoft Learn modules, and the presenters are going to go through this Learn module step by step, but also bring their expertise. And moreover, those sessions are live, which means that if you watch the session and while you are watching it, you can actually ask questions using the Q&A tab. And we have a big lot of moderators who are also experts in the field who are going to be able to answer those questions for you during the session.
Okay, you mentioned something I'm hoping you can give us more info on. What's a Microsoft Learn module?
Yes, so Microsoft Learn is actually a big area of the Microsoft.com website. If you go to learn.microsoft.com, you will find everything about Learn. And in there, specifically under training, we have a large number, I think more than 3,500 Learn modules, which are units of learning. And this is something that you can do at your own pace. This is really cool because we are actually also providing some resources. For example, if you do, a session about Azure, we are going to give you some virtual machines, some app service so that you can try on your own. And those Learn modules, you can actually do them at your own pace. You're going to gain some experience points, but also we have some knowledge checks so that you can check your learning yourself. And this is all on your own in learn.microsoft.com/training.
That's awesome. Okay, bringing it back to Microsoft Build. If I missed yesterday, can I still watch the day one Learn Live sessions?
Yes, absolutely. Those sessions have been recorded. We are very busy right after the session has been recorded to add some captions in multiple languages, just like our Learn modules are also translated in multiple languages. And the sessions should be available within 48 hours from the live session itself.
That is incredible. Okay, day two. What can we all look forward to in the way of Learn Live discussion sessions?
Yes, we have again, just like in day one, a very diverse program, very excited about it. So for example, we have one session about 5G technologies in Azure Cloud Services, because this is very current. You know that when you have IoT devices, or if you have a mobile device, you want to use 5G to go faster. So this is exciting. It's actually a brand new service that we have. We have what will probably be our most popular session, which is about Azure OpenAI services. And so, of course, as you know, this is very current. We also have classic sessions like, for example, publishing a web application to Azure with Visual Studio, publishing a web app with Blazor, and we also have some Power Automate sessions as well as some classic SQL migration sessions, which are always very popular. And also the learning continues after Build, because we are going to continue our Learn Live session right after Build and all the way into the summer with more content.
Oh, that is so incredible. Thank you for sharing with us, Laurent. And before we go, I just have to tell you how much I love your classic Microsoft Build t-shirt.
Yeah, this is actually Microsoft Build 2018. That was my first Microsoft Build as a Microsoft employee. It was definitely not my first Microsoft Build because I love being at Build.
Thanks, Laurent. To check out the sessions Laurent just spoke about, simply search the catalog for Learn Live and find the discussions that will be most valuable to you. Another great way to get more out of your Microsoft Build experience is the Microsoft Learn Cloud Skills Challenge. Earlier today, I connected with the program lead, Pam, to get the scoop. Check it out. Hi, Pam.
Hey, Ed.
So, for those who aren't familiar, can you tell us what this is all about?
Sure. The Microsoft Learn Cloud Skills Challenge is a free and gamified experience on Microsoft Learn. You can earn a free Microsoft certification exam by completing one of our 8 challenges by June 20th.
Okay, that sounds awesome. It's the second and final day of Microsoft Build. Why should everyone sign up?
Well, Microsoft Build is ending, but your learning journey can continue with the Microsoft Learn Cloud Skills Challenge. Now is the time to take what you've learned here at Build and apply it by signing up for the challenge.
What if I'm a new developer just starting out? Is this challenge right for me?
Yes, this challenge is right for everyone and anyone. There are no prerequisites to taking the challenge. We've got courses available for those experienced in career, those new in career, and even students. So we recommend everyone sign up today to sharpen and advance their learning skills.
Okay, I'm in. Where can we get started?
Yes, please. Sign up at aka.ms/buildcsc. The challenge runs through June 20th, so sign up today and complete your first module.
I'm in. I'm on it. This sounds amazing. Pam, thank you so much for sharing this great opportunity with our Microsoft Build attendees.
Thank you for having me, Ed.
It's fun, it's free, and an excellent way to level up your skills. Sign up for the Microsoft Learn Cloud Skills Challenge today. If you're just joining us, I'm Ed, and this is our expert's guide to maximizing your Microsoft Build experience. Spending time in our highly interactive discussion sessions is strongly recommended. And if sessions on data analytics are where you want to focus your time, check out my earlier chat with discussion leader Justina. Hey, Justina, thanks for joining us.
Hey, Ed. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here.
So let's start off with your Q&A discussion. What is it called and what is it all about?
Yeah, so my discussion is called All About Data Analytics Q&A, and it's really just a great opportunity to come and ask any questions you have top of mind about data. At Microsoft Build, we had a lot of really exciting announcements. We launched a new product suite called Microsoft Fabric, and so it's really just a great opportunity to come, connect with the product leaders, and just really learn about more of what's coming.
That is so exciting. Who do you think should attend and who's going to benefit most from this Q&A discussion?
Yeah, really anyone who's interested in data. Microsoft Fabric caters to a whole ton of different data professionals, ranging from data engineers, data scientists, data warehousing professionals, business analysts. So really, whether you're a data pro or you're just starting out the journey, maybe as a business analyst, I think you'll find the session very valuable.
Oh, that's great. Now, you present a lot. And I was curious if you could talk about what you really like about this session format.
Yeah, so personally, I love discussions because it's really an opportunity for us to hear from the audience, from our users. In a lot of the other types of presentations we do, we spend a lot of time presenting. Here we can really spend our time listening. And really, it's the audience who decides where the conversation goes, what are the topics that are discussed. So personally, I think it's a really engaging format. And every time I do a discussion, I get to learn a ton from my customers about what's top of mind for them, really.
That is so great. I love it. Justina, thank you so much for taking the time with us today.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Let's check out another discussion we featured today, which delves into more of the human side of tech. Debbie O'Brien partnered up with Scott Hanselman in a special Q&A session tackling an ever-important topic. Hi, Debbie. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Ed. Thanks for having me.
Oh, absolutely. So you have some other sessions related to your work with Playwright, but we wanted to ask you about a special discussion that you're co-leading with Scott Hanselman called Developer Career Tools, Saying No to Improve Mental Health. Can you tell us what we'll have to look forward to?
Yeah, so basically we're going to have a discussion on how you can have a better work-life balance, like still get a lot of work done, but enjoy life at the same time. Say no to things and say yes to the things you should say yes to, and then, yeah, enjoy more life.
So that really stands out about this session. And I was curious, what inspired you to create this session for Microsoft Build?
Yeah, that's a great question. I had a couple of friends who are going through a lot of mental health issues. I think a lot of people have been going through at home as well. And I went to a conference and I got on a stage and I normally kind of introduced myself and I was saying about how I do 3 hours of sport a day. And then I told them it's not because I think you should all do 3 hours of sport a day, but you should, but more because people are not like, you know, I'm not sitting in front of my computer for 12 hours a day, and I think people shouldn't be. So I kind of said, like, you know, go and walk the dog, water the plants, do whatever it is that you like doing, but do more of what makes you happy, still get your job done, but don't sit in front of the computer for 12 hours. And then I got this massive round of applause, and I was like, okay, this is really nice, but this is not right because that means that people are not doing what they should be doing, and they're sitting in front of the computer for 12 hours a day.
Could you give us a sneak peek, maybe some specific tips that you and Scott will be sharing in the discussion?
Yeah, so some of them include like how to not open your Teams app when you shouldn't be working. So for example, weekends, 3 o'clock in the morning, we all work like remotely. We have teams across different time zones, and we have this FOMO, of like we're missing out on something. We really want to read that message before we go to bed, but we really shouldn't. So how to stop doing that?
Yes, what a great thing for all of us to learn. Debbie, thank you so much for your time today. I hope you have a great rest of your day and hopefully you can get in some sport.
Thanks, I hope so too.
If you're just joining us, I'm Ed Donahue, Content Experience Director for Microsoft Build, and this is your guide to the great content and opportunities we have in store for you, with the goal of helping you get the most out of your Microsoft Build experience. We're getting ready to kick off the final round of live breakout sessions, so if you still haven't decided which one to join, let our breakout presenters try to sway you in their direction.
Hello there, my name is Leon Weliki, and I am the Chief Product Officer for Power Apps. In our build session, you learn how to build a modern, full-stack AI-infused cloud application using the Power Platform. Please join us. Looking forward to seeing you there.
Do you ever feel you could be more productive if you knew how to take full advantage of all the features in Visual Studio? Hi, I'm Mads, and at Build, I'm going to show you a bunch of cool tips and tricks to unlock your Visual Studio superpowers. See you there.
Hi, I'm Ibe Carreras, a developer working on the future of ARM-powered Windows devices, and I am excited to share with you the momentum that we're seeing for this platform. Come and join me at Build this year so that you can hear why, where, and how you can build great ARM apps for Windows.
Hi, I'm Dinesh Sukumar. In my session, I'll be talking about exciting things about how Qualcomm AI Stack is helping developers scale their AI applications by training the deep learning model once and deploying across any edge devices and stretching it all the way to the cloud. We'll see how the concept of hybrid AI can be used to enhance end user experiences. Thank you.
Hopefully, those invitations helped you choose the breakout you'd like to join live. And remember, you can always add the others to your backpack to watch later when they become available on demand. That's true for all breakout sessions. And when you look at both the day 1 and day 2 lineups, there are so many to choose from, which is why we recommend filtering our session catalog by one or more of our topics. This is an excellent way to zero in on the breakouts that will be most relevant to you. Let's explore sessions under one very popular topic, AI. From maintaining a co-pilot to using AI responsibly, here are some great breakout options for you.
If you're looking to get started with the Azure OpenAI service, this is the session for you. From ChatGPT to GPT-4, from DALL-E to Codex, we'll cover it all. And also how you can integrate it to other AI models like Florence for vision, speech, and cognitive search. We'll see you there.
Hey there, Seth Juarez here. Super excited about our session, Build and Maintain Your Company Copilot with Azure ML and GPT-4. Large language models are here. How can you use them in your organization safely and reliably? Come to our session to find out. Excited to see you.
Hi, I'm Sarah Bird. Together we'll explore how Microsoft builds responsible AI systems and how you can too. You don't want to miss it.
Join us at this session on building end-to-end solutions with Azure AI, where we'll be unveiling some of the newest capabilities in Azure OpenAI, language, speech, vision, and content safety. We'll see you there.
Hi, I'm Adina Trufilescu. In my session, I will talk about state-of-the-art vision AI with large foundational model and how you can bring that into your applications and solutions. Join me.
Hi, I'm John Maida. Your boss is using ChatGPT and wants to add AI to your app right now. Sounds hard? No worries, we make it easy. Come to our session and we'll show you how.
Hey, I'm Shinewina, and come join us as we deep dive into practical machine learning and ML ops with Azure Machine Learning. Discover how to efficiently build and deploy your ML models to revolutionize your business. You don't want to miss it.
If you want to find sessions about Microsoft Azure, API management, Azure Kubernetes Service, and more, filter breakouts by the topic Cloud Development and check out these next invitations from the session presenters.
Are you facing challenges to manage infrastructure and scaling to host applications? Come join the breakout session. Focus on code, not on infrastructure, using Azure Functions, Spring Apps, Container Apps, and Dapper. We are super excited to showcase the tool capabilities and best practices to deploy microservices. So see you there.
Are you ready to get your code to cloud with Azure Kubernetes Service? Join me, Ahmed Sabur, as I show you how to deploy and scale your apps. You'll see how Azure simplifies the complex tasks to give you the power to innovate faster.
Hi there. Do you have any web APIs like SOAP, REST, or GraphQL in your company? I'm Fernando Mejia, and in my session, I'll be showing the best practices to efficiently manage and secure your APIs at scale. So don't miss our session.
Hi, I'm Kunal.
Join me at Build to learn how to accelerate your migration and modernization journey for Java and .NET applications with Azure App Service.
Hey folks, Paul here from the Cloud Native Advocacy team, inviting you to join George Palma and I as we talk about how you can build intelligent apps using Azure AI services, including OpenAI models, and run them on Azure Kubernetes services. Hope to see you there.
Hi, I'm Devanshi Joshi. Join me alongside Microsoft customers to learn more about modernizing your applications using cloud-native technology like Azure Kubernetes Service, Azure Container Apps, and serverless Azure Functions.
In the session catalog, refining your search by the topic Data Platform will result in this next set of breakout sessions. Check them out.
Hey, I'm Davide. Do you want to learn how to instantly create API out of your Azure SQL databases with full security, scalability, and flexibility baked in already, so you don't have to write the same plumbing code again and again and again? Well, come and join me at Microsoft Build. See you there.
Hi folks, Mark Brown here. I'm going to be talking about Azure Kubernetes Service and Azure Cosmos DB for building cloud-native applications in Azure. We'll show you a real-world customer and share lots of how-to details so you can be successful too. We'll see you there.
And if you want to get up to date on the latest announcements, be sure to check out another data platform session called Analytics in the Age of AI. Switching gears to a new topic, if sessions on developer tools are where you'd like to spend most of your time, then we recommend paying close attention to this next set of breakout invitations.
Hi, I'm Anthony Cangelosi. In my session, we'll be showing you how to make engineering teams across your organization more productive with ready-to-code developer workstations in Microsoft DevBox. We're really looking forward to seeing you there.
Hi, I'm Sagar Lankala. In my session, I'll be showing how Azure deployment environments improves developer experience and productivity by empowering development teams to self-serve app infrastructure. Looking forward to seeing you there.
Do you ever feel you could be more productive if you knew how to take full advantage of all the features in Visual Studio? Hi, I'm Mads, and at Build, I'm going to show you a bunch of cool tips and tricks to unlock your Visual Studio superpowers. See you there.
Hi, I'm Bridget Murtaugh, and I'm so excited to share how you can use Visual Studio Code to develop anything from anywhere. Join us for this session full of demos and tips and tricks to learn how you can get the most out of your VS Code environment. I hope to see you there.
Hey, everybody. Join me and my colleague Allison from GitHub at our session, Pragmatic Tips on How to Get the Most Out of GitHub Copilot, where we're going to show you how you can be up to 55% faster as a developer. See you there.
Security, containers, GitHub. If these are your buzzwords here at Microsoft Build, check out this next set of breakout sessions under the topic DevSecOps and SRE.
Hello, I'm Pawan Nrsimha, Product Manager on the Identity team. In my session, I'm going to showcase our new and evolved Customer Identity and Access Management platform that's going to blow away developers. See you there.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brian Sullivan, and I'll be talking about GitHub Advanced Security for Azure DevOps. If you write code and you want that code to be secure against hackers, and I hope we all do, then this session is for you. See you there.
Hi, I'm Martin, and if you want to learn all about how GitHub builds GitHub on GitHub, then come along to my session.
Hi, I'm Josh Duffney. We all know containers are the future of application deployment. But with that comes a need to address container security. Join me at Microsoft Build to learn how to secure container deployments by using open source tools.
If you're interested in expanding your reach by bringing your apps onto Microsoft Teams with AI and SDKs, filter the session catalog by the topic Collaborative Apps. This next set of breakouts is for you.
Hello! In this session, we'll show you how to build multiplayer application in Microsoft Teams using the new LiveShare SDK. From the classical Hello World to more advanced 3D collaboration, you will see plenty of demos from us and our partners. See you there!
Hi, I'm Aicha, and together in this session, we will dive into the world of AI-powered Teams apps. Building intelligent apps has never been easier, and we'll show you how. Join in this AI momentum and enhance your developer skills. See you there.
Are you a developer looking to make a big impact with your app? Don't miss out on our upcoming session. With a simplified and streamlined app development process, you can build powerful M365 workflows that keep your users engaged. IT admins can easily deploy and manage your app across all tenants, increasing its reach and impact. Join us and take your app development skills to the next level.
Whether you're developing on Windows or developing for Windows, these next breakout sessions are where you'll want to spend your time.
Hi everybody, I'm Demetrius Nealon and I'm excited to talk to you about how to get your machine in a ready-to-code state.
Hi, my name is Charla Sonicson, and together with Kayla Cinnamon, we will be sharing the latest updates to the developer experience on Windows. Come find out what the team that has brought you Windows Terminal, Windows Subsystem for Linux, PowerToys, and Winget has in store for you next.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Carreras, a developer working on the future of ARM-powered Windows devices, and I am excited to share with you the momentum that we're seeing for this platform. Come and join me at Build this year so that you can hear why, where, and how you can build great ARM apps for Windows.
Hi, I'm Adele Parsons, and in this session, we'll cover how to optimize and integrate AI models into your Windows application with the Onyx runtime and related tools. Join us and learn how to unlock the full potential of AI on Windows across the entire hardware ecosystem.
Come join me and a few of my friends at the Reach breakout session. We'll be covering topics to help you get more users through the Microsoft Store on Windows, our new AI capabilities, the Ads platform, and the ability to supercharge your existing web investments. Look forward to seeing you soon. Bye!
If you're here to accelerate your development using the Microsoft Power Platform, you'll want to filter our session catalog by another very popular topic this year, low code. Here are your invitations to these breakouts.
Hi, I'm Priya Vaidyanathan, and in our session, we will be discussing the exciting new ways that all developers can use Copilot and AI features in Power Platform to build solutions faster, smarter, and easier. We hope you join us.
Hi there, I am Marcel Ferreira, and in my session, I will show how API developers using Visual Studio can leverage Power Platform to easily build low-code apps for their existing or new APIs, even before publishing it and debugging in real time. So join us to learn more about Power Platform for Pro developers.
Hello there, my name is Leon Weliki and I am the Chief Product Officer for Power Apps. In our build session, you'll learn how to build a modern, full-stack AI-infused cloud application using the Power Platform. Please join us, looking forward to seeing you there.
If you're developing on the .NET Framework, filter our session catalog by the .NET topic and start adding these breakouts to your schedule or backpack.
Hi, everyone. Be sure to check out our session at Microsoft Build on what's new in .NET 8 for web developers. We'll cover everything from the front end to the back end using ASP.NET Core and Blazor. You're not going to want to miss it. We hope to see you there.
Hi, I'm Brady, and I'm going to be delivering a session at Build this year with my good friend Emo Landworth, and we're going to be talking about cloud-native development with .NET 8 and .NET 7 and .NET 6, all the versions of .NET Core and all the great things that you can do with cloud-native development using it. I'll see you at Build.
Hi, I'm Mads Torgersen. I look forward to showing you what's next in C# alongside with my fellow language designer, Dustin Campbell. Why don't you come join us?
Hi, my name is Matt Sokup, and in my session, The Reliable Web App Pattern for .NET, Nish and Neil and I will be showing you how to build web applications that are resilient, scalable, and cost-optimized with .NET and Azure. So join us in this fun and educational session.
If you've just joined us, I'm Ed Donahue, Content Experience Director for Microsoft Build. We just checked out previews of breakout sessions grouped by each of our topic filters. If you were with us that whole time, well, hopefully you discovered some great breakouts and loaded up that backpack of yours. Saving to your backpack ensures you'll get easy access to the breakouts on demand as soon as they're available. As we reach the end of Microsoft Build, let's check out the full list of pre-recorded sessions organized by topic available right now.